Chapter 56:17. Huang walked to the waste beast's corpse, drew out the giant axe and laid on the waste beast's corpse with one hand, wiped it, and pinned the axe to his waist. At this moment, he realized that someone was watching him. And it's a strong man you don't know, just like a black hole. Who? Huang turned his head and stared at Jian Wushuang. His eyes turned, and the breath of the person in front of him converged extremely cleverly. He only found out when he reached him in a daze. I looked carefully, but found that the introverted aura, like a black hole, swallowed all the power in the body. Shortage! Jian Wushuang was also surprised when he saw the other party. The appearance of the other party and the axe in his hand surprised him greatly. He was so familiar with the axe. Once scenes in the starry sky appeared, he thought of the savage giant who was born on the wild planet. I thought of the owner of the stone axe at the time of parting. Dong Jun! Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, that starry sky human race should have been a dream. The result appeared in the time and space of Molo. He couldn't be more familiar with the stone axe in Huang Di's hand. He absolutely did not admit his mistake. It was definitely the one in Dongjun's hand. How would it appear here? When Huang heard Jian Wushuang reciting Dongjun silently, he was taken aback and said in surprise, "Do you know Senior Dongjun?" "No, an old friend." Jian Wushuang nodded, and then asked back, "How do you know Dongjun, and how did you get this great axe?" Those immortal emperors were relieved to see Jian Wushuang and Huang Di actually know each other. In their view, Jian Wushuang's strength is extremely powerful. If he wants to attack them, I am afraid that they will be killed in a short while. Huang held the giant axe in his hand, looked up at the sky, then looked at Jian Wushuang and said, "Are you a man of God?" "God. Since the broken of God, the era of God has also ended. Huang's stone axe came from God. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was bestowed by God. The brokenness of God is a catastrophe for heaven and earth, and it is also an opportunity for practitioners. Because in God, there are countless treasures and countless inheritances hidden. These inheritances and treasures are scattered everywhere in the long river of time and space, forming a mysterious realm of stars. That is the current chaotic star field. The stone axe in Huang's hand was obtained from the chaotic star field. In addition to this stone axe, he also got an arm. The arm clung to the stone axe. After understanding why Huang got the stone axe, Jian Wushuang had even greater doubts in his heart. So that he didn't even bother to ask about the gods. This stone axe comes from God, and the so-called God has a high probability of being a treasure house left over from the previous era, or a secret hiding place that descended from the starry sky. If it is really like this, then Dongjun and the former star are much longer than Moro time and space in ancient times. Looking at the secret text on the stone axe, it is definitely the secret text of the universe. This also shows that the star he once visited, and the powerful life that gave birth to the Lord of the universe. It's just now and died. Jian Wushuang didn't expect that he would go to an even more ancient time and space without realizing it. Only at that time, he didn't know much about time and space. What's more, when he left the star, there was not even a fairy from above. He never expected that the star could multiply to such a degree. "Can you show me?" Jian Wushuang asked. Huang was also very angry and passed the stone axe directly. After receiving the stone axe, Jian Wushuang's thought power deepened, and the power of the starry sky burst out from his hands in an instant. After the stone axe was subjected to the power of the starry sky, its power was billions of times stronger than before. That force directly shattered the formation of the cage ring. Huang was also surprised that Jian Wushuang could fully explode the power of the stone axe, and his body was shaken back again and again. "Senior!" Huang knelt down directly. Jian Wushuang's temples flew up, but the stone axe let out a hum, as if it was the joy of returning to the original owner. In fact, he is not the original owner. The first-generation owner of this stone axe was the owner who opened the sky and the earth. He wasn't considered a second-generation master, he simply repaired it and gave it to Dongjun. Unexpectedly, this little guy could actually nurture this stone axe into such a powerful treasure. Dongjun's strength, to say nothing, is also a power above the three tribulations realm. Only by mastering the universe and becoming the master of the universe can the treasures of the universe be nurtured. Ordinary robbery can't be done. Dong Jun is so powerful, what about his cheap apprentice? Fu Zhu, the first-generation patriarch of the human race. Dong Jun can become the lord of the universe. I am afraid Fu Zhu's strength will not be too bad. But it should have fallen. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's self-confidence burst in his heart, and his apprentice is likely to be the master of the universe, his disciples and grandchildren, maybe they are all the masters of the universe. Except for this stone axe, what else did you get? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. He now wants to know more and more about what is conceived in God. Huang carefully took the stone axe and replied respectfully. At first, the junior was lucky and entered into a crack in time and space. Then he entered a half-plane planet. On the planet, there is only a broken arm and a stone axe. After speaking, Huang took out the severed arm directly. The power contained above was very powerful. Jian Wushuang looked at the severed arm deeply, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar it became. This broken arm is just a simple physical body, without a divine body. But the density of the flesh is very similar to his flesh. It is definitely the body of the 9 refinements. Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand and stroked it carefully. Feeling it, his brow frowned. He felt a familiar force from his arm. That is the power of the fusion of the flesh and the divine body, as well as the familiar original aura. This is especially his own arm. Jian Wushuang directly backed away a few steps, then stared at the lines on his palm, then stared at the palm of his hand. The pattern on the top is exactly the same as the pattern on the palm of his hand. What is the explanation for this? An arm is nothing to him. However, the arm was obviously chopped off by a stone axe, which explains the problem. In the past, he seemed to have had a big battle with Dong Jun, and eventually broke his arm. This stone axe, calm also stayed. But it is not very accurate to speculate like this. After he left the starry sky, he has never been to the starry sky again, which doesn't make sense. Could it be said that in the future, he will go to the starry sky, and then fight Dong Jun, and his arm will be chopped off by the opponent? Either this is the reason. Either this arm is not his. But the breath of the source will not deceive him. The breath of the source is too similar to him. Life force. Jian Wushuang thought of this, and suddenly understood. Dong Jun probably did not fight with him, but died. End of this chapter. Chapter 56:18. The origin of the opponent is very similar to him, although it is completely opposite, but to master the power of death, the origin of the earlier period must be similar to him. It is also extremely. If this is the case, then it makes sense. Extinction came from the time and space of Moro in the ancient times, and the time of God in the time and space of Moro. Maybe Dong Jun was still alive, and later fought against extinction. In this way, then the current Dong Jun has a high probability of falling. And the future extinction is still alive. At the end of the star random era, the power of extinction is probably not weak anymore. At least it is the 5 tribulations. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself, letting Huangdi on the side know what to do. Senior? Huang cried cautiously. Jian Wushuang came back to his senses, leaked a smile, and said, I am not a man of God, but just like you, I have been bestowed by God. The other party answered his doubts, and he had nothing to hide. After all, he was an ancestor. Saying it means not saying that these people just live in this small piece of time and space, and they will soon disappear, and they are not enough to change history. I chatted with Emperor Huang for a while, this time mainly discussing the chaotic star field. At the same time, he also inquired about an existence called Qi. But Huang didn't know him. This made Jian Wushuang very surprised. According to common sense, at this time, Qixin should be a resounding character. How come Huang hasn't heard of it? Could it be said that the true fate of the gods does not contain the ambiguous words? If this is the case, he is unlucky. By the way, he asked about the existence of some catastrophes in the human race. After not finding any special existence, he heaved a sigh of relief. Now he has no need to stay. This time and space is too big. The more you delve into it, the less you can see any clues, only a few words. Just when he was about to leave, Huang stopped him. Senior, is there really life in the Chaos Star territory? This was Huang's biggest doubt. Because at the beginning, he had seen a moving old man in the heavens, but the other party did not have the power of life, but instead represented death. Jian Wushuang was asked this question. He really didn't know, but he didn't panic either, but instead asked, "Why do you think so?" Huang didn't reserve this time, so he told the scene he saw before God broke. Die. The mark on Jian Wushuang's eyebrows kept flickering. Extinction. Yes. Jian Wushuang finally said a word, and then left directly. The origin of extinction is probably related to God. The mysterious person who fought with Dongquan also had a high probability of extinction. This world-destroying old man does not belong to this era at all. It is an old monster that has crossed over from the oldest era. At least he is a strong man in the same era as Dong Jun. Wow! He directly tore through the universe and entered the long river of time and space. The power of thought spread, and the nearby cracks were instantly felt. The space of this space-time fragment is not too big. It just covers a few universes. It's far less huge than the continent that I visited for the first time. But it is much larger in space, because the distance between each universe is huge, and the intermediate distance may be able to store tens of thousands of universes. Flying in this chaotic void, the speed is not so fast. Extinction! A bold thought appeared in Jian Wushuang's mind. If he killed Xisheng ahead of time, wouldn't there be so many things in the future? No! Jian Wushuang shook his head again. Extinction does not belong here either. He can't find the time period when extinction was born. Even if he finds extinction now, I am afraid that the opponent's strength is much stronger than him. In this case, he can only give up this idea and start a long layout for the future. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang began to deliberately search for the strong men recorded in the Temple of Qishan, and constantly speed up their process of entering the road of cultivation. The first is the White King, who has some connections with Jian Wushuang. Although in the future, King White will die miserably, even before the age of the gods, King White will be nothing more than a small person. Cannot set off too much waves. But with his help, King White's strength will most likely exceed the future. Maybe it will give him a surprise. In addition to King Bai, Jian Wushuang dived into this universe, constantly searching, and found that at least 6 universe masters would be born in the future of this universe. This is in addition to the Desolate Master. These 6 Tribulation Realm powerhouses, because they were born relatively early, have caught up with the peak age of the gods. They are very powerful, and they are also the top group of people under the gods. Each is the master of the 4 Tribulations Realm universe. Only now, they are only Earth immortals. It is Yan Xian, on the way to explore the avenue. With Jian Wushuang's qualifications, enough to teach these people. At least let these people understand that it is not as good as if the ultimate way is not cultivated to reach consummation. Now that you have mastered the ultimate way, you must cultivate to consummation. Every realm is cultivated to the extreme, and only in this way can we lay a solid foundation for the future and become the pinnacle powerhouse among the masters of the universe. In a cosmic secret, the 7 disciples under Jian Wushuang's command were besieging a desolate beast at the celestial level. The strength of this desolate beast already had rank 9 combat power. The 7 disciples are all Earth immortals. It was extremely difficult to besiege and kill a desolate beast with the power of the ninth rank celestial immortal. But if it's simple, it won't let them besiege together. Jian Wushuang snorted coldly when he saw their embarrassed look. Angrily shouted, "A mere 9-turn heavenly immortal makes you so embarrassed. How can you become a peak power in the future? Stand up for me." At the beginning, when he was just a fairy cultivator, he would be able to kill the ninth ranked Iron Fairy alone. Dao Jun is even more invincible. These guys are at this level. He really doesn't know how to become the master of the universe. 6 of them are already definitive masters of the universe, and there will be records in the future. There is another one who has talents leading the other 6, but there is no record of the other party. I am afraid that in the future, there will be a high probability of death. But Jian Wushuang didn't give up on the other side. Maybe he could reverse history. Boom! Hearing his scolding, several disciples have also exploded to their full potential and attacked again. Only then did Jian Wushuang smile with satisfaction. These little guys, it's time to break through. For millions of years, he has taught everything he can. After becoming an immortal, to embark on the ultimate path, they need to work hard alone. A drag force comes from the sky. Jian Wushuang knew that he was leaving. At this time, the 7 people formed a formation and completely suppressed the wild beast. Master, we did it! Several disciples came excitedly. You can see Jian Wushuang's complexion, which is not very good, and it is often distorted. That was the countercurrent of space and time. Jian Wushuang might leave at any time. Chapter 56:19. Master! These disciples naturally did not know why this was, and hurried forward. Jian Wushuang stopped them, barely let out a smile of relief, and said, You are excellent, I am very happy, but I was seriously injured and there is no way to survive. Remember to practice hard. Who is it? Several disciples asked one after another. Jian Wushuang has been a master and a father for millions of years. Hearing that the master himself was hurt, I wanted to know who was able to seriously hurt their master. Stupid boy, don't ask too much. There will be an announcement in the future. You don't need to avenge me. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said so, but he still took out a mustard seed and said tremblingly, This is what I left for you. The treasures you leave, practice hard, don't say it's my disciple. These treasures were all searched out by him in this cosmic secret realm, enough for these 7 people to cultivate to the 5th Order Emperor. If you want to become stronger later, you need to travel to the long river of time and space and go alone. Jian Wushuang's figure began to slowly disappear, and finally returned to the vortex of time and space. The 7 disciples washed their faces with tears, and even the master's body was not left, so they could only get Jian Wushuang a cloak. And at the top is also signed, Wushuang Jiantum. The future of these 7 people has indeed changed the history of the era of the gods, but it has not affected the extinction. Because the strongest among them has just reached the pinnacle of the 5 tribulations realm. It's just that Jian Wushuang has been in the vortex of time and space, and he hasn't confirmed it in the Qixin Temple. How difficult it is to change. After Jian Wushuang left the space-time fragment, he entered a huge space-time fragment again. Another reincarnation. And this time, Jian Wushuang came to the oldest era in Moroa time and space. Ancient times. This is an era without human races. The era of wild beasts rampant. In the fragment of time and space where he was, there was an innate beast god. When Jian Wushuang felt the breath, he was scared to gasp. He turned his body into the appearance of a wild beast, and started to practice with reference to the innate beast at a location far away. It's just that this desolate beast is not a candle dragon, otherwise, after feeling the candle dragon kid on his body, I am afraid that he will not be spared. After millions of years, Jian Wushuang disappeared again. This time he has experience, and can calculate that era based on the surface of the space-time fragments. Then went to the time period when the era of God came. He felt that the appearance of the human race had a lot to do with the time of God. In the age of God, only the human race could get the totem of God, and the heavens behind were shattered and the chaotic star field turned into as also because of the human race. After the great prosperity of the human race, a chaotic star field appeared. Most of the treasures were taken away by the human race. After the age of prosperity, those wild beasts could not compete with the human race for treasures. Even the primitive universes formed by the innate are occupied by the human race. On a swaying sacred mountain, Jian Wushuang looked at the divine light in the sky behind his hands. A moment ago, it was still ancient. The next moment is the time when God descends. From this moment, the human race began to be bred from the life of all things. At the moment human race appeared, Jian Wushuang obviously felt a powerful soul power descend on the mainland. It really has something to do with God. Jian Wushuang stared at the shining divine light of God, frowned slightly, and felt eager to try his upper body, wanting to go in and see what happened. This God must have something to do with the human race and the starry sky. Maybe all the secrets lie in it. Boom! Under the ray of light, Jian Wushuang saw the totem leaked by God Lu. Under such a shining light, there is a huge horror hidden. The secret of Moroa time and space. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows flickered, and the next moment he went directly to the top. The power of the starry sky burst suddenly. The flesh swelled in a circle for it. He couldn't handle this power. Ha! Jian Wushuang instantly wilted. This time, he was more convinced that God came from the stars. And Yexing is a character of the same age as Dong Jun, a strong man in the starry sky. The secret of the starry sky is not the only one. Jian Wushuang got up with difficulty. For him, the starry sky is indeed not the only one. Perhaps he will be able to defeat extinction by leaving the starry sky. The other party came from the starry sky, which shows that Meishing knows the starry sky better than him. And also know that he has the power of life. This is a chess game set from the beginning. Chi. Through the light of God, the two forces face each other. Among the heavens, on a dilapidated wooden boat, extinguished life carrying the soul lamp, wandering to the heavens. Jian Wushuang slowly raised his palm. When he first touched God, he also felt a force of death. Extinction is just above. It's just strength, stronger than he thought. The extinction in the heavens may be stronger than the future gods. It seems that if he hasn't crossed the time and space, his strength will drop sharply. Jian Wushuang had an answer in his heart. The extinction in the heavens is probably an existence beyond the seven tribulations realm. After the divine destruction, the extinction reaches the Moroa time and space, only half the strength of the seven tribulations realm. Now in the time and space outside their original universe, I am afraid that the strength of extinction will be reduced. It's just that the real spirit doesn't know this. In the future world, in order to swallow him, extinction chooses to cut the realm and fall to the top. Maybe it's not that the other party is willing to cut the realm. It's that extinction has entered the future just like him. Extinction has crossed time and space many times, but he himself has not reached the point of completely mastering time and space, so he will fall every time. When it comes to the future time and space, only the ultimate combat power is left. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang was decisive enough to choose to die directly in the future world. Extinction will have to return to the current main time and space. It's no wonder that the inner demon doesn't know Meishing, because Meishing didn't take the inner demon seriously and chose to do it himself. After knowing everything repeatedly, Jian Wushuang couldn't help feeling afraid. Past and present lives, as well as the future, are all laid out for extinction. Then he came here. I'm afraid it also has a lot to do with extinction. His layout, I am afraid, from the perspective of Daixing, it is like a child's play. Almost calculated by you again. Jian Wushuang looked up at the rays of light emitted from the heavens. If he is entangled here, he will face extinction eventually, and he will not be able to escape by then. Fortunately, with good luck, the fragments that entered Moro's time and space for the third time did not encounter extinction. This time it was the closest, but it was a pity that extinction couldn't come out now. This is the early days of God's era, and extinction will never come down. After Jian Wushuang figured it out, he couldn't help laughing and saying, "Extinction, you count it, after all, it's not the way of heaven, I will kill you in the future world." The future world he entered for the first time was the future designed for him by Meishing. That is an inaccurate future, and he will not be affected. Everything is up to him. If he really fails, he won't be able to die. Chapter 56-20. The extinction in the heavens seemed to hear Jian Wushuang's words, and the power of death exploded one after another. Anxious, anxious! Jian Wushuang shook his head and laughed. Boom! He did not expect that the extinction in the heavens, completely furious, directly cast down the power of death, condensing countless extinctions. Jian Wushuang. Each of these black phantoms has the ultimate combat power. Jian Wushuang was also taken aback at first, only to look at it for a while, and found that these black phantoms were all transformed by the power of death. Although they had superb combat power, they could not last and could not threaten him at all. Mieshing, your calculation is perfect, but it's a pity that you missed a little. Jian Wushuang stood on the top of the mountain, overlooking countless black phantoms, transforming and fusing together, and the aura continued to grow stronger. But Jian Wushuang didn't panic at all. Even if they are fused together, the ultimate is the ultimate after all. After he draws on the power of the starry sky from the heavens, he can reach the tribulation realm in an instant. In this place, Jian Wushuang did not die in the slightest. Fusion's extinct complexion changed, and he was surprised. What did this seed miss? You should know that I have been to the starry sky, but you would never think of my identity in the starry sky. Jian Wushuang looked down below, leaking a sneer. Mieshing narrowed his eyes, disdainfully said, "Oh? Really? Even if you have a relationship with Dong Jun, I don't care, because Dong Jun is dead." Dong Jun? Jian Wushuang held his head up. Just as he had guessed, Dong Jun really died at Mieshing's hands. Mieshing continued, "You really know Dong Jun? Apart from him, I don't think anyone can make you so calm. You only need to know one thing now. I am the only one in God and no one can save you. You can actually kill Dong Jun." Jian Wushuang pretended to be surprised. In fact, he knew very little about the starry sky human race, because the original starry sky human race was so weak that he didn't pay attention to it at all. So if you take the opportunity to kill the life, you want to know more about how the starry sky human race in the heavens has perished, or how strong it is. Seeing Jian Wushuang's surprise, Mieshing sneered and said, "Do you really think Dong Jun is very powerful? Compared to Shinkong, he is just a worm. I am the real overlord of the starry sky, the choice of the human race." "Humph, I don't believe it." Jian Wu's double-faced color sank slightly, and then said, "Dong Jun's strength, so powerful, how can you lose to the Six Tribulations realm?" Mieshing couldn't help laughing after hearing it. Yes, the Six Tribulations realm is indeed not Dong Jun's opponent, even the Divine God, it's not Dong Jun's opponent, but this seat is the Nine Tribulations realm, believe it or not." Mieshing raised a finger and pointed to it. Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang didn't dodge and didn't dodge. He only dissolved the aura at the front, sarcastically. "If you are in the Nine Tribulations realm, you still need to swallow the life force? Didn't you control time and space early and travel at will?" He broke the lie of extinction in one sentence. It's not necessary to pretend in front of him. After being exposed, Mieshing's face changed drastically, and he shouted angrily, "Boy, you dared to play with me!" Only then did he understand that Jian Wushuang already knew his previous layout. Immediately, he started directly, and the condensed death body turned into a black mist, which instantly eroded the heaven and the earth, causing the entire space to lose the power of all things. Complete death, it was a desolate landscape. Jian Wushuang stood still. Eternal change! Under God, he is invincible. Because there is a huge amount of starry sky power in the heavens, which is continuously declining, entering Jian Wushuang's body, allowing him to instantly reach the power of the robbery realm. This scene stunned the life. He didn't expect Jian Wushuang to be so powerful with the help of the power of the heavens. His deity is equally powerful in the heavens. This is the unique power of Shinkong life, how Jian Wushuang can master it, and it can still be so powerful. "What realm are you in the starry sky?" Mieshing couldn't help asking. However, Jian Wushuang kept silent and shot directly. He didn't want to say a word about extinction, otherwise he would be calculated by the other party. When he came up, he shot with all his strength, facing the death body. His life force broke out, and the life force controlled by the robbery directly dissipated the breath of death. This consciousness of extinction was also instantly defeated. At the moment when the opponent was defeated, Jian Wushuang squeezed the remaining consciousness of extinction. Want to run? Jian Wuxuang pinched the opponent's incomplete consciousness and directly sealed it in the long river of time and space on the Guantian chessboard. After Miexin's consciousness entered the Guantian chessboard, his complexion changed drastically, and his tone was incredible. How can you have the treasure of time and space? I really can't tell you this. Jian Wuxuang finished speaking, and directly suppressed the remaining consciousness of extinction to the bottom of the Guantian River. In the sea of origin in his body, the power of death that was hidden from life was also grasped by Jian Wuxuang. Humph, now you have lost the madam and broke down. With the consciousness of extinction, plus the power of death, he can completely create a Dharma body that exterminates life. Miexin can swallow him, and he can also swallow Miexin. This is also a great opportunity for him, but it is too difficult to get this opportunity. Now that Miexin had fallen into the endgame he had set up by himself, Jian Wuxuang only needed a Dharma body to swallow the extinction Dharma body to be able to master samsara in advance. But this can only be done when he reaches the Emperor. The complete reincarnation, the power contained, is really not weak in time and space. If Jian Wuxuang is expected to reach the 9 tribulations in the future, then he will be able to master 2 abilities. One is time and space, and the other is reincarnation. The sum of the 2 is the cycle of time and space. This is much more powerful than pure time and space. Back then, Teacher Xuanyi was able to find him only by relying on the power of time and space. When he masters the cycle of time and space, he may be able to escape the long river of time and space. Thinking of this, Jian Wuxuang was a little excited. Thanks, extinction, I won't give you another chance. Jian Wuxuang decided to leave. When the time and space vortex he did not explore those fragments again. But Khonshu Kam has to leave everything. It's just that now this fragment has not been completely consumed, he still needs to wait here. In God. The dying man stared at Jian Wuxuang below, his eyes deep. How could he know? As Jian Wuxuang said, once the power of reincarnation was first mastered by him, the chance of extinction would be very small. But now all the methods available are used, just can't hold Jian Wuxuang. Master, I am afraid I will be defeated in this life. Miexin slowly closed his eyes, and the figure of Master appeared in his mind. That is the real Lord of Death. A pair of colorful corpses, this is the extinct Master. This corpse did not know when it entered the starry sky, and when it disappeared completely. Chapter 56-21. After Jian Wuxuang sat for a few years, his figure began to dissipate. Before he left, he did not forget to taunt and die. Just make the other person angry. He is not afraid of the other party's dog jumping over the wall, he is afraid that the other party will not speak, as if he is preparing for some insidious trick. After the figure disappeared, the extinction in the heavens also disappeared, returning to the long river of time and space outside the original universe. But this time Jian Wuxuang left the space-time vortex directly. It turned out that the time and space vortex existed because of the consciousness of extinction. After the consciousness of extinction left, Jian Wuxuang also appeared directly in the cave of Mahayana Lingshan. No way, all the moves that should be used were used, and Jian Wuxuang also understood his layout. Want to rely on luck to let Jian Wuxuang meet his deity. It's almost unrealistic. And Jian Wuxuang wasn't a fool either. He wouldn't enter the fragments of time and space, and could directly rush out of the vortex of time and space by virtue of his thought power. It's just that at the beginning, Jian Wuxuang didn't expect it to be the layout of extinction, and thought it was impossible to get out. After leaving the time and space vortex, returning to the cave of Mahayana Lingshan, he found that there was plenty of light, and there was no darkness at all. On the walls on both sides are exquisite murals. A few steps ahead is the exit. Call! Jian Wuxuang took a sigh of relief and finally returned to the real world. He has experienced too much these days. Take a step, leave the cave in an instant, and reach the entrance of the cave. Gong Yai and Qianxing Buddha were waiting for him outside. Thank you too! After Jian Wuxuang came out, he gave a fist to the two of them. Gong Miaoi didn't say much, and stepped aside. Thousand-Star Buddha put his hands together and said, "This yellow beam dream of a good man, I am afraid that he has gone through many difficulties and dangers. Let's go to the Gyuri tree and talk about it. Where can I help the good man with a good futon? Calm your mind." "Thank you, Thousand-Star Buddha Lord." Jian Wushuang put his hands together. "Thanks again. It's just that he is now complete with Dao Xian, and he doesn't need external objects to repair his state of mind." But the other party was sincere. How could he be embarrassed to refuse? Jian Wushuang turned his head and glanced at Gong Miaoi, and tentatively said, "Together?" "No." Gong Miaoi shook his head. Seeing the other party's determination, Jian Wushuang was not good at persisting, but he still handed out a mustard seed, which contained Nye Yuan's kendo inheritance and some treasures. Make up for it. At the beginning, he also regarded the opponent as a pawn. Speaking of which, if Gong Miaoi didn't meet him, there would be nothing wrong with him. Honestly inheriting the inheritance of his mother, after obtaining the blood Luo Jing, I am afraid that he will not be afraid of any enemies. Everything is fate. After sighing, Jian Wushuang followed Qianqing Buddha. He hasn't got the heart of the beast yet, but he is already thinking about the heart of Gyuri. The second soul. That is the second life. The cost of Taoist cultivation of the second soul is not too great, and the whole Gyuri heart is not needed, but after the Emperor wants to cultivate the second soul body, I am afraid that you need the entire Gyuri heart. Ns. I just don't know what the other party will think of him when this request is made. Even if I eat and take, I don't have a face anymore. The second soul is actually called the ordinary time. Now it should be said that it is the second source. Jian Wushuang was originally the 2 roots, and then he cultivated the 3 roots. He had thought about the third source, he used the life source, and then swallowed the dead body and became the source of reincarnation. It's perfect. He has now begun to calculate how many treasures he can take away in his hand, and he will mention it to the Thousand-Star Buddha at that time. Soon after sitting down, someone sent the heart of the beast god. Jian Wushuang didn't make a fuss about this. The future is so miserable that he has got the heart of the beast god, which is nothing. Taking the heart of the beast god, Jian Wushuang took out a supreme eternal treasure from the mustard seed. "Master of the world, please accept this little gadget, it's so disturbing this time." Jian Wushuang was extremely polite, and almost squeezed it directly into the other's mustard seeds. The world has never seen this scene and tried to avoid it, but its eyes have been fixed on the Thousand-Star Buddha. Thousand-Star Buddha coughed dryly and said calmly, "Since it is the kindness of a good man, you will accept it in the world. Amitabha, thank you for your kindness. Universal took the scepter and liked it very much in my heart. This is the ultimate eternal treasure. There are very few sixth-order emperors. After the world went down, only the 2 of them were left, sitting and drinking tea." Jian Wushuang had raised up in his heart for a long time, but he didn't have the face to speak out. Unexpectedly, Thousand-Star Buddha took the initiative to mention it. "Unparalleled scholar, what do you think of this Gyuri tree?" Thousand-Star Buddha kicked his hands and looked up at Gyuri. Jian Wushuang didn't figure it out for a while, but he continued up and said, "This Gyuri tree is indeed extraordinary. Not only can it calm the mind, but the inner Gyuri heart can also allow the Emperor to cultivate a second origin. Haha, the rumors are a bit exaggerated. If it is an ordinary Emperor, he can still cultivate the second source, but at my level, there is no hope anymore, so this ancient number is useless to me." Continued, "I was young and was not qualified to practice the second source, but when I am qualified, it is already in his twilight years." This time Jian Wushuang could see that when Qianqing Buddha wanted to cultivate the second source before, he didn't have the qualifications. When he was qualified, his realm was too high, and he could no longer cultivate the second source with the help of Gyuri's heart. Now this is to let him seize the opportunity. After Jian Wushuang felt the other's mind, he leaked a knowing smile. "Directly open and say, this time the Thousand-Star Buddha has a great favor to someone from the sword. Just say what you need. The unparalleled scholar is serious. It is a trivial matter to remove the killing and robbery. As for the heart of the beast god, it is not owned by this mountain. Now it is regarded as the original owner, and the good scholar has already given a reward. How dare you ask for it again? Jian Xingfa quickly shied away. This time Jian Wushuang frowned. He didn't quite understand what the old monk was asking for. After Qian Xing saw Jian Wushuang's doubts, calm paused, and said, "This time, there is indeed a small matter that I want Wushuang good men to help. If this matter can be achieved, this Mahayana Lingshan, you can get it if you are good at it." This is extremely domineering. It seemed like he kept saying everything. This Mahayana Spirit Mountain is not the only one of Qianxing. Hey, this is too simple for me. Let's talk about it. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile and waited for Qianxing Buddha. Qianxing Buddha took a sip of tea and said in a low voice, "Help me and Master Junling bring a message." "Bring something?" Jian Wushuang leaned back slightly, looking at Qianxing in surprise. It's not surprising that the other party knows the true spirit. These years, the true spirit can be said to be deeply rooted in people's hearts. Yes. Just bring a sentence. Chapter 56-22. Although Jian Wushuang was surprised, it was not a big deal to him. He agreed directly. Then thank you, Wushuang good fellow, please send this mustard seed to Master True Spirit. Qianxing bowed slightly, then took out a mustard seed and handed it to Jian Wushuang. When Jian Wushuang took it, a trace of thought power had deepened, but he was a little surprised to find that he couldn't even open it. But thinking about it, Mahayana Lingshan is a famous mountain in ancient times, and the treasures handed down are naturally unusual. It seems that Qianxing is preparing to take Mahayana Lingshan to find true spirit for some kind of transaction. Such a pity! The other party does not know the temperament of the true spirit. For true spirit, this entire temple of Qishan is his own. Where's the deal? Thousand-star Buddha, I heard that this ancient tree can nurture the second origin. I don't know if it is true or not. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile, and at the same time took the initiative to show down. He just wants this ancient tree heart. But not too much, he is just a Taoist now, 1/3 is enough. You can pay for it, as long as the other party agrees. The other party had also hinted before, there is no reason not to agree. Qianxing wasn't a fool either, he understood right away, first took a sip of tea, then smiled and looked at Jian Wushuang. This is waiting for Jian Wushuang to pay the price. Wow! Jian Wushuang directly took out treasures of more than 100,000 square cosmic crystals, which were of various kinds. In fact, he still has a lot of cosmic crystals, but those cosmic crystals, I'm afraid they will need to be used when he is in harmony, so he didn't take them out. The value of these treasures is also worth 100,000 square meters. The most important thing is his vitality. This is priceless. A ray of green light gathered from Jian Wushuang's fingertips, and the strong vitality burst out instantly, and the good issue instantly became more energetic. I only need 1/3 of the Gyuti heart, and when I get it, I will repair the backlash of the Gyuti tree lacking the Gyuti heart, and outsiders will never see it. Jian Wushuang promised, patting his chest. Thousand-star Buddha's eyes are hot, of course because of the treasures. Mahayana Lingshan, the reason why this time was not born was because of waiting for Jian Wushuang. This was not because someone had notified Qianxing in advance, but the catastrophe had already arrived. To help Jian Wushuang now is a big receipt, to become a future Jian Wushuang. Now that you can get so many treasures, it can be said that it is multitasking. As for the ancient tree, Qianxing didn't care about it. Whether it is for the Mahayana Spirit Mountain or for whatever, they will go out. Repair the original source and be able to go further. This is the dream of every one of the best. Now that the opportunity is right in front of us, how can we not grasp it? No problem! Qianxing agreed directly. Jian Wushuang did not expect that the other party would be so atmospheric. According to his understanding, shouldn't the Gyuti tree be the #1 treasure of the Mahayana Spirit Mountain? Just take a word and give away the first treasure. Although the Gyuti tree's heart will recover, it will take an extremely long time. In that case, thank the Thousand-star Buddha Lord! Jian Wushuang directly stood up. When the matter is settled, there is nothing to talk about next. Great grace does not say thank you, there will be opportunities in the future. Thousand-Star Buddha also got up, and with a stroke, he opened a hole in the ancient tree. A complete Gyuti heart appeared in front of the two of them. When Jian Wushuang saw Gu Tixin, the corners of his eyes were beating. The mental strength above is extremely strong. It is stronger than his Taoist consummation. No wonder it is the #1 treasure. Ha! Through the space, Qianxing Buddha directly took 1/3 of the Gyuti tree heart and handed it to Jian Wushuang. The ancient tree also dimmed a lot in the next moment. But Jian Wushuang has the power of life and can help Goodishu recover. This is a thank you. After taking out 1/3 of the Gyuti tree's heart, the gap disappeared. If it's a commonplace or immortal who doesn't understand space, I think it's pushing away the ancient tree. Actually, it is not. Thousand-Star Buddha just cut a certain layer through the 9 layers of space, and then took out the heart from the intact ancient tree. This is the same as the Emperor, going to kill a commonplace. It is possible to take out the other's heart without harming the other's body. This is space. The mundane can only see the essence of space. They are able to grasp the core through the essence. After Jian Wushuang got Gyuta's heart, this trip to the west was completed successfully. Before leaving, he sent a group of life force into the Gyuti tree, and after bidding farewell to the Thousand-Star Buddha, he completely left the Mahayana Lingshan mountain. This time, he did not choose to take the teleportation array. Instead, he let go of all his strength and chose to fly to the temple headquarters alone. His current speed is much faster than before. Under normal circumstances, it can be comparable to the top. Exercising the eternal changes, it is possible to reach the ultimate perfection. The black hole in space and the heart of Tao are perfect. Jian Wushuang, who once felt the ultimate, now looks back and feels that he has no limits at all, only constant transcendence. Right now, he has only one opportunity left. That is Hadao. Go in harmony with the most perfect posture. Boom! The breath on his body continued to soar, flying against a huge lake, blowing up countless waves. Now he, not only has his Tao heart consummated, but his aura has also reached the most perfect state. Jian Wushuang, who had originally planned to join forces on the spot, still felt a little unstable. With his current strength, going to the Tomb Mountain is a breeze. Go to the temple first, and take the super teleportation array to reach the secret realm of the tomb. It only takes about a day to reach the mountain of the tomb. For him, it really wasn't a test. Now the special beings in the secret realm of the tomb have basically been moved to the primitive universe, and went to the outside world to fight. The strong who stayed in the 4 secret realms were few and far between. So after Jian Wushuang got out of Mahayana Lingshan, he didn't need a superpower. Temple headquarters. In other words, the White Tiger Palace is more accurate. Among the 4 main halls, the White Tiger Hall, the most powerful one, and the White Tiger Hall that used to be under great pressure, is now a bit depressed. Because the pressure has reached the Qinglong Palace. The outside world is under the management of Qinglong Temple. Inside is the White Tiger Palace. Now that there is no threat inside, the White Tiger Palace has naturally depressed. However, Bai Yi, the master of the White Tiger Palace, was a little bit embarrassed. He had crushed the 4 secret realms for an entire era. Akayanengshu. Calm now that I am free, I am a little uncomfortable. When Jian Wushuang arrived, he directly saw the deity of Bai Yi, who was in the main hall, which was also a little surprised. Once this busy man wanted to meet, it was extremely difficult. Even if you see it, it's just a clone. Now the deity is sitting in the hall and drinking, very leisurely. It is very similar to the original Long Yi. The 4 secret realms have become back gardens. Bai Yi was also stunned when he felt Jian Wushuang's extremely powerful aura. As the world is extremely peaceful today, he hasn't paid attention to the aura of a strong man in the heavens, and now he is shocked when he sees Jian Wushuang. End of this chapter. Chapter 5623. After discovering that it was Jian Wushuang, his brows frowned slightly. Jian Wushuang, who was extremely restrained and absolutely exposed, was actually so powerful. Jian Wushuang, are you in harmony? Bai Yi was a little unsure. Because now he can't see through Jian Wushuang either. Standing outside the teleportation array, Jian Wushuang looked up to the outside world, piercing through. Seeing Bai Yi, who was above the main hall, he leaked a smile, and then he flashed into the White Tiger Hall. Jian Wushuang standing in the hall was neither humble nor overbearing, and said with a light smile, Jixia is not yet in harmony. I didn't expect the Lord to be here. Knowing that I came here to visit in advance. This is only an era, you have come to my place, but you are the invincible Dao Jun. Bai Yi looked at Jian Wushuang, a little embarrassed. Yao thought that when he saw Jian Wushuang for the first time, although he was also a Taoist, Jian Wushuang at that time was the strongest but comparable to the second-order emperor. Today's breath is only weak to his deity. The strength of the four main hall masters, although there are strong and weak. But the weakest is also stronger than the gods. They are all capable of being comparable to the existence of Tribulation Realm. Now Jian Wushuang is in his peak state, but he has reached the ultimate perfection. It is indeed only a bit weaker than them. Hall Master Miao Zhan, Wushuang is just good luck. Jian Wushuang was as humble as ever. Bai Yi shook his head and said, Your accomplishment is by no means luck, but your powerful Dao Xian. With a seven-orifice exquisite heart, Bai Yi saw that Jian Wushuang's mood was like a majestic lake without any waves. It is definitely the Taoist consummation. You are here this time, are you going to the Tomb Sacred Mountain? Bai Yi asked tentatively. Jian Wushuang smiled and nodded, and replied, It is indeed to go to the Tomb Mountain. Speaking of which, I have never been to the Tomb Mountain. I have always heard how powerful the Tomb Mountain is. This is the first time he has visited. Although he has nothing to improve now, he still has some expectations. That is the expectation of becoming an emperor. On the one hand, he is looking forward to what he will become after becoming an emperor. On the other hand, it was because he looked forward to how he would be transformed as a monarch on the Tomb Sacred Mountain after he Dao. The Taoist monarchs with ordinary qualifications like tearing the sky can cultivate so fast after being in harmony. Then what will happen to him after he is in harmony? After hearing Jian Wushuang's answer, Bai Yi nodded and said affirmatively, It's time to go and see, that is the real Holy Land for cultivation. Come on, I will personally open the teleportation formation for you, and directly teleport you to the Tomb of the Gods. Bai Yi got up directly and took Jian Wushuang into the teleportation formation. Jian Wushuang didn't expect the other party to be so polite. He also quickly thanked him, and then entered the teleportation formation. This is also caused by his strong strength. Even Bai Yi, a puppet, looked at him with admiration. The future temple of Qixin may really be pinned on Jian Wushuang. Now that the outside world is in great chaos, the arrival of the Temple of Destruction is even more sensational than the Temple of Qi. In terms of treasures, it is no weaker than Qixin Temple. Now it's just an era, and it can be evenly matched with the inheritors in the Temple of Qixin. The Temple of Qixin in the future will definitely enter a low point for a period of time. Because there are fewer and fewer inheritors in the Temple of Qixin. But there are more and more powerhouses in the Temple of Destroying the World. However, the true spirit is worried about the calculation of extinction, and the death is also worried about the calculation of the true spirit. Although there are few Yangxians left in the Qixin Temple, they can still maintain the selection of an era. It's just that the speed will slow down, and it won't be as fanciful as it once was. Generally speaking, there are still some fights. Sometimes they can still stand on the upper hand. Jian Wushuang also knew the rise of the Temple of Destruction from the memory of the future. Not only cultivate elite inheritors, but even some ordinary emperors are recruited, and they are not picky at all. Although the ordinary emperor's strength is not good, but the extinction has a unique treasure, a treasure that even the original Moroa time and space did not have. Holy water. Ordinary second-order emperors only need a drop of holy water to mutate the origin, but the price is that there is never room for improvement. The body will also change. This method is very similar to the sacrificing ceremony that Jian Wushuang knows. It was created by the gods, and it should be a way to amplify the body by Frosa according to a certain method in inherited memory. The Temple of Destruction of the World used the sacrifice ceremony to create a large number of powerful people. The sacrifice ceremony of the First Order Emperor can make the First Order Emperor become the Fourth Order Emperor. The Second Order Emperor can become the Fifth Order Emperor. In the primitive universe, it is not necessary to use this method to become a powerhouse of the Third Order Emperor. There are so many primitive universes in the long river of time and space, but the Third Order Emperor is a strong one regardless of that primitive universe. It only takes some inheritance to be able to develop the potential of these Third Order Emperors. Only by relying on this kind of elite emperor can he fight for a long time with the Qixin Temple. Therefore, the emperors in the sacrificial ritual are the weakest emperors. But this is also voluntary. In the face of power, they are extremely eager and do not need to induce threats at all. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang couldn't get out. If it hadn't been for extinction to target him, he would also like to go out to meet those powerful opponents in the long river of time and space. Today's long river of time and space is different from the past. There are a lot of extreme peaks. Moreover, there are also many ultimate emperors in the Temple of Destruction. The moment the teleportation array was opened, Jian Wushuang instantly descended on the secret realm of the tomb. The vastness, the turbidity, and the silence made Jian Wushuang feel that this place was a continent left by the barbaric era. Perhaps it is really an ancient continent left by the barbaric time and space of Moru. Jian Wushuang took a step forward, and the familiar feeling passed into his body. Jian Wushuang had felt that breath in Moru's time and space. It should be the power from the age of God. This shows that there are treasures from the heavens in the tomb of the gods. Jian Wushuang was not surprised by this. The Qixin can become a powerhouse in the Eight Tribulations realm in half a step, and I am afraid that he will not miss the treasures in the heavens. Otherwise, it won't be crushed to death. But Akanshu. It was not until the fall that he chose to cooperate with extinction. The body's shape kept teleporting. Jian Wushuang also had countless thoughts in his heart. Soon, hundreds of millions of miles away, he saw the majestic Tomb Mountain. On the thread-shaped mountain, there is a vast ocean, or a sea. There is also a forest of towering giant trees. They are entangled with each other on the Tomb God Mountain, and one mountain has all the sights of a world. It really is magical. Jian Wushuang's aura began to converge, and that powerful aura fell into the black hole, and then returned to calm just like an ordinary emperor. When he reappeared, Jian Wushuang was already on top of a huge warship. Chapter 56-24. Above the bow, a large flag belonging to the Vermilion Bird Palace was also flying. Jian Wushuang! The woman with a touch of scarlet armor exclaimed when she saw the strong man suddenly appeared on the deck. Hearing Don't call his own name, Jian Wushuang also turned his head to look around, and when he found that he was an acquaintance, he smiled lightly. Chu Qi! This big ship was sent to the inheritors after the Vermilion Palace contest. Only by riding this warship can we travel through time and space and enter the Tomb Mountain. Regardless of where the Tomb Mountain is, even Jian Wushuang, it is impossible to fly over. Only by riding the corresponding treasure can you enter the Tomb Mountain. Because the time and space of Tomb God Mountain and the time and space of God Tomb are not together. Just looking at it with the naked eye, the two are together. Jian Wushuang was also lucky, and happened to encounter a warship that sent the inheritors who had just been selected into the Tomb Mountain. Unexpectedly, Zhu Qi was an acquaintance who was in this battleship. At the beginning, the opponents sent him to Moyne Mountain. It seems that there is still some kind of relationship with Shan Jun. What a coincidence, Zhu Qi's messenger! Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. In a blink of an eye, he has surpassed the opponent too much. The messengers of the four great halls were all ordinary puppets made by the gods using the leftover materials left over when refining the four great hall masters. Although he also has a seven-orifice exquisite heart, his combat power is far worse. It's just a fifth-order emperor. Now Jian Wushuang could tear them apart with a single blow. Why are you here? Zhu Qi stood up, walked directly to Jian Wushuang, and asked. As he approached, Jian Wushuang's eyes clearly saw the symmetrical gaps on the opponent's face, and he was surprised by Shanjian's eyes. But since the other party asked, he answered honestly. Hearing that Jian Wushuang was also going to the tomb Shishan, Zhu Qi was not surprised, but asked about Shan Jun. As soon as the words were spoken, he regretted a little. She felt that Jian Wushuang's aura was very weak, and she was at the level of an ordinary emperor, and asking it was equivalent to not asking. After all, she had been in the Vermilion Bird Palace and Primitive Realm, and she didn't know much about Jian Wushuang, but she had heard that Jian Wushuang was the invincible Dao Jun. On the deck, thousands of inheritors discovered that a strange man suddenly appeared on the deck, and they seemed to know the messenger from the Vermilion Bird Palace, and they were very curious. Some of these little guys are Taoists, and some are Dayan immortals. I was very curious about everything in front of me, so I looked over. When they heard Jian Wushuang's name, they were all taken aback. Then someone exclaimed, Invincible Dao Jun, Jian Wushuang? Although they were in the great world of Xuanwu Temple before the trial, some of their ancestors had entered the Qixin Temple early, and their status was not low. If you couldn't enter the Xuanwu Hall before. However, after the Temple of Destruction of the World appeared, Xuanwu Hall changed its normal state, not only took out a lot of puppets to help the Qinglong Temple conquer, but also included many puppets together with Tianjiao. Among these people, there was a glimpse of Jian Wushuang's graceful emperor. They told their younger generations to enter the Tomb Mountain in the future, and do not seek to surpass Jian Wushuang, as long as they can reach the realm of Jian Wushuang after being in harmony. Jian Wushuang has the best combat power. If these little guys can become the best in the future, that would be pretty good. The difficulty of the Tribulation Realm is too great. This is an epic, and the countless resources of the Qixin Temple have been smashed down, and no Tribulation Realm has been able to appear. One can imagine how difficult it is. So to this day, the pinnacle is still the pinnacle. The outside world is the same. Zhu Dian is a super strong, basically it is difficult to fall. Moreover, there are very few absolute powerhouses in the Temple of Destruction. The two sides have been fighting for so long so far, and it is only an expedition in the universe. Every conquest of the universe starts from the bottom. Afterwards, the fight continued to rise to the Super Emperor and Powerhouse. The general cosmic conquest, the participation of the Sixth Order Emperor, is a great battle, and even the inside of the Qixin Temple will discuss it. Not to mention the absolute top. So Zhu Dian will become the pinnacle of this long river of time and space for a long time. Unless there is a large number of robbery realm powerhouses. But at the moment, it seems unlikely. When the Temple of Misunderstanding comes, mission has never appeared before. It should be the same as the true spirit. If you want to maintain the Temple of Misunderstanding, you must become thousands of people. Let's talk about Jian Wushuang at this time. Hearing Zhu Qi's question, his face trembled, and his face turned red for a while. His current strength is indeed able to fish out the Mountain Monarch who was originally suppressed in the second prison, but the Mountain Monarch is now gone. Taken away by extinction. I'm sorry about Shan Jun. Jian Wushuang clasped his fists in both hands, apologizing. If it was earlier, perhaps he would succeed. But even if it succeeds, he has no choice but to take away from the extinction. You can only think of a solution after he is in harmony. Now he owes a lot of cause and effect, although after the cause and effect are eliminated, these cause and effect can help him, but after all, he has to pay it back. Zhu Qi's eyes changed, resisting the sadness in his heart, shook his head, pretending to be calm, and said, It's okay, it's not your fault, you shouldn't be in harmony now. Feeling Jian Wushuang's embarrassment, Zhu Qi quickly changed the subject. She knew that Shan Jun valued Jian Wushuang, so she also had a good impression of Jian Wushuang. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang felt even more uncomfortable. He was too wasteful to hear it. But it is true. No one can be protected. This time I went to the Tomb Mountain, I was preparing to join the Tao, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Zhu Qi nodded and encouraged. With your strength, it is not difficult to be in harmony, not to mention your current Taoism is very strong, and you will surely succeed. Don't disappoint those who can't come back. People who can't come back. There were also tears in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Yes. He can't let down those who can't come back. Those who have helped him hope that he will become extremely powerful, and he can't live up to it. I will! Jian Wushuang nodded solemnly. There is also light in Zhu Qi's eyes. Her strength is too weak, it is impossible to save the mountain monarch. Bakanshu. Calm can only pin his hopes on Jian Wushuang. After saying this, he left the deck without saying anything. He also told Jian Wushuang that it would take an hour to reach the Tomb Mountain in the shuttle times. For only an hour, Jian Wushuang was naturally not in a hurry, and stood on the deck of the bow staring at the muddy void, but the law bodies in the source had been cultivating all the time. Although he has reached consummation in all aspects now, it doesn't mean he doesn't need to cultivate. Regarding Hideo's specialization, he dare not stop for a moment. The failure of the future makes him unable to tolerate any sand. Can't fail. While he was practicing silently, several inheritors who hadn't been to the tomb gathered around. It's just that they all felt that the aura on Jian Wushuang's body was not simple. Even if Jian Wushuang had converged a little, he still had some of the aura of an emperor. Chapter 56-25. Dao Jun, who can rival the emperor, is indeed an incomparable powerhouse in their eyes. Today's testers, because they were trained earlier in the Xuanwu Hall, have good strengths. Among them, there are several ultimate Taoist monarchs, which are already comparable to the second-order emperors. Naturally, he was very interested in the name of Jian Wushuang Wudi Dao Jun. Although knowing that it is highly probable that he is not an opponent, I still want to see how powerful the invincible Dao Jun is, so that their ancestors can say that they can reach Jian Wushuang Daijin's combat power after being in harmony. You are Jian Wushuang! A crisp woman's voice came. Jian Wushuang slowly turned his head, his long hair covered his profile face, and after discovering that it was a few little guys, Jian Wushuang said indifferently, "What's wrong?" The woman who spoke took a step forward, with determination in her eyes, and said, "Junior Ji family dynasty, Ji Wushuang, want to ask seniors for advice or two." Ji family dynasty? Jian Wushuang raised his brows and asked, "What is your relationship with Ji Chaoyang?" Ji Wushuang looked happy, and quickly replied, "It's the younger emperor's uncle. Your Ji family, it is a blessing to be able to produce two ultimate Taoists." Jian Wushuang praised. Ji Chaoyang is probably a sixth-order emperor now, and it is not difficult for him. Now there is a little niece, who is already the ultimate Dao Jun, whose strength is comparable to that of an ordinary second-order emperor, and her future achievements may not be worse than her emperor's uncle. Moreover, the name was somewhat similar to him, and the other party was also very young, less than an epoch. It seemed that he had chosen this name deliberately. Ji Wushuang. It's really a good name. When he heard Jian Wushuang's praise, Ji Wushuang's face also had a proud look. When the Qixin temple did not appear, the Ji family dynasty had a fourth-order emperor sitting in town, and there was also an old ancestor of the fifth-order emperor, who had been wandering through the long river of time and space. Today's Ji family has not only the ultimate sixth-order emperors such as Ji Chaoyang, but also two sixth-order ordinary emperors, and dozens of fifth-order emperors. If it was in the past and could dominate the universe, it's just that now the various family forces are in the explosive period, which is not so obvious. But it is also the top 10 superpower in the original universe. Ji Wushuang, the proud daughter of heaven, naturally feels extremely proud of her family. I and your emperor uncle, it can be regarded as a bad relationship. Since you junior has spoken, I will do a few tricks with you. Jian Wushuang turned around with a smile on his face. Cultivation is not short of this time. These little guys are staring at him with feverish eyes. How can he know that, then use some strength to frustrate their spirit? After Ji Wushuang heard it, he was extremely excited and immediately burst out all his breath, causing ripples. Master Wushuang must be careful, my trick is not small. Ji Wushuang is also very good at connecting, directly confirming the relationship between the two people's uncles and nephews. Jian Wushuang didn't care about it. He was counted according to seniority, and he really wanted to call him Uncle Master. If he can go to Jis house with his current strength, I'm afraid that old ancestor can't call him a brother too much. Come on! Jian Wushuang's aura remained unchanged, only raising a finger. In an instant, the breath on the fingers rose suddenly. All the onlookers backed away, feeling the power of the aura. However, there was a black-clothed man standing at the top of the battlefield with his hands around his chest, staring at everything below, and seeing the breath erupting from Jian Wushuang's fingers. His eyes shrank, and his heart was surprised. That power can actually rival me! The black robe covering his face was a little surprised. His name is Jiaying. He is the strongest Taoist among the trialists this time. The surface can be comparable to the second-order peak emperor, but the real strength is comparable to the third-order peak emperor. It's just that among these testers, no one can let him use his full strength. He is very confident in his own strength. He is the first person in the Xuanwu Temple. Now that he has become a Taoist, he goes to the Tung Mountain and feels that he is the first. No one will surpass him. Comparable to the third-order peak emperor, his current ultimate way is only the 8th level. There is still a lot of room for improvement. It is not a problem for the future to be comparable to Tier 4 or even Tier 5 emperors. I have always heard how powerful the ultimate Taoist in the Tung God Mountain is, and the war spirit in my heart has long since risen to the peak. This time I didn't expect to encounter Jian Wushuang, who is known as the invincible Dao Jun. He was ready to shoot, but he didn't expect to be robbed in front by those family disciples of Ji Wushuang. He was born in a casual cultivator, and he has always looked down upon the children of his family. Feel that they are wasting resources. Having had countless resources since childhood, the result was not as good as a casual cultivator. It was indeed a waste of resources. However, this is a matter of birth, and I cannot blame others. On the deck. After Ji Wushuang felt Jian Wushuang's powerful aura, he took the lead without fear at all. Frost! A chill came, and countless ice blades instantly surrounded Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang looked around and raised some interest. Interesting. Countless ice blades continue to attack, and every ice blade can kill the Emperor. This mastery is not bad, I am afraid it is the pinnacle of mastery. Ji Wushuang's ultimate way is the ice way. When it was displayed, the whole person was cold, his complexion was calm, but there was a cold expression in his eyes. The field of ice. Found that Jian Wushuang was able to avoid the ice blade perfectly, faster than her ice blade, Ji Wushuang directly used the strongest method, the domain of ice. Under this realm, a layer of frost was formed in the nearby space. Jian Wushuang's speed actually slowed down. In the field of ice roads, it is most capable of suppressing speed. Ji Wushuang was overjoyed in his heart, and once again used the ice blade to siege Jian Wushuang. Those who watched the inheritors also showed joy in their faces. To win, Jian Wushuang's speed has slowed down, no one can block the ice blade, even if it blocks, it will be seriously injured. The name of this invincible Dao Jun is about to be taken off. Several family children who admired Ji Wushuang have cheered for Ji Wushuang. However, there are also a few ultimate Taoists who found that things are not that simple. Bakanshu. Calm because Jian Wushuang started to dodge and didn't face the hard ice blade head-on. I'm afraid it wasn't because he didn't dare. Facing Bingyan, Jian Wushuang did not hide again this time. This realm can indeed suppress his speed, but as long as he leaks a little breath, he can break the realm in an instant. Just treat the juniors, there is no need to be so serious. When the ice blade struck, he did not dodge, but pointed it out, and directly confronted the ice blade. Just when many people thought Jian Wushuang was going to be unlucky, they found that Bing blade actually began to fuse when it touched Jian Wushuang's fingers. That's the ice blade of the ultimate way, so Jian Wushuang actually cracked it. Ji Wushuang was also shocked and quickly mobilized more ice blades to attack. But Jian Wushuang remained motionless, his was amazing, and he cracked all the ice blades in just an instant. Chapter 56-26. Finally, it is a point that breaks the space, and points out a pole in the space of the domain of ice. With this as the core, it instantly swept all the surrounding space, constantly swallowing all the power of the ice domain into a small black hole that was turned into a pole. Shu-Chi in the cabin also opened her eyes at this time. Originally, she didn't care, it was just a fight between the juniors. Unexpectedly, Jian Wuxuang had already used the power of the black hole to this point. This is a complete black hole in space, and it appears to have been a breakthrough for a long time. To master the space black hole, the inheritor, the Emperor, also needs to reach the sixth-order Emperor to do it. It seemed that the name of Invincible Dao Jun was really not a lie, and it was more powerful than they thought. On the deck, these inheritors didn't know what kind of method Jian Wuxuang used, but when Jian Wuxuang broke Ji Wuxuang's skills so easily, they couldn't help looking at Jian Wuxuang in shock. Is it just broken? That is the ultimate realm, the realm that can suppress the second-order Emperor strong, someone exclaimed. Jiying, standing on the top of the ship, was also extremely shocked. Even if he wanted to break this field, he would have to spend some means, but Jian Wuxuang would not expect Jian Wuxuang to do it so easily. This made his fighting spirit even more boiling. Suspended in midair, Ji Wuxuang put away his breath. After falling on the deck, he didn't feel a trace of loss. On the contrary, there was joy on his face. He walked to Jian Wuxuang and said kindly, "Uncle Wuxuang, the junior has lost. I didn't expect Master Uncle's strength to be so powerful that he would break my ice field with just one finger. Wuxuang, you must remember that the support of the domain is not your ultimate way, but your understanding of space. The stronger your spatial realm, the stronger your domain." Jian Wuxuang liked the other party very much. Her character reminded her of some wrong paths in her practice. But even if he didn't remind him, there would be someone to teach when he went to the Tomb Mountain. Ji Wuxuang nodded in agreement very cleverly. Afterwards, the familiar Jian Wuxuang chatted about trials in the primitive world, and introduced Jian Wuxuang to her friends one by one. Many of the ancestors of them are related to Jian Wuxuang, such as the descendants of Wan Yan and the new disciples of Zhen Wuyang. The disciple of Zhen Wuyang was also from Desiyu, but he was not more than an era old, so Jian Wuxuang naturally didn't know him. But they can be regarded as fellow villagers, all from Desiyu. Although he was a Taoist who walked through the 10,000 ways, his strength was not weak for those ultimate Taoists. When he introduced him to the other side, Jian Wuxuang also nodded at the little guy. This made the little guy very excited. The two prides of Desiyu. One is Zhen Wuyang. Needless to say, the other is Jian Wuxuang. Although Jian Wuxuang has not been out, there are many rumors about him from the outside world. An era ago, he was the invincible Dao Jun. Today's strength is even more unfathomable. Not only can I see such a legendary character now, but it is also a great honor for the other person to remember himself. Jian Wuxuang didn't have much air, unlike some old guys who like to rank seniors, but talked with these juniors casually. He is also a Taoist monarch. For him, it doesn't matter if their ancestors have some friendship with him. After Dao Xian was consummated, Jian Wuxuang's heart had no distracting thoughts, and only constant strength was the way to pursue. Regarding the name, I don't care. Call! A figure fell from the sky and directly rushed to disperse the crowd. Several powerful Dao monarchs who were close to Jian Wuxuang were also pulled away by that person. Actually, let those Dao monarchs have no power to fight back. The opponent's strength is obviously beyond everyone. Invincible Dao Jun? The visitor was Jiaying, and he said calmly, "It's better to return this title to a suitable person." Jian Wuxuang leaked a smile and said calmly, "I want it, just take it." No, there must be a testimony." Jiaying looked around and said, "For example, defeat you in front of them. You don't have to worry so much, it'll be in harmony soon." Jian Wuxuang said calmly, standing in place, "The name will be returned to a more suitable person by then." Jiaying's tone went cold, and he sternly said, "Then if I want to do it at this time, come and get it." Jian Wushuang saw through the other side's details at a glance, and his strength was good, comparable to the Third Order Emperor. In the first batch of their inheritors, the only one who could reach this state was the powerhouse of the ultimate light path. It seems that the other party is really not easy. It was too late. The next moment, Jiang had already started. 10,000 me! An angry shout came. The inheritors around him retreated in an instant. Ji Wushuang's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly reminded him. "Be careful, uncle, this person is the ultimate shadow path, and can be transformed into thousands. The strength of each shadow clone is not weaker than the deity. The shadow path is special, let alone the ultimate shadow path. This move Wanwu is somewhat similar to Wanyan's Wanying. Each shadow avatar possesses the combat power of the Third Order Peak Emperor, and has been able to match the Fourth Order Emperor. As soon as you come up, you will do your best." It was the extreme shadow that broke out completely. Everyone was surprised again and again, but he didn't expect that the first person among the trialists had reservations. Jian Wushuang didn't change his face. "Million me?" In other words, it is a low-profile version of Wanying. This trick does not pose any threat to him. Through space, he can find the other person's true body. But there is no need to directly act on his real body. This is a bit too bullying. Since he is a powerful shadow Dao, his physical body can be divided into thousands, or even hundreds of millions. "Huh! Huh!" Jian Wushuang just spit out in one breath, and countless clones instantly surrounded the tens of thousands of shadow groups. "How is this possible?" Jiang was surprised. Standing below Ji Wushuang was also surprised. He heard from Emperor Ji Chaoyang that the origin of Jian Wushuang is the ultimate kendo. It can be seen from the infinitely powerful divine sword behind Jian Wushuang. How can he also cultivate Shadow Dao? Then everyone discovered something was wrong. The extreme shadow of 10,000 Mi is the true shadow clone. But Jian Wushuang is different. Each of his clones has a physical body and origin, and also has the life force of the deity that is not weak. For them, these countless Jian Wushuang are no different from the deity. Jian Wushuang's deity stood in place, looked up at the extreme shadow of the sky, and said directly to his real body, "Do you still want to do it?" This sentence directly frightened Jiang. "Do you know the position of my deity?" Jiang stared at Jian Wushuang in surprise, his pupils directly maximized. Regarding Jian Wushuang's clone, he was even more surprised that Jian Wushuang could see through his real body. Chapter 56-27. His space realm has reached the realm of condensing stars, hidden into space, mixed with the shadow clone, unless it is a Sixth Order Emperor, otherwise he can't find his true body at all. Could it be that he is a Sixth Order Emperor? Jiang couldn't believe it. Even if he enters the Tomb Mountain and allows him to practice for hundreds of millions of years, he still has no confidence that he has the power of a Sixth Order Emperor when he is a Taoist monarch. Dao Jun could have the power of a Sixth Order Emperor. He couldn't believe it. No wonder it is the invincible Dao Jun. At this moment, Jiang was convinced. Although he hasn't done anything yet, he already knows that he can't defeat Jian Wushuang. It's too bad. However, he did not give up either. A rare opportunity, how can you catch it at your fingertips? Wei condensed the real body, and instantly turned into a majestic polar shadow deity. At that moment, Jiang's combat power completely reached the Fourth Order Emperor. This is his limit. He has never been forced to this point. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang also took away the clone. In the next moment, he actually pulled out the Jiuyuan's sword. This scene left everyone in a daze. No need to do this. Draw the sword directly. That was the Jiuyuan's sword, and the power contained in it was not weak in the tribulation realm. But just as soon as it was pulled out, it made these little guys hold their breath one after another, and they didn't dare to breathe. Zhu Qi in the cabin also stood up, but she was not surprised that Jian Wushuang would pull out the Jiuyuan's sword, but a super special life appeared in the outside world. According to common sense, there is no special life around the Tomb Mountain. There are also special beings who are bound by gods and demons, and they completely take refuge in the Tomb Mountain. But the one who appeared now was not bound by the magic circle at all. Before the warship entered time and space shuttle, it appeared behind the warship. The powerful divine body unique to a special life has a full sense of oppression. Jian Wushuang drew his sword precisely because of that special life. Although his power of mind did not deliberately watch the tide around, it can also cover a large world around him. When the opponent first appeared, he felt something was wrong. After he felt a force of death in the opponent's body, he became vigilant. However, the strength of that special life is so. If extinction is aimed at him, it is not enough. It's just the pinnacle. The special life of this kind of strength could not threaten him at all. Under normal circumstances, he only needs a sword to instantly kill the opponent. Kindness? The special life with open arms found that there was more than one emperor and queen on this warship carrying thousands of inheritors, and he was taken aback. No, he is a Taoist! Then this special life thought of something, and he was suddenly terrified. With the aura of an emperor, but not an emperor, there is only one person. It is the legendary invincible Taoist, Jian Wushuang. Really want to meet this invincible Dao Jun. This time he is afraid that he will fail. He was ordered to come and kill the inheritor, and the first time he did it, he met Dao Jian Wushuang, and he was also unlucky. In the intelligence, Jian Wushuang has the ultimate strength. He is not an opponent at all, but he still has the certainty of escape. Because of his divine body, more than 60,000 times. Even the pinnacle can't kill him. The Zhu Qi on the battleship is directly transmitting the sound of the tomb's sacred mountain. Suddenly a special life of the highest level appeared, and it was behind the battleship, which was absolutely strange. She didn't dare to make jokes about the inheritors of the whole ship. Now that there are fewer and fewer inheritors, no more mistakes can be made. This request for help was sent directly to the Tomb Mountain, and the clone of the true spirit was naturally known. However, when Jian Wushuang was on the battleship, he stopped Hui Qing, who was going to rescue the battleship. At the foot of the Tomb God Mountain, Hui Qing was a little surprised when he was stopped, but after hearing Jian Wushuang, he understood. But in his clear eyes, it was no longer clear. On the deck of the battleship, after Zhu Qi sent a request for help, he rushed towards Jian Wushuang quickly, trying to remind them. On the deck, apart from Jian Wushuang, no one spotted that special being, thinking that Jian Wushuang was going to show his hand in front of them, and deliberately pulled out the Juyan's sword. Before Zhu Qi arrived, he reminded loudly, "There is an enemy attack. Everyone enters the cabin to escape." When everyone heard Zhu Qi's voice, they turned their heads to look at Zhu Qi. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's Juyan's sword smashed into the sky with one sword. Jiang, standing in the air, only felt that his origin had been shattered, and his flesh and gods were trembling even more. Which sword penetrated his body like this, without any hindrance? Even the preventable eternal treasure battle armor could not resist. Just when he thought he had fallen, Jiang found that he didn't seem to be dead. But that terrifying sword indeed passed through his body. When he was surprised, everyone after hearing Zhu Qi's reminder jumped into the air and looked at the void behind the battleship. This is the first time they have seen a strong person in a special life at such a close distance. Just the majestic body makes them tremble constantly. The sword that Jian Wushuang cleaved was so small. At this moment, Zhu Qi was going crazy. These little guys did not listen to advice, and looked directly at the special being at the highest level, just like a okay person. After Jian Wushuang developed the sword, he put away the Juyan's sword, walked behind Zhu Qi and patted the opponent's shoulder, and said, "Don't be afraid, he will fall right away. This place is still some distance away from the Tomb God. Even if the superpower on the Tomb God Mountain arrives, it will take time. During this time, the warship can't stop the opponent at all." Zhu Qi shook his head in despair. She knew that that special life would fall, and that there was that kind of powerful existence on the Tomb God Mountain that could kill the opponent. But this takes time. The little guys in the sky were all frightened, but there were also sharp-eyed ones, and at a glance they saw which sword Jian Wuxuang had previously opened. Jiang reacted at this moment, and turned his head to look back. Only then did they understand that of Khonshu. Jian Wuxuang drew his sword not against Jiang, but against that terrifying special being. That tiny sword shadow was very slow, they watched carefully. But for that special being at the highest level, this sword was too fast, he couldn't hide. Although this sword is not the first sword in the Starry Sky catalog, it is a sword that contains the true meaning of time. Others look slow, but for the special being of the highest level, it was fast and terrifying, and couldn't resist it at all. Uncle Master with 2 hands, your sword shadow is too slow. Ji Wuxuang stared at the tiny sword shadow, and said tremblingly, "This is the super power among the emperors, it's terrible." Jian Wuxuang raised his head and said to the little guys, "Let Jianing fly for a while." Zhu Qi also found that something was wrong, and now it took a breath. The special being of the highest level did not attack them. End of this chapter. Chapter 56-28. Is it really a coincidence? She soared into the air, looking at the special life of the highest level, but found that the other party was moving slowly, trying to avoid that sword intent. But his speed is too slow. Much slower than Jenny. In that special live's perspective, it was only a moment, the sword intent had already arrived in front of him. As he approached, Jianing turned into a world of swords. Instantly wrapped the entire majestic special life, and the sword intent filled the world. Then it broke out completely. It penetrated the body of a special life like cutting melons and vegetables, breaking the other party's divine body more than 60,000 times in an instant. The divine body is broken, and the special life falls. With just one sword behead the top powerhouse. This scene made Zhu Qi stunned in the sky. Jian Wuxuang was actually so strong. And it's not yet in harmony. A Taoist monarch beheaded the top. Among those inheritors, some of the children of large families have seen the most powerful. The breath of this special life is stronger than the best ancestors of my family. A family child showed fear. But in the next moment, that terrifying and extraordinary special being had already fallen, his body turned into countless powder. The power of the divine body was quietly collected by Jian Wuxuang. He has now collected a lot of treasures of the divine body. Said it was a treasure, but it was actually taken from the body of a strong god. For example, the tortoise shell of the master of the Turtle Spirit Island. There is also the body of the 8-clawed beast emperor. And now that special life divine body at the highest level. He was included in the body. After he became the emperor, he could have a full meal. In the shock of everyone, Jian Wuxuang walked into the warehouse. The threat has been lifted. But those little guys are extremely excited. Dao Jun, can you be so strong? One sword, kill the top! Ji Wuxuang's eyes are also glowing and hot. From this moment, the stalwart figure in front of her was no longer the emperor, but Jian Wuxuang. I am afraid that now everyone has that figure left in their hearts. Jian Wuxuang's appearance when he drew his sword. Just when they wanted to go back to the deck and get in touch with Jian Wuxuang up close, they found that Jian Wuxuang had disappeared. Zhu Qi also understood what Jian Wuxuang meant, so he prohibited them from entering the cabin to disturb Jian Wuxuang. Many people are a little bit lost. They are now extremely envious of Jian Wuxuang which sword, and they have endless doubts. For example, everyone is puzzled Dao Jun beheads the top. The more powerful they are, the less they dare to ask in front of Jian Wuxuang. This is about the origin, and it is provocation to explore the same existence. But these little guys are too weak, and they can be regarded as childish if they ask. Jiang, I blame you, I have to provoke Senior Jian Wuxuang. Someone blamed. Now Jiang is more eager to talk with Jian Wuxuang than them. When he saw which sword, he knew that there was no hope in this life. It was not that he would never be able to surpass Jian Wuxuang in his entire life, but that he would never be able to achieve Jian Wuxuang when he was in Daojun. The ultimate Taoist, even if he cultivates to the extreme, is at best comparable to the fifth-order peak emperor. It is impossible to match the Sixth Order Emperor. Not to mention that it is comparable to or even beheaded. Hearing other people's ridicule, Jiang didn't get angry, but stood on the bow of the ship, his eyes focused on the distance. But in the bottom of his heart, he carefully pondered which sword he had just made. Although the cultivators are not from the same origin, the power contained in the sword shadow just now is too much, and he only needs to draw a trace to benefit infinitely. Originally, these little guys were more excited when they were about to reach the tomb's sacred mountain, but now they saw Jian Wushuang's move to kill Zhu Ding, and became even more excited. They chatted on the deck. With a smile hidden in Zhu Qi's eyes, he left quietly. Looking at Jian Wushuang entrancing through the white screen windows, Zhu Qi felt a sense of purpose. That was the trust in Jian Wushuang and the feelings for Shan Jun. She believes that Jian Wushuang will one day free Shan Jun from the second prison. Now even the four main hall masters don't know the relationship between Extinction and the Qixin Temple. Zhu Qi didn't even know. So Shan Jun was exterminated and looted. No one knew except True Spirit and Jian Wushuang. Maybe the inmates in the second prison know it, but they can't get out. On the contrary, the Xuanwu Hall Master and Yun Zhongjuan discovered that something was wrong. The Blood Demon and 10,000 demons suddenly disappeared. It's just that they think it was done by the real spirit. For this reason, Lord Yunzhong asked for the True Spirit for a long time, but finally couldn't listen to the True Spirit, and took some advantage to send the Lord Yunzhong away. But Palace Master Xuanwu is not easy to fool around. 10,000 demons are very important to Xuanwu Temple. Because 10,000 demons have a deep understanding of all things, and together with the puppets, they are the proud masters, only slightly weaker than the Xuanwu Hall Master. Such an important person suddenly disappeared, and the Xuanwu Palace Master must first suspect that it was the real spirit. But after thinking about it, something was wrong. Did not go to find the True Spirit. On the contrary, the True Spirit personally explained this time, and said the matter of extinction. The scene at that time was very strange. The master of the Xuanwu Hall was frightened. Because the prophecy came true. In other words, the long river of time and space of destruction is the one in front of us. A hero appears, and everyone will be buried. Including Qixin Temple. Therefore, the master of Xuanwu Hall will be so generous in the follow-up, taking out countless puppets to help the Qinglong Temple conquer the Temple of World Destruction. There are only two ways to break the Temple of Qixin. One is to become a powerhouse in the Seven Tribulations realm. This is definitely impossible. If it could be done, he would have done it early. With the current extinction, there is a high probability that it will be the strong one. Although it has half a step of the battle power of the Seven Tribulations realm, it can't be improved. After all, it's been so long. Based on what Jian Wushuang saw in Moruo's time and space, it was speculated that the original death was the powerhouse of Sanjia. However, the extinction in the heavens, although the strong man of scattered robbery, is at least the strong man of scattered robbery in the Eight Tribulations realm. After all, after being separated from God, everyone can have a half-step Seven Tribulation realm combat power. The other party's background is unfathomable. If you don't reach the Seven Tribulations realm, you can't break the Temple of Qixin. Then there is only one way left. It is to train countless inheritors and fight against the Qixin Temple. The countless inheritors of the temple to destroy the world are trapped to death in the Temple of Qi. It's just that it hasn't worked yet. Miexing turned into the Temple of Mishi this time, Ukanshu. Obviously, Calm has also made sufficient preparations. There are so many treasures in the heavens, I am afraid that there are more than the Temple of Qixin. As long as you are trapped in the Divine Temple, or waiting for the birth of the ancient monarch and the demon, the extinction can stabilize the Divine Temple. That's why he became the Temple of Destruction. This is also the same as Jian Wushuang's memory in the future world. The extinction that appeared again was just a pinnacle, the same as his strength. To devour him. So Jian Wushuang didn't dare to go out now, even if he was in harmony, he couldn't go out. No one knows what means extinction has arranged in the outside world is waiting for him. Jian Wushuang couldn't gamble. End of this chapter. Chapter 56-29. The future is a terrible failure, so he can't bet. If you lose, the whole time and space is gone. Instead, he was swallowed by extinction, and he became a super strong master of reincarnation. He didn't want to swallow the other party, and control reincarnation by himself. It's just that all of this is too difficult. Beside Mieshing, there is the deity of the God of God. For him now, the temple of Qixin is not very stable. Dare to go out there. At least after he wants to be in harmony, wait until he finds out how many kilograms he is, and then make plans. Before, he didn't plan to go out. After he joined the Tao, he went directly to the far shield. This was also the consciousness of the true spirit. But now that he has a way to breed a second soul, he can try it boldly. Breed the second soul, and then swallow that trace of death power. First feel the power of reincarnation. Just as his thoughts were overwhelming, the warship had already docked in the ocean in the Tomb Mountain. To greet them is the Tomb Keeper on the Tomb Mountain. As for the other inheritors, walking and cultivating, then there is time to take care of these little guys. On the Tomb God Mountain, they have a common master, that is the true spirit. After the grave guard took the crowd, these little guys were still thinking about waiting for Jian Wushuang to come out, but they were directly engulfed by the grave guard and left the port. After everyone left, a familiar figure Jian Wushuang appeared faintly. It was Hui Qing who had awakened. Jian Wushuang also walked out of the cabin at this time. The two looked at each other. One is in the boat, and one is on the shore. When Jian Wushuang felt Hui Qing's breath, he felt a big shock. It's okay if Hui Qing doesn't come and wait for him, or even meet and fight him. The embarrassing thing is now. He didn't say a word, just waited for him like that. Jiang Shang's matter would have dealt a great blow to Hui Qing. While Jian Wushuang was phrasing and thinking about how to throw the pot onto the true spirit, Hui Qing laughed. Seeing Jian Wushuang walking ashore, Hui Qing came with a smile, and said first, "Brother Wushuang, you can count it. Since I woke up I want to find you, but Master Junling asked me to wait here. Waiting is an error." Just when Jian Wushuang was surprised, Hui Qing went on to say, "I heard Master Junling say about Jiang Shang. Hui Qing, you heard about me about this." Jian Wushuang saw Hui Qing's face sank. He forgot all the words he had just thought of, and he didn't know how to push it to the true spirit for a while. Hui Qing sighed and said, "I already know it." Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang's heart was half cold. It was indeed his incomplete consideration. After Hui Qing woke up, Junling threw the pot to him. Jian Wushuang cursed the true spirit secretly in his heart. But the next word stunned him. "Thanks to Brother Wushuang in the human world, otherwise I'm afraid I won't take that extinct life away." There was war intent in Hui Qing's eyes. Obviously, the matter of extinction is already known. Jian Wushuang said in amazement, "Do you know about extinction?" And Hui Qing nodded and said, "This person controlled my little apprentice Jiang Shang, otherwise Master Junling would not attack her." Speaking of Hui Qing, she also has a look of guilt. Jiang Shang's affairs have something to do with him. As a master, he didn't take good care of his apprentice. Now the apprentice also ran away, and another big demon came out, threatening the life of the entire river of time and space. If it hadn't been for the true spirit to not let him out, he would have gone to the time and space-long river to resist the temple of destruction. Jian Wushuang listened to Hui Qing's words, and the more he listened, the more things were wrong, and he waved to interrupt Hui Qing. "Wait a minute, let me be alone again and again." He doesn't know how Jiang Shang is related to Mieshing, and I am afraid that the true spirit is coaxing Hui Qing 80%. Now Hui Qing doesn't know that it was he who sacrificed Jiang Shang's brother in blood. This time, he misunderstood the true spirit. He also described him as a hero. He saved Hui Qing in the human world, which is actually a fact. What happened to Jiang Shang was concealed. It just said that he went to the human world to rescue Hui Qing, but didn't say that Jiang Shang would be killed. And Jiang Shang's passive departure was also said by Zhenling as an initiative to leave with Mieshing. After Jian Wushuang became clear, he patted Hui Qing's shoulder and comforted. "The sound of people is very long, especially for strong people like you and me. It's normal to meet a few scumbags. I think you should not go out and find yourself uncomfortable. After I get together, I will go out to help you teach Jiang Shang and let her understand what it means to respect the teacher and respect the Tao. He said righteous words. With tears in Hui Qing's eyes, she was very moved. But he still couldn't bear to attack the disciple, even if the disciple was betrayed and run away. Because it was the temple of Qishan that first shot Jiang Shang, Hui Qing thought that Jiang Shang was sentenced to the temple of Qishan, but he didn't want to embarrass him. Forget it, she has her own thoughts. Hui Qing shook her head, but the next moment there was a firm look in her eyes, and continued. However, that guy called Mieshing, I will definitely defeat him. Jian Wushuang wiped the sweat from his forehead and encouraged. It will definitely succeed. After talking for so long, Hui Qing discovered that the two were in the port, and quickly took Jian Wushuang to his cave. By the way, he took Jian Wushuang around in the ordinary area of Tomb's Sacred Mountain. The Tomb Mountain is divided into 88 layers. Hui Qing is now on the 60th floor. There is only Hui Qing's Dongfu now. After Jian Wushuang reached the 60th floor, he looked down, and it was full of clouds and mist, and he couldn't see the scene below. If you want to be here, you must at least match the Tribulation Realm, Hui Qing said calmly. But Jian Wushuang, who was standing on the side, was about to drop his eyes. The 60th floor should be comparable to the Robbery Realm. Doesn't it mean that Hui Qing already has the power of the Tribulation Realm? Last time it was the best. This time it is almost a disaster. The speed is too fast. How many floors is the quotient? Hui Qing pointed downwards and replied. He is on the 58th floor. On the 58th floor, that was also half-step Tribulation Realm, or even comparable to Tribulation Realm's combat power. On the Tomb Mountain, there are 88 floors, divided by realm. In terms of real combat power, I am afraid that the gap is not too big. Brother Wushuang, go in and chat. Hui Qing raised his hand and asked Jian Wushuang to enter the cave. The structure of the cave is simple and clear. However, the materials used inside are of great value. Bakanshu. Calm is much better than the Dongfu in Yuanyang Island. But in terms of luxury, it is not as good as the Dongfu on Yuanyang Island. In the cave where Hui Qing was located, there was everything that should have been there, and it happened to be enough for Hui Qing to use alone, and there was no extra. Unlike on Yuanyang Island, I can't wait to fill up the cave, and the treasures inside are enough to open up sections. After entering the cave, the two sipped tea and looked back at the past. It's not only embarrassing. More than an epoch ago, both of them were Dayan Immortals. The original Jian Wushuang was no more than rank 3 Dayan Immortal, while Hui Qing was rank 6 Dayan Immortal. Up to now, they still remember the first enemy, Luo Hao, and the God Emperor Mo Long, who made them desperate and oppressive to them. Chapter 5630. However, these people have now fallen. The Taoist monarchs on the original star of Jiajiu, now the weakest, are probably the Fifth Order Emperors. Tearing the Sky has fallen for almost an epoch, and they were all Tier 5 peak emperors at the beginning. Not to mention 1,000,000 stars that are bigger than the potential of tearing the sky. Although the progress of the Wanqing Emperor who is walking is slow, it has never stopped. Now he has entered the ranks of the Sixth Order Emperor, and his combat power is not weak. Now that I have left the Temple of Qishan, I heard that it was in the long river of time and space. He took down an entire primitive universe and renamed it the 10,000-star universe. Although he does not control the universe, he has the power of a universe. He is already the overlord of one party. Time flies! Jian Wushuang slowly got up, looked up at the mural on the stone wall of the cave mansion, and said with emotion, "Remember the joy of seeing the innate treasure for the first time?" Hui Qing also stood up, and then turned over a small scarlet building. "Why, I will forget it!" This was the innate treasure of Mo Long God Emperor. And it is the congenital peak treasure. That is a treasure used by the emperors. But now, the emperors among the inheritors are all eternal treasures used. There are even some, even the treasures of the universe. This Jian Wushuang is not clear, but Huiqing is on the Tomb Mountain in this era, but he knows it clearly. Today, the first inheritor of the Tomb Mountain is Huiqing himself. The second inheritor is the merchant. The third inheritor is a strange ultimate emperor, so much so that even Huiqing has not seen it a few times, and seldom walked around in the four secret realms, and had been practicing in the Tomb Mountain. On the Tomb God Mountain, only those who can reach the 55th floor are eligible for permanent residence. Now there are only 10 people who have obtained this qualification. Wow! Huiqing directly shined the ranking on the stone wall. First, Huiqing, 60th floor. Second, Shang, 58 floors. Third, Backbone Luo, 54th floor. Fourth, Emperor Guanyin, 52 floors. Fifth, Tongtian Buddha, the 51st floor. Among the top 5, almost all are the first batch of inheritors. Jian Wushuang was surprised that Tongtian Buddha was ranked 5th. The remaining 5 people are all 50 floors. It was only recently squeezed. The ranking of Huiqing and Shang is far ahead. If it hadn't been for Broly to be sentenced to the Temple of Difference, I'm afraid he would also be ranked in the top 5. The rate of progress of the quotient is still the same as before, steadily moving forward. It is also the Temple of Qixin, a popular figure who has been promoted to Tribulation Realm. Almost everyone is optimistic that Shang will step into the robbery sooner. Because the space of business has already reached the Universe Realm, I am afraid they are all completed now. As for the Pinnacle Secret Method, it is only a trace short of reaching consummation. Once they are all consummated, they will be able to reach the 60th floor directly and become a robbery realm. Although Huiqing's combat power and realm are strong, the time of cultivation is still too short. If you want to become a Tribulation Realm, you can't practice here all the time, and you need a lot of opportunities. It's just this kind of opportunity. The Qixin is very few inside, and even said that there is nothing that can be pulled out. When Huiqing joined the Tao, it led to the Three Kings' Court, let alone an opportunity for the tribulation. This kind of opportunity should be in the Temple of Qixin, but there are not many. If you want to become a turning point for the robbery, it is still in the outside world. Jian Wushuang held his breath and concentrated his mind. He felt that the Temple of Qixin was helpful to him when he was in the Emperor. Jian Wushuang, who had peered into the corner of Moro's time and space, was also longing for the mighty long river of time and space. This is the place where the real strong live, not the artificial secret realm like the Temple of Qixin. The long river of time and space where the primitive universe is now named Miki, it has started to explode. The Emperor first broke out. When the number of emperors reaches a certain level, the robbery realm will also emerge at the historic moment, thus opening up a new era. The era division of Miki Changha is actually somewhat similar to the original Moro time and space. From nothing, to the arrival of the Temple of Qi, and then to the Temple of Destruction. I don't know how many levels have been raised directly. The original Moro time and space, the wild period, is not as good as this long river of time and space. At least this long river of time and space, the human race is flourishing. Basically, there are no foreign enemies. The human race has always been born from the primitive universe. It is also peaceful to get along with a special life. The Temple of Qixin and the Temple of Destruction, the same as the God of Moro time and space, are both opportunities for practitioners to break through. The original Moro time and space, after the divine destruction, became more powerful. I don't know whether the destruction of the two temples will make this long river of time and space go further. After chatting a lot with Huiqing, Jian Wushuang gradually got acquainted with the outside world. The main reason why the current Temple of Destruction of the World is able to compete with the Temple of Qixin is that the Temple of Destruction of the World has a very low threshold for recruiting inheritors. In other words, there is no threshold. Even mortals accept it. And the layout is very deep, from top powerhouses to mundane forces. Everyone believes in the Temple of Destruction of the World. Mainly to extinction. Exit! Jian Wushuang's eyes contained lightning, and the cup in his hand was instantly shaken into powder. Huiqing frowned and asked, "Brother Wushuang, You have dealt with this person. How is his strength? I don't know, but he can compete with Master True Spirit. We are not opponents at all. Jian Wuxuang shook his head. In fact, he also knew the True Spirit's strength from the mouth of the Frosa, and inferred the current extinction based on the True Spirit's strength. Even stronger than the True Spirit. But he didn't tell Huiqing. He also has his own thoughts in his heart. The identity of extinction is not that simple. It has something to do with the of Moroa time and space, and it is also related to the Dongjun and the starry sky. It has a great connection with him. This was the second person he couldn't figure out. If it's just a half-step 7 tribulations realm, Jian Wuxuang has the confidence and hope to chase, without fear. But in terms of the identity of the death in the time of God was probably stronger than the gods. Without absolute strength, he would not take risks. This is also the reason why he dare not go out. Now in the temple of Qixin is full of undercurrents. Although he can't threaten him, it can threaten those inheritors. So that the True Spirit gave up the cultivation of inheritors in the Qixin temple. Instead, all the hundreds of millions of inheritors will go out and open up the second generation of inheritors. But in this way, the quality will also drop a lot. In addition to the teachings of the Temple of Destruction, the Temple of Qi is even more passive. Although the treasure is no less than the Temple of Destroying the World. But some treasures are prepared for Tianjiao, so I can't give them all the waste. Especially some emperors with weak roots are of no use at all. The Temple of Destruction has prepared a lot for these. With holy water, you can sacrifice your life and let your strength skyrocket. Chapter 56-31. Although it can't be improved in the later stage, the treasures that can increase the combat power by 100,000 times in a short period of time are more attractive than those that are slowly cultivated. Especially for those emperors with average qualifications. Huiqing pondered for a while, and finally seemed to have made some kind of decision, and said, "If I go further, no matter what Master True Spirit persuades, I will go out to find out." At this time Jian Wuxuang remembered that Jiang Shang had already gone to the Temple of Destruction, and his status was very high. If Broly is the first of war in the Temple of Destruction, then Jiang Shang is like a saint. The strength is terrible. After so long, no one knows how strong she is now. More than half an epoch ago, when the Qinglong Palace Master and Broly fought, they almost directly killed each other. After Jiang Shang made a move, no one knew the outcome. Only that Jiang Shang retreated with Broly all over. But Palace Master Qinglong suffered a lot of injuries. This news is top secret, few people know it, and Jian Wuxuang also knows it from the White Tiger Palace Master. In order not to affect morale, it was not announced. Now, on the bright side, Qixin Temple has an advantage. But in the long run, the advantage of Qixin Temple will gradually weaken. Jiang Shang's strength can now be said to be the best in the entire time and space. Palace Master Qinglong is not an opponent. If the deity of Nyexing and True Spirit doesn't go out, no one will be her opponent. The only hope is the current Huiqing. After Junling figured this out, Huiqing had been flickering at the Tomb Mountain, fearing that Huiqing would take refuge in the Temple of Destruction after leaving the Temple of Qixin. What is needed now is hatred. The more people Jiang Shang killed in the outside world, the better, so that Huiqing and Jiang Shang could go to the opposite side. Huiqing didn't understand this, but Jian Wuxuang understood after a little thought. Perhaps, the future Jiang Shang is not his catastrophe, but Huiqing's catastrophe. Thinking of this, Jian Wuxuang couldn't help but feel a little sigh. Huiqing was too miserable. Jian Wuxuang shook his head. Seeing his expression, Huiqing frowned and asked, "Brother Wuxuang, what are your plans this time? Let's join hands first," Jian Wuxuang said calmly. Now he wants to devote all his thoughts to Kotao. As long as Kotao is successful, nothing will be a problem. Huiqing also nodded, agreeing. "It's time to join the Tao. I can't quite see your current strength. Once the combination is successful, I'm afraid you will be the first inheritor of the Tomb God Mountain." Huiqing doesn't have much idea about who is number one. But Jian Wushuang was able to become the number one. He was still very happy. Even if he grabbed the number one from him, it didn't matter. The relationship between the two can be said to be a life and death relationship, and Jian Wushuang has rescued him countless times. Huiqing, we can't keep our eyes on the Tomb God Mountain. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. He has no interest in the first inheritor now, and then said, Don't you always want to go out? Wait for my success. We brothers might as well leave the temple of Qixin. Although he can do nothing for the sake of strength, Huiqing is a reliable friend after all. He can't bear to watch Huiqing become of the true spirit. After Huiqing heard what he said, he leaked an expression of joy and said, That's what I think. Then I will go out and learn about the methods of the Temple of Destruction. Regardless of Huiqing's usually dull, kind eyebrows and good intentions, in fact, the combative heart in her bones is stronger than Jian Wushuang. What is the Temple of Destruction of the world? Jian Wushuang shook his head with a look of disdain, and then said, Do you know how many time and space there are in this starry sky, and how many powerhouses there are? Why stay here? It's better to go to other long rivers of time and space, raise your strength to the peak, and then return to smooth everything. This is not what he is bragging about. Once the harmony is successful, as long as Jinling does not change his mind, he will open the passage and head to other time and space rivers. As long as the time and space river is similar to the original Moro time and space, his opportunities will not be worse than the present. And the improvement will be faster. When the time comes, after becoming a robbery, it is enough to return. Based on his background, after becoming a tribulation realm, it is not impossible that he has the treasure of time and space, as well as the beasts and gods that are about to be restored. The identity of extinction is useless no matter how mysterious. In the face of absolute strength, everything is vain. Go to other long rivers of time and space. Huiqing was stunned, and then said in surprise, Starry sky! Yes. It's the starry sky. Jian Wushuang nodded. It seems that Huiqing also knows about the starry sky. Sure enough, the strength of the other party is not only due to the reasons of the previous life, but also the secret of the starry sky. It seems that every person who is against the sky has a connection with the starry sky. But where are we going? Huiqing was also a little tempted, or she had some concerns. Jian Wushuang pointed to the top and said, The great true spirit will open up a passage for us. When speaking, he deliberately raised his voice, and his tone was extremely respectful. He doesn't know if the true spirit can see here, but the true spirit will definitely be able to hear the conversation between the two of them. Sure enough, after a while, Jinling sent someone to summon Jian Wushuang. He and Huiqing were almost talking about it, and they also told some plans for the future. Go to other long rivers of time and space, strengthen yourself, and then return to the current long river of time and space. Let Huiqing think about the rest. The one who summoned Jian Wushuang was a guardian of the Tomb Mountain. Jian Wushuang had also seen each other. Not surprised. The reason why this Tomb Mountain bears a tomb character is because the great existence, the God, is buried here. But when I think of it, the relationship between the and death, the great word may be removed. Following the guardian, Jian Wushuang directly reached the top of the mountain. There is a wind pavilion here. Ancient characters are engraved on the top. Holding the pavilion! A long-lasting power made Jian Wushuang's whole body tremble. I have seen it, Master True Spirit! Jian Wushuang bowed slightly. The True Spirit standing in the pavilion, with his back to Jian Wushuang, did not turn his head, and said indifferently, Come in and sit down! Jian Wushuang cautiously stepped forward. As for the guardian, he had already left wisely. The True Spirit overlooks the Tomb Mountain. Where is it standing? Naturally, he dared not really sit down, but was slightly behind half a position, standing next to the True Spirit, overlooking the Tomb Mountain together. I have prepared all the treasures needed by Hedao, Jinling said indifferently. Jian Wushuang was ecstatic in his heart. For the first time, he felt that the True Spirit was very generous, and he thought so thoughtfully, that he actually prepared the treasures he needed for Hedao. But after another thought, I felt something was wrong. For fear of being pitted by the true spirit, I wanted to refuse. Don't think about it. I just don't want you to fail in harmony. Zhenling turned his head and glanced at Jian Wushuang, feeling speechless in his heart, and asked himself, did he have that buckle? Chapter 5632. Jian Wushuang knew that the true spirit had seen through the hesitation in his heart, and quickly denied. It's too late to thank your subordinates. How dare you think about it? This great kindness, Wushuang will always remember. Ha! Zhenling snorted coldly, and said in a bad mood. I haven't been in harmony yet, I just want to drag the family away. Can you remember my favor? This. Jian Wushuang was very embarrassed. At first, the Real Spirit told him that he could open a channel to send him into other time and space. But now he says he is going to run away. Right. He broke a piece of true spirit. The investment in Huiqing is huge. From the first reincarnation to learn, to the later Three Kings Court. The true spirit obviously spent a lot of effort. How could it be broken because he is a Taoist monarch? Master True Spirit, Huiqing's potential is well known to you and I. You can't be so wasted. Jian Wushuang simply pierced through the screen window and said directly. After Zhenling heard it, he was also taken aback. Jian Wushuang is a master who pretends to be confused. How could he suddenly be so direct? Oh! Do you think I was wasting his potential? Zhenling said. His aura suddenly increased. Jian Wushuang staggered and almost fell. Jian Wushuang stood firm, clasped his fists, and respectfully said, This is not what his subordinates meant, but because of Huiqing's character. I believe that adults know that Huiqing's character is by no means an ungrateful person, and there is no need for Jiang Shang's involvement. He will not be against the gods. I said so, but do you know that he once shot Qinglong for that Jiang Shang? There was anger on Zhenling's face. When Huiqing shot Qinglong, he almost gave up Huiqing. If it weren't for the appearance of extinction, Jiang Shang would be taken away. Now Huiqing has either fallen or been suppressed. It's not bad to be a now. After Jian Wushuang listened, he shook his head and said gravely, You are wrong. He still expressed his opinion from the bottom of his heart. The reason why Huiqing shot Qinglong was because he didn't know what was in Jiang Shang's body. I just want an explanation. The original Jiang Shang didn't mean to threaten the temple of Qishan at all. That's why Huiqing would take action to stop the palace master Qinglong. But now it's different. Jiang Shang went to the temple of destruction. Even if Huiqing was thinking about her old feelings in her heart, she would not take refuge in the temple of destruction like Jiang Shang. At the same time, Jian Wushuang also understood Zhenling's scruples. What if you end up raising a white-eyed wolf? But he has absolute confidence in Huiqing. It's impossible. Although the true spirit was relieved, his face was still grim. Maybe I was wrong, but Jian Wushuang knows better than anyone else. In the temple of Qishan, I'd rather be wrong than there should be any accidents. Jian Wushuang straightened his body and looked at the true spirit. At a certain moment, he suddenly felt a little bit painful to understand the true spirit. A true spirit supports this temple of Qishan, still working hard to fulfill the last wish of the gods. Let Qishan temple be great again. The gods were sent away, and the extinction came again. The most important thing is the ambiguity. It seems that Zhenling has seen the true face of Qishan. You know, he is the true spirit, and the true spirit is the god. Although the true spirit is bound to the Qishan temple, it is more like an array spirit. But he has some memories, even habits. This hit the true spirit even more. My lord, maybe we are all right. What's wrong is this era? Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and said with a heavy tone. I wait for Tianjiao, but I am unwilling to be a pawn. I hope that the adults will complete it. Zhenling slowly turned his head, looking to the side of Jian Wushuang. A trace of anger emerged in his eyes, and then disappeared again. It was not that he could not bear it, nor was Jian Wushuang's true feelings that moved him, but he saw a glimmer of hope from Jian Wushuang, or that he saw the future from Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang at that time could move the world. is a strong man. Only such a strong person can have such a temperament. He didn't see the wrong person as expected. Tell me about your plan. True Spirit calmed down and asked actively. Jian Wushuang saw that there was a play, and directly expressed his thoughts. After he unites, he will not leave alone. It is to take away a group of people. This is not a runaway. Although Jian Wushuang is indeed not authentic sometimes, he can distinguish the kindness of Qixin Temple, and the extinction is mainly for him. After all, it must be right. But he needs time. Go to other long rivers of time and space to practice, and then return after becoming a robbery. At first, he heard that the real spirit wanted to send him away, and he hadn't thought of taking other people away, but since he knew the future, he made a crazy plan. Prepared to let Qixin Temple come to an empty plan. To select a group of people with the most potential and travel to other time and space together is not only for a better cultivation environment, but also for the purpose of leaving a kind of fire. After seeing the miserable situation in the future, Jian Wushuang had to think so. If you rely on him alone, even if you become a tribulation realm, it will take a long time to cultivate to the 5 tribulations realm, or even the 6 tribulations realm. True Spirit had confidence in him, but it didn't mean Jian Wushuang had confidence in him. Everything in the future can be decided. It's like he has always had faith in Hadao, but he failed. If it weren't for his complete Dao heart, I am afraid that he would not be able to walk out of the shadow of the future for a lifetime, and there would still be a lot of resistance to his harmony. It's better now, the Taoist heart is complete, and the hope of harmony is very great. Therefore, he proposed to transfer a group of people and leave together. Just to be on the safe side. Zhenling hesitated after hearing it. After all, it is a strong man cultivated by the Temple of Qixin, and the resources spent can be said to be countless. Just send it off. What if these people don't come back by that time? This is a bet. Can you guarantee it? Zhenling asked. Jian Wushuang naturally knew what the guarantee was, and swears directly to the source at the moment. I mean others! My lord, can make them take the oath of origin, not afraid they won't come back. Zhenling was still a little worried, and then said, What if they suppress the realm? This Jian Wushuang had also thought about it a long time ago. Then he explained, Don't worry, my lord, if there are such people among our inheritors, they are not qualified to go to other time and space rivers. Those who are qualified to go will definitely not have this plan. After all, they don't know the power of extinction. Zhenling was still satisfied with this explanation, and after nodding his head, he did not give an accurate answer. Jian Wushuang also knew that this kind of thing still had to give True Spirit some time. After waiting for a while, he changed the subject and talked about extinction. The matter of extinction can't be announced to the public for the time being. His identity is very mysterious, even I can't figure it out. Zhenling shook his head and said, This is nothing, but it seems that the real spirit does not know as much as he knows. Chapter 56-33. However, the True Spirit didn't intend to make it public, and he couldn't let the True Spirit know that the extinction came from God. My lord, what will happen after his death power is combined with my life power? Zhenling leaked a smile, stretched out his palm, and suddenly 2 groups of power appeared. This is the origin of water and fire. What will happen to the combination of them? Jian Wushuang said directly. The combination of water and fire is against the trend, especially the combination of origin. Few people in Dian Immortal do it. Once the combination is successful, it can explode 100 times or even 1,000 times more power than pure water and fire. The origin is much stronger. That's right, just like the combination of life and death. I don't know what will become, but I know that after they merge, they will be very powerful, even beyond the origin of time. Exceeding the origin of time, it also means that it is stronger than the robbery realm. It is too difficult to say so, but to do it. No wonder extinction will pursue him, from the of Mora time and space to the present. Once integrated, that is the power to transcend the tribulation realm. Zhenling also valued this point before he changed his view. By the way, I forgot to tell you that apart from you, Jiangshang also has life force in her body, but not as pure as yours. It should be the life force of the original spirit in her body. After Jian Wushuang heard this, he was shocked and didn't dare to say, "How is this possible?" Subsequently, an unprecedented vitality burst out directly from the body, condensing a huge green sphere. He pointed to the sphere and said, "Probably how much better than this? This life force probably occupies 1/10 of the life force in his body." Jinling was frightened by the sight, and jumped far away, his eyes rounded, staring at the life force, and said in shock, "It's not so exaggerated. Her original spirit is very fragile and possesses the power of life is probably the vitality of a tribulation realm, or the vitality of vegetation life, and it is probably 1/10,000th of this group of vitality." Huh! Jian Wushuang let out a sigh of relief before he felt relieved. Jinling was surprised at the bottom of his heart, and expressed absolute affirmation for choosing Jian Wushuang. This is too outrageous. Even a bold idea appeared in his mind. If Jian Wushuang were to preside over the big formation, what would happen to the body of the god? In the first prison, Jian Wushuang's life force was able to restore Fuego, and Jian Wushuang is now stronger than before. After the success of Hedao, it is a qualitative leap. Of course, relying on the physical body alone cannot revive the gods, and he still needs his true spirit. Take the true spirit as the source to restore the body of the god. If he really wants to succeed, I'm afraid he will be able to get rid of the temple of Qixin and go out. However, he did not intend to tell Jian Wushuang directly, but waited for Jian Wushuang to become the emperor first. He really wanted to see how powerful Jian Wushuang would become after becoming an emperor. A Taoist monarch can be as strong as this. Becoming an emperor, I can hardly imagine. After learning about the current situation, Jian Wushuang did not plan to go to the Tomb Sacred Mountain for a while. Instead, he planned to go directly to the place prepared by the true spirit for him to retreat again. This retreat is for harmony. Tomb God Mountain. Public area. Mountains and seas. Here, there is a natural origin of everything, among which I opened up the cave. You can go directly in. As soon as the real spirit pointed out, the sea broke open, revealing a huge sea mountain range. Jian Wushuang's eyes straightened, and he had seen the light radiating from that mountain. That is the mine. It is a rare mine. It is more valuable than Nine Dragon Mountain. I am afraid that such a mountain range is comparable to the Space Huaming Mountain. The natural origin of everything. That should be the original source. Jian Wushuang was a little excited. Before he joins the path, he will raise all of his body to the limit. Only in this way can we have greater certainty. The limit of the divine body, the limit of the source. He has to do it. Remember, you can't be anxious in harmony, and the cohesion of space can't make any mistakes, otherwise it will be difficult for your kendo to blend in. Jinling asked. Jian Wushuang nodded, and after thanking him, he was not polite, and went straight into the mountain cave mansion. Wow! After passing through a curtain of water, Jian Wushuang entered the cave that the true spirit had prepared for him. This cave is a little messy, not as magnificent as he thought. There are even some weeds on the walls. Of course, the grass that can grow here is not a weed, but some elixir. It's just that these help to Jian Wushuang was so small that it was naturally not seen in his eyes. Instead, go straight to the depths. That's where the real spirit opened up. A huge stone bed. There is a trace of the power of all things rising above. It seems to be the natural power of all things mentioned by the true spirit. And above the stone bed, there is a mustard seed suspended. Call! Look, what treasure is there? Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand and directly absorbed the mustard seeds into his hand. The moment Nianli penetrated the mustard seeds, the bright light in front of his eyes flickered. Then frowned. This is? Jian Wushuang stared at the treasure in the beam of light in surprise, his face full of shock. Beast God's flesh and blood! And it's the flesh and blood of the golden beast god. The golden beast god, that can represent space. The flesh and blood of the space beast god, This help to his harmony is simply too great. Jian Wushuang's breathing was a bit heavy. This flesh and blood can not only help him condense the origin of the space, but also help him improve the divine body, and even the beast weapon. After thinking of the beast soldier, he directly took off the beast soldier. I have been thinking about letting the true spirit help him restore the full power of the beast weapon. Now it seems that he can do it himself is enough. He had already gathered all the parts of the beast god soldier. On the stone bed, the beast soldier who retreated from Jian Wushuang was floating. From top to bottom, they are the eye of the candle dragon, the blood skull of the candle dragon, the wings of the candle dragon, the inner armor of the candle dragon, the claws of the candle dragon, and the heart of the candle dragon. Plus this flesh and blood. Jian Wushuang suddenly had an idea in his heart. Raising his hand to refine the flesh and blood, and instill it into the beasts, a complete skeleton was formed in an instant. Jian Wushuang took out the blood of the eight-clawed beast emperor that had been killed at the beginning of the earth, and the force of life continued to give birth, refining the blood of 10,000 battles into one drop, which fell on the heart of the beast god. Superior. A series of invisible barriers began to be born. It is a complete space, and it is very stable. Sure enough, it's the same as I guessed. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile, looked up at the perfect space, the sword intent in his body kept humming. But he did not integrate directly. This space can be used for reference. He has to comprehend in this space, and then create his own space. Chapter 56-34. Once the space is formed, he is only left with a Tao. This time, it is the most primitive space to comprehend. The life force in the body continued to emerge and explode, all of which was input into the inside of the beasts. In this space, the beasts seem to have revived. The lifelike candle dragon wanders in space. Complete beasts and soldiers. The origin of it is formed from the nutrients in the flesh and blood, but it is still a little weak now, and it will be necessary for him to slowly accumulate in the future. Jian Wushuang didn't care too much about this. He cares more about this space. Hadao. Ordinary Dao monarchs need to open up space within their origin. It is relatively easy to understand the origin of space in advance. After opening up the space, integrate one's own Tao into the space. Then a powerful source will appear in his space. For example, the primitive universe is a universe where everything is born naturally. There are countless ways inside. If you want to control it, you need your own spatial origin, which is stronger than the origin of the original universe. Space is everything for the Emperor. And the Emperor only had room for cultivation. Constantly making the space stronger, the Emperor's strength will become stronger and stronger. Moreover, after becoming an Emperor, he has his own space, which can accommodate everything, and the richness of the foundation is not comparable to that of the Taoist. The reason why Jian Wushuang is so against the sky is not because of his strong background, because he has all things in the extreme, so he is so strong. Every emperor has space, and it can be said that every emperor is similar to Jidao. It's just that the power of all things in their space is too small to be swallowed, and they can only be refined slowly. Jian Wushuang's Jidao is a quick success. After understanding this, Jian Wushuang soon made some adjustments to himself. The sea of origin in the body began to gather continuously. He wants to use countless powers of all things to create an unprecedented space, and then integrate his own kendo into it. The power of all things is transformed by Jidao. In this way, his Jidao will completely disappear, or in other words, his Jidao will be transformed into a space, and will accompany him in another posture. Come back! Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the stone bed, beckoning. The soaring candle dragon flew into his body. Click! Song! The dark red armor wrapped Jian Wushuang tightly. A single eye, exuding a dark red halo, and there are brown electric arcs flickering around. The origin of the beast god, although still a little weak, but with Jian Wushuang's life force, directly burst out all potential. Before joining the Tao, I didn't expect to refining the beast warriors to perfection. This made Jian Wushuang very surprised and delighted. Before he joined together, he still had an important thing to do. That is the second soul. He wants to leave behind a group of Taoist origins, ready to refine the second soul. As long as there is the origin of the Taoist, and the continuous life force to nourish it, it will always exist. After he succeeds in harmony, he can go to refine this second soul. At that time, directly refining to become the Emperor's soul, the strength will be even stronger. This is given to him by the true spirit. With the second soul, he can let the deity go to other time and space for adventure, and the second soul stays in the Qixin temple, which is considered to have made 2 preparations. After setting up everything, he began to feel his state of mind, let himself fall into the real cultivation, and maintain his peak state. Overnight, nothing happened. In Jian Wushuang's mind, everything suddenly appeared empty. Distracted thoughts disappeared one after another, replaced by space. A complete space was placed in front of him. "Gather!" Jian Wushuang shouted in a low voice. In the Sea of Origin, thunder and lightning flashed. On the sea tornadoes are constantly pouring out. Countless sea water rose into the sky, as if there was a suction in the sky. The Sea of Origin within the body continued to gather power, and a film of enchantment began to appear. Diameter, 100,000 miles. A perfect space is being born. This is a pure space. Jian Wushuang has not yet used the power of all things. An ordinary Taoist who can do this step is actually very close to the success of the Tao. The diameter of 100,000 li in the body, once the connection is successful, it is a second-order emperor. But Jian Wushuang comprehended space in advance, and even elevated the origin of space to the realm of black holes. How could it just give up? Pull! Hum! In that miniature space, countless violent powers suddenly burst out. That is the origin of Jian Wushuang's space. The pole is the black hole. Taking the central pole as the scope, the black hole continues to expand. It's just that without the blessing of the power of all things, the black hole expands very slowly. But Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry. Zhenling hereby confessed that he shouldn't be anxious. How could he get confused? The meal needs to be eaten bite by bite. He must first completely stabilize the origin of the space, and then expand with the extreme path. The origin of his space has reached the realm of the black hole, although the expansion is slow, but once it expands, even if there is no extreme way, he can reach the level of the sixth-order emperor in one fell swoop. The prerequisite for becoming a sixth-order emperor is the realm of the black hole. Of course, indigenous people with incomplete origins can reach the sixth-order emperor without reaching the black hole state, and reaching the black hole realm can become the ultimate. However, Jian Wushuang's origin has no flaws. Not only does it have no flaws, it is also very complete, and it can even be said to be abnormal. It is said that the expansion is slow. But in the time of just a stick of incense, that space has turned into 1,000,000 li in size. Moreover, the speed of expansion becomes faster as you get to the back. In the space, for every 100,000 li, a star will appear. Jian Wushuang's space origin has countless stars. Ordinary emperors, the space condensed when they join the Tao, can accommodate a few stars. It is not bad. An elite like tearing the sky, it can hold 100 stars when in general harmony. Going up is the Taoist monarchs who follow 10,000 ways, such as Jiuyu Taoist and Wanqing Taoist. The strength of these people in Daojun is no less than the ultimate Daojun, and can generally accommodate tens of thousands of stars. But after arriving at the emperor, the speed of cultivation will become very slow, but in general, there is still some improvement. It's just that the speed is too slow. Firstly, there is no perfect method. Even in the Temple of Qixin, Wandoleus' inheritance is very small. Also, the Lord of all things has a fairly complete inheritance. But that inheritance is not something that everyone can cultivate. It is still in the Tomb Mountain, and no one can take it away. Only some fur can be cultivated. Then there is the ultimate way. The ultimate Taoist, the space condensed when we join Tao, the weakest is 50,000. It is more against the sky. it can condense millions of stars to form a galaxy. Even Xinghai. Now the number of stars in Jian Wushuang's space has increased to 10,000. One day passed. The longest part of the harmony is not the condensed space, but the fusion behind it. This time Jian Wushuang joined the Tao, and he went there for 10,000 years, or even millions of years. End of this chapter. Chapter 56-35. His extreme way is unprecedented, and it takes a long time. 3 years passed in a blink of an eye. Tomb on the mountain. There are only two people who know that Jian Wushuang is in harmony. One is True Spirit, and the other is Hui Qing. Knowing that Jian Wushuang was in harmony, Hui Qing was more anxious than Jinling. He didn't even have the mind to practice in the cave, but sat quietly on a mountain peak in the public area, swaying to look at the mountain and see. Inheritor Hui Qing, I want to challenge you. A tender voice came, attracting a lot of eyes. After all, this place is a public area. There are many inheritors. On the Tomb God Mountain, you can challenge at will. Of course, you can choose not to respond. Hui Qing is the first inheritor, and has a high status in the Tomb Mountain. No one except the True Spirit can call Hui Qing. A little guy dared to jump out to challenge Hui Qing, which made many old inheritors sneer. The immature inheritor is the one who came with Jian Wushuang. Golden Shadow! Hui Qing knew it. And beside Jiaying, there is a young girl. She is Ji Chaoyang's little niece. Hui Qing's temper was surprisingly good, but it happened to be boring, so she took up the challenge. For a time, countless people were in an uproar. Even on the Tomb Mountain, the previous inheritors have also left the pass. Especially the most hostile, Backbone Luo. In the top 5, Jian Wushuang didn't know the shock of the outside world. Condensing space, there is never a pause. Now he has contained thousands of stars in his condensed space. Call! It should be the limit! Jian Wushuang gasped. When Hui Qing joined the Tao, there were 8 million stars. Because Hui Qing didn't reach the realm of black holes at the beginning, but only mastered 80% of the black holes. A black hole represents thousands of stars. The origin of Jian Wushuang's space reached the limit of Dao Jun, and it was a whole black hole. It is no longer possible to condense a second black hole. This is the limit of his current space origin. However, this is not his own limit. He has not only the origin of space, but also the origin of extreme Tao that is even more against the sky. The power of all things through the black hole hits instantly. Jian Wushuang's whole body was trembling. The space in the body expands again. This time has exceeded the scope of a big world. A star represents 100,000 miles. A black hole represents 10 million stars. In the space where Jian Wushuang condensed, 2 black holes rose instantly. In addition to the black holes at the origin of space, there are already 3 black holes. The 4th seat is also slowly staring. In just 1 hour, he added 3 black holes. Jian Wushuang himself was taken aback. Space origin is expanding slowly. After all, the combat power of space origin is still too weak. It's just a simple step from the 5th order emperor to the 6th order. His real trump card is still Ji Dao. Can make him reach the ultimate perfection directly. The eternal changes and the starry sky catalog. This is all with the power of the stars. Unfortunately, the power of the starry sky does not belong to everything. He couldn't condense too much, otherwise he wouldn't dare to imagine how powerful his space would be. The 7th seat! Jian Wushuang roared, already feeling a trace of pressure. The 7th seat is formed. This time he spent a whole day. Subsequently, the birth of black holes is getting slower and slower. It is contrary to the origin of his space. With the experience of devouring the origin of the universe, Jian Wushuang didn't panic at all. He couldn't calculate the stars in the origin of the universe. But he knew the number of black holes. There are more than 10,000 seats. 10,000 black holes can form a cosmic force. And the Lord of the universe, at least 10 times stronger than the power of a universe, can control the original universe. Therefore, after becoming a tribulation realm, the three tribulations realm will generally master the universe and become the lord of the universe. Of course, there are some who are against the sky, instead of refining the original universe, but creating a universe by themselves. Lift the space in one's body to the universe. This requires agglomeration of thousands of black holes. The power needed is simply massive. Jian Wushuang had never thought that he could condense such a powerful space when he was in harmony. Now let's do it step by step. Go for 1,000 black holes. If this is known to outsiders, I am afraid that he will be mocked for his ignorance. But Jian Wushuang himself knew that once he used some of the power of the stars, it is really possible for him to reach 1,000 seats, or even break through 1,000. Because the starry sky is too vast. It carries not only the universe, but also many long rivers of time and space. This time, it took him a full 100 years to exhaust the power of Ji-Dao and condense 76 black holes. This is the pinnacle of the Sixth Order Emperor. And without any power. Starry sky! Jian Wushuang's thought power was instantly mobilized. Eternal change! His breath also reached its peak state. The first change in eternity. The breath directly rose to the perfection. This time there was no muddleheadedness. The condensation of black holes is like stars. It broke through 100 in an instant. 200 seats! Jian Wushuang was ecstatic in his heart, and he was almost as expected, breaking through 1,000 seats. It should be more than rubbing. The space in the body also expands continuously. 600 seats! Jian Wushuang nodded in satisfaction. There are already 600 constellations. Although the power of the starry sky is low, the speed of condensing has not decreased, indicating that it has absorbed less. 800 seats! This time Jian Wushuang was a little uncomfortable, and his heart was beating wildly. Because the growth rate is not slow, but faster. The time for just a stick of incense has broken through 1,000 seats. This exceeded his expectations. Impossible! Jian Wushuang's eyes rolled round. He himself couldn't believe it. Although the larger the space, the more condensed black holes, the stronger it will be. But he was still a little worried. Worried that I will die. 1,003! Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank, and now he stopped praying. He doesn't know whether this state is good or bad. It's almost there. I didn't want to be so strong. 1,008. You! Jian Wushuang is no longer under control, and the speed of space expansion is even faster. He can't see the end himself. I can't even guess how I will stop. 2,000! Jian Wushuang was completely stupid. 2,000 black holes. This is already the space universe. Even beyond the universe. The level of the spatial realm is very clear. 1,000 black holes can almost reach the realm of the universe. 2,000 seats are now considered the peak, or even the limit. If it expands further, it will really become a universe. The universe is just a realm. Want to reach the outer space. Tens of thousands of black holes are needed, and within the black holes, a cosmic secret realm must be born. Fortunately, no secret realm has appeared. Jian Wushuang observed carefully. He was really afraid that he would directly open up a universe. Chapter 5636. When the time comes, how can he merge Tao? Although the ultimate way is complete, it is too small compared to a universe. Just like a thin bamboo pole to stir the vast ocean. I don't feel a bit. Wow! The black hole in the center began to rupture. Jian Wushuang held his breath. The next moment the black hole burst, and the power of all things inside instantly rushed out. A complete mystery was revealed in front of him. Jian Wushuang almost fainted. At this time, the space he condensed had exceeded 4,000 black holes and still did not stop. He was almost desperate. It looks like it is really going to impact the universe. A Taoist condenses space to join Tao and directly opens up a universe. What does this make those old monsters of the robbery realm think? If he really wanted to open up the universe, Jian Wushuang could be compared to the powerhouse of the three tribulations realm in one step. At that time, the condensed universe is very powerful, but it does not match your ultimate way. This is the failure of the reunion. In the future time and space, he failed in harmony, probably because of this. No! Jian Wuxuang shook his head again. He needs to stabilize the Taoist heart. It needs to be calm. No matter what you face, you must be calm. Don't worry. Jian Wuxuang had a perfect Tao heart, but in an instant, the tumbling emotions calmed down. This calmness reminded him of the catalogue of the starry sky. Yeah! Jian Wuxuang was overjoyed in an instant, and cheered in his heart. I still have a starry sky catalogue. When you are in harmony, you only need to use the starry sky catalogue. The ultimate kendo will become the starry sky kendo, and it will be more powerful. Does the space match up? What a clever life. He should have thought of it long ago. Can use the first change in the past to condense space. He can use the starry sky catalogue to let the starry sky kendo merge into the space. At that time, he might really be able to master the power of the starry sky. From the very beginning, the power of thought, the power of the mind, the power of swallowing, the power of all things, and the power of life. Now it is the even more unpredictable power of the starry sky. It does not mean that the power of the starry sky is inherently stronger than the power of life. Only fit is not fit. Just like the power of swallowing. Although Jian Wuxuang seldom uses it now, it doesn't mean that the power of swallowing is weaker than the power of all things. In fact, they are not much different. Today's Jian Wuxuang is obviously more suitable for mastering the power of the starry sky. This kind of power did not evolve from Jidao. It is the power that Jidao stolen through the stars. It is not as simple as turning everything into life force. That's why Jian Wuxuang didn't expect it for a while. Thanks to testify! Jian Wuxuang muttered to himself. The condensed space also stopped at this moment. There are no signs. 5,000 black holes. And a cosmic mystery. This is a semi-finished universe. The consummation powerhouse among the absolute peaks is probably not as powerful as his space. Of course, the ultimate combat power is not only related to the origin, but also more important secrets. Now Jian Wuxuang didn't have the mind to think about this, but set out to prepare for the fusion. Huh! A flower exuding endless time and space appeared. The other side flower. The origin contained in the starry sky catalogue still has time, and needs the blessing of this other shore flower. Go! Jian Wuxuang threw the other side flower and flew into the center of the space. The flower on the other side is the treasure in the long river of time and space, and it is of great help to the Lord of the universe. This time, he has spent a great price in harmony. Pour out all the treasures to fight for a perfect harmony. Leave no regrets. A total of 5,000 black holes, and a cosmic secret, this space is extremely stable. In the future, this is his origin. The more stable the better. This represents the bottom line. I am afraid that the strong man who has just entered the robbery realm is not as powerful as his space. This hasn't been completely in harmony, and then there is his ultimate way. Flowers! Jian Wuxuang's voice was low. In the next moment, the hidden flower burst out with infinite light, overlooking the entire space. Click! Jian Wuxuang's eyes condensed, and his eyes suddenly shrank. There are countless cracks in the space. This made Jian Wuxuang unexpected. For a while, my mind trembled suddenly. Gather! Fortunately, the Taoist consummation did not make him lose his mind. If there is a crack in the space, then perfect it. All of a sudden, countless treasures flew out and continuously entered his condensed space. But these treasures were instantly swallowed by those black holes when they first entered the space, and the cracks could not be repaired at all. What is this? Jian Wuxuang couldn't believe it. According to the information he had obtained, it was normal for the space to appear cracks during the meeting, and only needed to be repaired. Why can't it be repaired? Jian Wuxuang took out the prepared treasure again and threw it into the space. And the black holes in the mobilization space are all closed. This time, all the treasures turned into a torrent, and the coefficient entered the crack. Just when Jian Wushuang thought it could be repaired, those cracks expanded again. After the flowers of the other shore bloomed, they disappeared completely, falling into countless cracks. At the core, 9 huge gaps burst. Jian Wushuang's breathing became quicker. Countless small cracks overlooked the entire space. It's over! Jian Wushuang was a little desperate. Cracks that cannot be repaired. The space is not complete, and it is too difficult to integrate the ultimate way. Ji Dao helps to evolve the space, and the ultimate Dao is merged into it. Even if he succeeds in harmony, the cracks that appear now cannot be repaired. That also means that his strength will continue to be lost. This is exactly the same as what will happen in the future. Repeat the same mistakes. No! Jian Wushuang's eyes burst, instantly raising his aura to the peak, because in the condensed space, his strength directly climbed to the level of the tribulation realm. He is not reconciled. How can such a powerful space be given up? Those cracks can't stop him. He will fight to the death and forcibly integrate the ultimate way into it. Anxious. He was really anxious this time. He couldn't bear the consequences of the failure of Hadao. Even if Dao Xian is perfect, he is very anxious. Starry Sky Catalog! Jian Wushuang shouted angrily, and a divine sword made from its origin descended, with the power of the starry sky above it, directly piercing into the cracked space. Hum! With the burst of breath of Kanshu. Calm caused Jian Wushuang to suffer a violent backlash, vomiting blood, and his origin was trembling. The originally powerful 50,000 times divine body had already begun to break. Looking down at the crack on his body, Jian Wushuang's heart was cut like a knife. Fusion failed. The divine sword made by the ultimate source pierced into the space and then burst. During a brief period of surprise, Jian Wushuang's mood slowed down a bit. That is, in such a moment, Jian Wushuang saw a scene of the past in a daze. There is a starry sky. There are also cracks in the endless starry sky. The savage encountered in the starry sky had cracks in his body. End of this chapter. Chapter 5637. No! Jian Wushuang shook his head, looked at the space suddenly, and exclaimed, This is not a crack! Among the 9 huge cracks and countless small cracks, there are still white cracks that are not big or small. That is the appearance of the long river of time and space. At this moment Jian Wushuang understood. He is a condensed space. This is a description of the starry sky. The sword that was just now was hit crookedly, and the space began to undergo tremendous changes at this time. The original 3-dimensional space has become a catalog. The space in the catalog has evolved into an endless starry sky. It's dark. There was pitch black in front of Jian Wushuang's eyes, and he could only see a small spot, where was his original space. There are 5,000 black holes and a cosmic secret realm inside. As for the crack, it is reflected in the starry sky. His condensed space illuminates the starry sky. Successful! Jian Wushuang shouted in disbelief. I made it! Hum! He clenched his fists with both hands and suddenly exploded. His strength instantly rose to an unprecedented level. That power made him full of confidence. The power of the starry sky is almost infinite. The power of life is 10,000 times stronger than before. Jian Wushuang at this time, the strength is almost endless. Because he can mobilize the power of a starry sky. After the joy, Jian Wushuang began to look at the original space in his body. Or it can be said to be the original starry sky. After entering, it is the space he personally condensed, which is considered a semi-finished universe. All around, it was pitch black. There were only cracks, which he could clearly see. In other areas, he needs to continue to be strong to be able to light up. He can't even light up a universe now. I don't know when he will be able to light up a whole starry sky, or light up a small long river of time and space. Now he saw the long river of time and space, which was dark gold, containing the power of time and space, but there was no universe. His semi-finished universe is even more unremarkable. It's time to leave! Huh! Jian Wushuang's origin clone stayed in the origin star sky, while the deity returned to the flesh. Hadao was completely successful. From then on, he was the emperor. And his name has to be changed. He is no longer the invincible Dao Jun, but the invincible monarch. Now Jian Wushuang, how powerful he is, even he himself doesn't know. Call! With a suffocating breath, Jian Wushuang ushered in the long-lost ease. I can finally take a breath. Time has continued to urge him to be strong, and now he has finally reached the emperor. The most difficult combination has succeeded. Only the opportunity of the robbery is left. Now that he has just broken through the emperor, his original realm has soared directly to the realm of the universe. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to condense a semi-finished universe. Mahayana Space Universe. The pinnacle secret, the starry sky. It has also been perfected. All that is left is to complete the space and master the time. When he was in Daojun, although he did not get the recognition of the origin of time, he was able to mobilize a trace of the origin of time when he displayed the catalogue of the starry sky. I believe it will not take long before he will be recognized by the origin of time. But the prerequisite is that he wants the space to reach completion. The perfect space is actually the universe. An ordinary emperor with 3,600 black holes can form the universe. 1,000 black holes have already reached the realm of the universe. As for Jian Wushuang's space and universe, I am afraid that it needs tens of thousands of black holes, or even more. Now that I just broke through, am not in a hurry. Tribulation is not so easy. Combining the path and becoming the turning point of the robbery can be regarded as a watershed. The difficulty of the two is equal. But every opportunity that becomes a robbery is the same degree of difficulty. This is different from Hadao. Right now, there are still many areas to improve, so there is no need to be so anxious. His divine body, as well as the origin of space, all need to be improved. And the treasure of time and space, he can observe more now. It used to be just able to observe some sized chess pieces. Now I can finally observe the font size of the generals. Wow! Before Jian Wushuang's eyes, a magnificent chessboard suddenly appeared. There are many chess pieces in the upper part, but there are only 360 chess pieces in the general size. There are only 72 pieces of handsome size. There are only 9 chess pieces of god size. How strong and weak! The first true king at the time was nothing more than a general name. And the first true king can be a powerhouse in the 5 tribulations realm. The handsome chess pieces on the top are probably the weakest ones from the origin of the 6 tribulations realm. Where did these chess pieces come from? Jian Wushuang was a little curious. One pointed out, wanting to peek at the chess pieces of the general size. But a huge suction force allowed Jian Wushuang's breath to enter the chessboard. A vortex suddenly condensed over the chessboard. Jian Wushuang's breath also turned into a trace of origin, and he was finally fixed in the of the soldier. At this moment, he completely understood. These chess pieces originally came from this way. But if this were the case, wouldn't the first owner suffer a lot? At that time, I am afraid that there are no chess pieces on the board. This is the super treasure that teacher Xianyi left to him, and he naturally devoted more thoughts and doubts. Now that he has become an emperor, he can only manipulate it in front of him, and he is constantly groping. It can be regarded as relaxation after Hadao. After constant exploration, especially after reading the chess record of the first true king, he finally figured out the manipulation technique of this treasure. Get up! Jian Wushuang pointed out, carefully controlling a pawn-sized chess piece. After the chess piece was difficult to place, the internal origin began to rush out, and then transformed into a shadow of the origin in a hat. And the breath on his body is at least the pinnacle. It was much stronger than the 9-clawed beast king back then. Master! See you with a respectful figure in Yi. Jian Wushuang nodded, quite satisfied. Next, he continued to revive those pawn-sized chess pieces. According to the introduction in the chess book of the first true king, if you have the power of the robbery, you can turn on the sized chess pieces. The first true king at the time was able to summon more than a dozen chess pieces when he was consummated. Among them, the most powerful chess piece is already comparable to the first true king who was an emperor at the time. Enabling recovery is also very simple. Bakanshu. Calm is the power to manipulate the chessboard. Of course, there is another important point, and it is also very difficult for others. That is the power of life, but this pair of Jian Wushuang is the simplest. His current vitality is more than enough to illuminate the font size, but the power to manipulate the chessboard is still a bit too weak. Now he can't even manipulate the soldier's name and can't do whatever he wants. It also needs constant temptation. Don't worry about this, put it into the origin star sky, let the clones slowly explore it. The deity is the beginning of the cultivation of the divine body. The sixth layer of the divine body. Start to improve on the basis of 50,000 times. The large amount of divine body treasures he had obtained earlier was completely used up at this moment. Chapter 5638 turned out to be a bit disappointing. The final freeze frame was about 60,000 times. That is the countless treasures he has collected. Is only 60,000 times. Among the absolute tops, this can only be regarded as an introduction. Let alone the robbery. There is no divine body that is 80,000 times larger, and it is simply not enough to match the tribulation realm. In some universes that cultivate divine bodies, there are some extreme generations who directly abandon their roots to cultivate divine bodies. What I want is that pure and terrifying supernatural power. Jian Wushuang has also seen some divine body practitioners in the tribulation realm in some ancient books. It is a method obtained from other time and space. It has the most perfect divine body refining method, which can make the body rise very quickly, and the increase is also a lot. But it's hard to get it. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang has beast soldiers. Now his basic divine body is 60,000 times. Once he casts a full-body beast weapon, he himself can't imagine how powerful it will be. Last step. The second soul. Jian Wushuang looked at the origin contained in the corner, hooked it, and took advantage of the catalysis of Gyuta's heart. A pain of tearing consciousness made him grin. Lasted for almost an hour, and the second soul succeeded. A figure exactly like Jian Wushuang stood opposite him. I have seen the deity. I have seen the second soul. When Jian Wushuang leaked a smile, the other's face also leaked a smile. Because they are all one. Wow! Jian Wushuang took out a set of top eternal treasures and handed it to the second soul. Also took out a lot of basic treasures, handed them to the second soul, and then put the opponent into the original starry sky. The current second soul, although he is the emperor, but his strength is probably a little weak. Still need a lot of treasures to invest. But the second soul, long-term sitting in the tomb mountain, but can easily obtain a lot of treasures. Exit! Jian Wushuang directly stood up, the surrounding breath vibrated. Then returned to peace. Even the space couldn't sense Jian Wushuang, and Jian Wushuang had already left the cave. Mountain and sea. The waves are rough. A shadow of a figure appeared above. The true spirit was the first to find out, and set off directly. After seeing Jian Wushuang's breath change, he suddenly leaped out of joy and said, Okay, very good. The success of Jian Wushuang Hadao has caused the entire foundation of the Temple of Qixin to rise a lot. How can we not make the true spirit happy? Master True Spirit! Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Hui Qing, who has been observing here, also discovered that his exit, turned into a streamer, arrived in an instant, but Bai Zhenling was a little slow. Congratulations, Wushuang brother! Hui Qing hurried forward to congratulate. It took Jian Wushuang 100,000 years to join the Tao this time. The time is neither long nor short. Go back and say it. Zhenling waved his big hand, and an aura wrapped the two of them to the top of the Tomb God Mountain in an instant. The three of them sat in a circle. Jian Wushuang fooled around the experience of Hadao, and then began to ask the true spirit's plan. Now Jian Wushuang, there is no need to stay in the Temple of Qixin. Only to go out. But the outside world, with the strength of extinction, a half-step 7 tribulation realm. although it has been assimilated with the Temple of Destruction, but who knows if it can come out again. At the beginning, the opponent broke God and entered Moroa time and space. Jian Wushuang would naturally not take this risk. Even if he was confident now, Jinling would not let him out. So I can only go to other time and space. However, I originally planned to let Jian Wushuang go alone, but now Jian Wushuang proposed to bring a group of people to go together. This makes the real spirit very embarrassed. The current situation is not optimistic. It's a trivial matter that there is not enough manpower to deploy a group of super inheritors. After these people have achieved success, it will be a bigger matter not to come back. This matter, I still need to think about it again. Jinling was a bit older for a while. Jian Wushuang saw this and couldn't say much, he could only nod his head. Huiqing on the side, but hesitated. If so, he is ready to go to the long river of time and space. Seeing Huiqing's appearance, Jinling also understood. The three of them were speechless one after another. In the end, Jian Wushuang broke the deposit, changed the subject, and said, Master True Spirit, my second soul, is going to stay in the Temple of Qishan and practice on Tomb God Mountain. I thought, I can't press the treasures together, don't you think? Jinling rolled his small eyes, wondering what he was thinking about, but he didn't care about Jian Wushuang's second soul. The heart demon thing, do you see? Jian Wushuang heard the demon in his heart, only to remember that the other party was still suppressed by him. Waved his hand and took out the heart demon directly. I was negligent. Jian Wushuang touched his head with some embarrassment. The heart demon should be very important to the true spirit. The original extinction took away 10,000 demons, blood demons and mountain monarchs. Presumably the mind demon is also very important to extinction. You! Let me out! The heart demon in the bottle yelled continuously after discovering the outside world. When he saw the true spirit, he couldn't help but shrank and didn't dare to yell again. Jian Wushuang unplugged the cork and released the demons. The heart demon stood on the spot, staring at the three of them cautiously. He found that he couldn't beat any of them. Especially the real spirit gave him the feeling, like an ocean. Jian Wushuang is a black hole. Huiqing is more like an ancient tree, with no waves on average. I agreed to your request and then? Jian Wushuang stared at the other party and said playfully. Demon! Is the evil thoughts that people breed, naturally smooth and extremely smooth. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, he waved his hands and said with a smile. A few adults, the younger ones just feel a little bored, or I will go in again. Said that the inner demon wanted to get into the bottle again, but Jian Wushuang pinched his neck and pulled him over. Master True Spirit, this boy, it seems that I don't know the matter of extinction, Jian Wushuang said calmly. The heart demon was in his hands, and he didn't dare to move at all. After True Spirit heard his words, Yu read the book www.bakanshu. Calm for a moment, then looked at the heart demon, coldly said, You don't know extinction, you should always know the wind demon, where is he? I know where the wind demon is. The heart demon replied honestly. He was with the demon king, and he was suppressed to the primitive universe. Jian Wushuang saw that the other party cooperated before letting go. Who? The heart demon crawls on the ground, the atmosphere does not dare to take a breath. Knowing that Fengmemo was down, Jinling shook his head. In the outside world, there is no way. But it can overwhelm the demons. Then Shan Jun can no longer become a perfect body. The three true kings. Demon Lord, Ancient Lord, Mountain Lord. The Demon Lord was suppressed in the primitive universe, and the Ancient Lord couldn't get out of purgatory for a while. The only variable is Shan Jun. This is also the reason why the true spirit targets the Mountain King everywhere. Knowing this, Jian Wushuang was also speechless. I wanted to pull Shan Jun a hand. It seems that there is no chance now. Chapter 5639. Don't know if there is any chance in the future. Is really going to meet, he will also repay. After all, he was kind to him. Can't forget. Huiqing is in the mist while listening. Fortunately, Huiqing has a simple personality and didn't think much about it. Okay, you just succeeded in joining the road, take a good rest, and let Huiqing take you to some places in Tumshan Mountain. After a while, I still need your help. As for the passage to other time and space, it will be fundamental for a while. Can't build it, the layout needed. Jian Wushuang and Huiqing got up at the same time to retire, and then left together. Said it was fun, but in fact it was just to practice. Tum Shishan has many dojos. The dojos of the three major gods are all here. And the dojo of the gods is just the dojo of the gods, still in a closed state. The dojo of the three great gods is actually opened. But you need to reach the 55th floor before you can practice. Brother Wushuang, I will take you to the public area first. You need a token to be able to practice in the Tomb Mountain, Huiqing explained. Actually, it is similar to the Yuan Lao Palace. Best, but too harsh for most of the inheritors, so many people went to the Senate Palace. Jian Wushuang nodded, agreeing with Huiqing's words. Tomb Shinshan was created. I am afraid it is to leave a batch of the most peak inheritors. As for the mediocre, it is regarded as elite and slowly cultivated. The two figures have arrived at the foot of the Tomb Mountain. Thunder Island. An island on a mountain. Sounds fantastic, but it is a fact. Because there is still a part of the Tomb Mountain, which is condensed by seawater. There is an island in the sea, which is normal. The island is also very lively. 100,000 years have passed, and I don't know how many more inheritors have come here. It's just getting less every time. The first generation of inheritors, I am afraid that there will be no new blood after a long time. But the second generation inheritors have grown up in the outside world, and some with good aptitudes have been brought into the Temple of Qishan. But after coming in, I came directly to the tomb's sacred mountain. There was no screening or any training. You only need to practice on the tomb's sacred mountain for 10,000 years. Those who have the strength can continue to stay, and those who are not strong enough are sent out. But this second-generation inheritor, the threshold for entering the Temple of Qishan is very high. First of all, absolute loyalty is required, and the oath of origin is taken. Then there is potential. The ultimate way, of course, there is no need to say more. But after all, the number of ultimate Dao is very small, and most of them are the second-rank original Dao, and some Dao monarchs of the mutated origin. Only by cultivating these people continuously can we screen out enough seedlings for the future tribulation realm. Go here! Huiqing led the way. On the way, many people stared at Huiqing, and many people even whispered. He is Hai Qing. Yes, the contemporary Tomb Mountain, the first inheritor, has reached the 60th floor. His strength is terrifying, and he is also the first inheritor. A white-robed boy with fairly good strength, with a look of admiration, added. He is also the pride of our primitive universe, and he is also the number one power in the world of the Buddha. These words suddenly made many of the powerhouses of the primordial universe look even brighter. There are only a few inheritors from the world of Tongtian Buddhism. There are only a few in total, but only the white-robed young man is here. Also only entered the Tomb Mountain in the last 10,000 years. Most of these inheritors are Taoists, and only a few are emperors. Some practitioners did not show up when they were a Taoist monarch, but after becoming an emperor, they shined brightly. So that, the Tomb Mountain also recruited many emperor inheritors. Huiqing didn't pay much attention to these eyes and those words. Jian Wushuang joked on the side. Huiqing, I didn't expect you to be so famous. Brother Wushuang was joking, it's just a fake name. Senior Shang broke through a few days ago and is now on the 60th floor, Huiqing said back. Shang's breakthrough made Jian Wushuang's expression move. Is a candidate. If the true spirit agreed to him, he could take Shang into consideration. I'm afraid that even if he doesn't think about it, if he really wants to agree, Zhenling will arrange for the business to go with him. Shang is their first ultimate emperor in this long river of time and space, and is also the first inheritor of the Tomb Mountain for the longest time. After being briefly surpassed by Huiqing, broke through again, and now reached the 60th floor. I'm afraid it's almost a disaster. Huiqing may still need some time, but the background of Shang is much deeper than that of them. After all, before they were born, Shang was already a fifth-order emperor. Came to the Tomb's sacred mountain, and in a short time, he became a sixth-order emperor, and he directly and seamlessly entered to the top, and then he was fighting the half-step tribulation realm Fuego. No matter what the calculation is, the opponent will be the inheritor who breaks through the disaster realm the fastest. In addition to Shang, Jian Wushuang is very interested in the more famous ultimate emperors on the Tomb Mountain. Especially the Light and Shadow Emperor, who was in the same batch with them, is now in the Tomb's sacred mountain, and it is also in the top 5. There are also the Tongtian Buddha and Zhenliang. These people have a good background. The potential is not small. Especially Zhenliang and Tongtian Buddha. The source of the two is not the ultimate, but it is the source of variation. Can be in the same rank, not weak to the ultimate emperor. Is even bigger than that. Today's Tomb Mountain, but there are hundreds of ultimate emperors. Jinwuyang and Tongtian Buddha can rank in the top 10, but they are not beyond most of the ultimate emperors. Is also the ultimate emperor, some of them are more alternative. Such as monsters like Huiqing. Or Shang, an old monster who has practiced endless years, has a terrifying background. It is the two of Guangying and the backbone. It is not easy to enter the top 10 among a crowd of monsters. Thinking of this, within a short while, the two of them arrived outside a hall for 100 years. Desolate ancient palace! Jian Wushuang looked up and read the words on the plaque silently. This deserted ancient, he didn't know whether it represented the deserted ancient of Moroa time and space, or because of the deserted master. Brother Wushuang, this deserted ancient temple is the Pepsi Hall on the Tomb God Mountain. The inheritor accepts the task, or the new inheritor must come here first. Huiqing pointed to the hall and explained to Jian Wushuang. At this time, there happened to be a guardian and an envoy from the Vermilion Bird Hall who entered the hall. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang and two of them also walked in with them. These inheritors are numerous, exceeding 100,000. There are many emperors among them. Jian Wushuang knew that this should have been searched from the outside world. Just came to study for a period of time, I guess I won't stay for too long. Inheritors of this scale, I'm afraid it will take hundreds of millions of years for such a batch to come. The long line of 100,000 people is not crowded at all in the hall. Chapter 5640. Mingming Hall is so big, but it seems to be able to accommodate countless people. The spatial structure in this one may only be discovered when it reaches the cosmic realm. And in the temple at this time, only Jian Wushuang and Huiqing had this strength. As for the guardian, he cannot be regarded as a person. The two walked directly to the front counter, ignoring the new inheritors. My lord, are they the inheritors of this place? Many people in the team were very curious. Perhaps they had listened to the legend of the Temple of God from the time they were born, and of course they were very curious when they came in for the first time. Among these people, there are also several people who have passed on from generation to generation. They came from the outside world, and now they are returning, but there is nothing unusual about them. When I saw Huiqing, there was respect in his eyes besides envy. Hearing those little guys inquiring, he quickly interrupted. Don't be rude, this place is the Tomb Mountain, they are your uncle, let alone that existence, but the first inheritor of the contemporary Tomb Mountain. The first inheritor? It's too strong, is the great Emperor Wanqing? Someone asked curiously. The words of made the first generation inheritor Li Kerai smile. Wanqing the Great is also the 10,000-star emperor, and now he has a supreme existence. To command a universe, power and strength are the peaks. Many of these little guys are from the 10,000-star universe, and naturally they highly respect the strength of 10,000 stars, and think that the great Emperor Wanqing is the strongest existence in the Tomb's sacred mountain. This you have to ask Wanqing yourself. After getting the token, Jian Wushuang glanced at some of the tasks above. Most of them are the long-term tasks of the outside world. There are few missions in the 4 secret realms, and some are also auxiliary missions. There is no danger at all. These tasks are open to the inheritors. Those little guys from the outside world don't need to accept them. They only need to honestly practice in the Tomb Mountain for thousands of years. Where are you going now? Jian Wushuang asked. Huiqing pointed to a copper furnace outside. Ordinary inheritors, now they need to temper their bodies. Brother Wushuang doesn't need to go, just go climbing. Temper the flesh. Jian Wushuang really didn't have this need. His physical body was extremely powerful, and he was refined to the 10th chain in Shanjin's universe copper furnace. Has reached perfection. As for climbing the mountain mentioned by Yu Huiqing, Jian Wushuang understands. This is something that all inheritors must do. The height to climb is also the standard for resource allocation in the future. Now Jian Wushuang's strength, I dare not say much, the 60th floor is easy. I just don't know, I can reach the 60 or so floors. According to the division, the Lord of the Universe can reach the 70th floor. Is the level of the powerhouse of the Three Tribulations realm, and still masters the Three Tribulations realm of the universe. The 80 floor is the 5th order realm. 90 floor is the 6 Tribulations realm. On the 99 floor, he reached the strength comparable to the 7 Tribulations realm. If you surpass the 99th floor and all break through, you will be a real powerhouse in the 7 Tribulations realm. At the beginning, this Tomb Mountain was established. I am afraid it is to find a successor who can reach the powerhouse of the 7 Tribulations realm. 7 Tribulation realm powerhouse. No matter what time and space they are in, they are absolute hegemons. The of the original is even more comparable to the powerhouse of the 8 Tribulations realm. That kind of strength is even more terrifying. No wonder, even the extinction is honest, and dare not do anything. After breaking the gods, the strength of extinction was frozen in the half-step 7 Tribulation realm, but it was too arrogant. Maybe it's because of calculations, otherwise there is nothing wrong with the gods. Before the rise of the gods killing the gods, wouldn't it be better to control the original Moroa time and space? Or is it because of the calculation to the present? I feel that Moroa time and space can't come out to master the power of life? Is possible. Everything is possible. Jian Wushuang stood at the bottom of the mountain, looking up at the top. Huiqing also stood aside and said, This mountain climbing is not dangerous, and there is no opponent. You just need to release your breath and walk forward. However, after reaching the 55th floor, if you want to open up a cave, you will encounter guardian beasts. The strength is a bit strong. Desolate beast? Jian Wushuang's eyes turned, so that Huiqing could say something strong, which should be interesting. Opening up the cave and encountering the guardian of the desolate beast, if you reach the 80th floor, when opening up the cave, wouldn't it mean that you will encounter the desolate beast of the robbery? But the current temple of Qixin, apart from purgatory, there is no catastrophe. Zhuangzhong was also thrown into the long river of time and space by the real spirit. Could it be said that a lot of robbery beasts have been suppressed here? If so, he could make a fortune this time. The whole body of the wild beast is precious. Flesh and flesh can refine essence and blood to replenish the origin of his beasts. The skeleton can increase his divine body, and it is a great tonic. And the origin of the beast, although barbarous, the rules above are somewhat interesting, is also a treasure. But he is now the emperor, an ordinary beast can't get stuck. At least he needs to have the desolate beast with the power of the robbery realm before he can appreciate it. Let's start on the 60th floor. I will come as soon as I go, it should be soon. Then he walked directly up the stairs of the Tomb Mountain. Huiqing is left alone, looking forward to it. At this time, there are also many people on the stairs. Many people are even opening up caves. Although there are no desert beasts in the opening of the cave below the 55th floor, the structure of the Tomb Mountain is unusually tough, and the overall quality exceeds the eternal treasure. It's not that simple to open a cave. Even if the quality of Yamashita is not good, it will take years to develop. Many inheritors are below the 55th floor. There are very few people above 50 floors. In the Emperor, to reach the 55th floor, you need absolute strength. But the absolute weakness of the weakness is not enough. Even if it is Wuzhua, I am afraid it can only reach the point where it is in the early 50s. After all, there are many ultimate emperors, and they are not the absolute pinnacle of mutation origin. Thinking of this, Akanshu Kam Jian Wushuang is a little puzzled. How did Qishan accept such an apprentice Wuzhua in the first place? Even if it is a named disciple, it is too sloppy. The strength can be seen in ordinary extreme peaks, but in Tomb's sacred mountain, it is average. Besides, I have been practicing for such a long time without any improvement. Throwing away these distracting thoughts, Jian Wushuang took a step forward. His aura reached the 50th floor without even reaching the normal state. In just a few breaths, Jian Wushuang directly reached the 50th floor. You must know that there are only dozens of people who have reached the 55th floor of the Inheritors on the Tomb Mountain. After all, the time for practice is very short. Can reach the 55th floor, that is not the strong one among the best. Jian Wushuang boarded in just one step. Except for Hui Qing, countless people at the bottom looked at Jian Wushuang with disbelief. Who is he and how can he be so strong? The absolute powerhouse who opened up the cave on the 55th floor. After feeling the familiar aura at this time, he broke the barrier in an instant. When I saw Jian Wushuang, there was no surprise. Chapter 56-41. You can be regarded as a good way. The speaker is Jin Wuyang. But this is just a Dharma body of Jin Wuyang. The deity should be in the long river of time and space outside. After Jian Wushuang saw his acquaintance, he nodded slightly, did not say much, and planned to open the cave directly. There are more than a dozen cave houses on the 50th floor at this time. Of course, some cave houses have been deserted. Some of the strong people who reached the 55th floor have already broken through and reached a higher position. Found that Jian Wushuang opened a cave on the 50th floor. Hui Qing below was a little surprised. With his eyes, he can see Jian Wushuang's strength, and he is by no means weaker. Can reach at least the 60th floor. There is no need to waste time on the 50th floor. But then, he understood. A desolate beast with perfect consummation rushed out of the Tomb God Mountain in an instant. Seems to have been suppressed for countless years. It just appeared, the aura on the body suddenly skyrocketed. An unmatched power appeared, and the shocking power made many of the inheritors below look pale. The strength of this barren beast can definitely rank in the top 10 in the Tomb Mountain. Jin Wuyang's expression was trembling when he felt the breath, and he couldn't help but reminded. Be careful, this barren beast is not simple, it is very likely that it has broken through its strength when suppressed. When he first opened up the cave on the 55th floor, he didn't encounter such a powerful beast. The strength of this barren beast is even stronger than his deity. Can only say that Jian Wushuang's luck is a bit bad. He thought that Jian Wushuang opened up the cave on the 55th floor, and his strength only reached the 55th floor, but he knew what Jian Wushuang really thought. Now Jian Wushuang not only yearns for treasures, but also improves himself. Is more eager to fight life and death. What a pity, everyone on Tomb God Mountain can fight. If Zhuangzhong is the strong man in the robbery realm, he can try his own strength. Facing this desolate beast, Jian Wushuang didn't even pull out the Jueyin sword behind him. He flashed to the desolate beast's side instantly. There was no change in the aura on his body, just a hand knife, directly piercing the desolate beast's body. The power brought by this hand knife exploded from the inside, directly exploding the entire body of the desolate beast. Jian Wushuang was also taken aback by his own sword. The strength had just broken through, and he couldn't grasp it for a while, but the opponent burst out with one blow. Fortunately, he has the power to swallow, and with one hand, he condenses the burst of flesh and blood into a ball. 10,000 battle-sized wild beasts turned into a drop of blood in a blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang took advantage of the trend and included him in the Beast Warrior. The origin within the Beast Warrior is once again stronger. Although today's beasts have reached the perfect body, the internal origin is still a bit weak, and it has not reached the origin of the universe. Therefore, it is necessary to continuously devour the blood beasts to improve. This Jin Wuyang stared at Jian Wuxuang in disbelief. The fight just now was too fast. Even Jin Wuyang didn't see any changes in Jian Wuxuang, and the wild beast completely fell. That was an ancient barren beast that was a bit stronger than his deity, so it was solved. That Jian Wuxuang's strength, how terrifying! Jian Wuxuang saw the stunned Jin Wuyang. He leaked a smile, raised his hand slightly, and said, "See you soon!" After finishing speaking, a flash of body has reached the 51st floor. Then the cave was opened up layer by layer, and the beast that had been beheaded also vaguely entered his beast weapon. 60 floors. So far, the highest level among all the inheritors on the Tomb God Mountain. This news instantly detonated all the inheritors on the Tomb God Mountain to come and watch. The merchants who couldn't even get out of retreat also walked out of the cave. When they saw Jian Wuxuang, they didn't speak, the two just nodded to each other. On the 54th floor, a strong man covered in white bones also walked out of the cave, raised his head and stared at Jian Wuxuang above, with a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. He is the top 3 super powerhouse in the Tomb Mountain. The space has reached the cosmic realm, and he has created a unique pinnacle of knowledge. Is the ultimate emperor of the bones. Before Huiqing joined the road, only Shang could crush him. But he doesn't care, because Shangben is the Tomb Mountain where the ultimate emperor comes, and he has been practicing for a lot longer than him. He is confident that he will surpass Shang in the future. But later Huiqing succeeded in joining together, and instantly caught up with him. After returning from the human world, he directly became an absolute powerhouse, surpassing Shang in one era. This made him feel the unprecedented pressure, so that the disputes in the outside world are ignored, and he is practicing with all his heart. The universe named after him in his hometown was breached by the Temple of Destruction, but he still couldn't get out of the barrier. Now someone has surpassed him again, and his heart is shaking. Is Jian Wuxuang, the invincible Taoist once. Just as he joined the road, he was going to get the name of an invincible emperor. The Light and Shadow Emperor, who is ranked 4th, looks like a shadow in a dark area, and also raises his head to stare at Jian Wuxuang. It's just that his Dao Xian hasn't changed in any way. Because of his heart, he always believes that light and shadow will obscure time and space, and that he will be the real superpower in the future. In addition to these top-level super inheritors, there are also many ordinary inheritors who have just arrived at the Tomb Mountain. Their eyes are full of envy and yearning. Reach the 60th floor of the Tomb Mountain. Has the strength to cross the entire time and space. The number 1 powerhouse in the outside world is the Azure Dragon Palace Master. The strength is only 60 levels. Of course, if you really talk about combat power, I am afraid that Zhuangzhong is the real number 1. After all, is a strong robbery realm. It's just that Zhuangzhong didn't show up, but kept sitting in a dangerous place. Shocked the Temple of Destruction. This is more useful than conquest. If it is a conquest, it can destroy the Temple of Destruction. These inheritors have already left. If you really want to take action in the Tribulation realm, I am afraid that extinction will also take action. In other words, there are other means of extinction, which can create battle power in the Tribulation realm. You reading www.Bakanshu.com. After all, the power of that holy water is too terrifying. 60 layers of combat power. The entire long river of time and space can reach this standard, except for those outside the territory. No more than 5 people. Broly is not Azure Dragon's opponent, he shouldn't reach this level yet. Now there are 3 people on the Tomb God Mountain plus himself. Jiang Shang from the outside world also has this strength, even surpassing the 60th floor. Plus the Green Dragon Palace Lord. Exactly 5 people. This kind of powerful combat power, even if it goes to some powerful time and space, it is also a top powerhouse. In the original Moruo time and space, although there were a large group of Tribulation realms, and even many lords of the universe. But fights rarely occur, and most of them are dominated by emperors. Like Jian Wuxuang's strength, at the beginning, how could he be a general, and it was still very advanced? Because of the strength of the Magic Sound General and others, they are strong and weak. 60 floors, really extraordinary, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. At this moment, he felt a sense of exhaustion. Chapter 56-42. That is the force of the rules of Tomb Mountain, suppressing him. Now he wanted to see how powerful the desolate beasts at this level were. The origin of the beasts is almost the same. The distance to reach the origin level of the universe is only a desolate beast with the power of a catastrophe. Just on the 59th floor, the barren beast he encountered had an attack comparable to the Tribulation Realm. But this is not enough. It's just comparable to the attack. The key is that the strongest move is comparable to the Robbery Realm. If it is really a Robbery Desolate Beast, any random move is the strongest blow of the Desolate Beast just now. In terms of strength, there is a huge difference. Pinnacle, the corners of his mouth raised when he was really inspired by this scene. A trace of thought power, manipulating the Tomb Mountain, awakened a real catastrophe beast. It was a good sale to Jian Wushuang, and he also asked Jian Wushuang. It's a good thing. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned, and he also found a breath, quietly appearing. This time, before he went to open the cave mansion, a wild beast appeared, probably because of the real spirit. Hum! An inconspicuous stone is cracking on the 60th floor of Tombshin Mountain. The size of the stone is only a few steps long and wide. It's not a big deal. But at the next moment, the stone cracked and an orc with long head and feet rushed out. Sure enough, it was almost the same as Jian Wushuang thought. The desolate beast in front of him is no longer a desolate beast, but a murderer. Frozen demon race! Jian Wushuang stared at the opponent's appearance, thinking of a monster he had seen in Moro Time and Space. That is the time and space of Moro, the overlord group of the ancient times. Although it is the overlord, but the number is very rare, even less than the special life. No more than 10,000 heads in total. But birth is the earth immortal, adult is the emperor. Without any constraints, it is easier to break through. He has seen portraits of each other in books. You are freezing the demon race! The little murderer, a little surprised Jian Wushuang could recognize him, asked in surprise. Jian Wushuang said indifferently, I knew it by chance. It belongs to that era now. Why can't I feel the movement of the long river of time and space? The small murderer with the sharp horns of the elder raised his head and looked at the void sky, somewhat puzzled. Jian Wushuang didn't bother to explain, but replied casually, Beat me, you will know! Ha! Your breath is too weak, isn't it too easy to defeat you? Try it! Jian Wushuang did it directly. He arrived behind the opponent in an instant, and the speed was so fast that he didn't even see the business close to him very clearly. Only Huiqing, who returned to the 60th floor, saw the moment Jian Wushuang flashed. Speed has merged with time. Jian Wushuang's speed surpassed the emperor too much. Others can't see it, and it's normal. Those inheritors above the 55th floor could still see Jian Wushuang's methods at first, but at this time, they discovered that their consciousness could not keep up with Jian Wushuang's changes. Jian Wushuang, who came to the back of the fierce beast, struck out a punch, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't even turn around, and then caught his punch with his back. This surprised Jian Wushuang very much. With this strength, I am afraid I will be able to know the truth soon. The little fierce beast suddenly turned his head, opened his brown lips, and instantly blurted out a violent force, directly facing Jian Wushuang. Because of being caught, Jian Wushuang couldn't hide at all, so he could only resist this move. Boom! An attack directly burst the mountain that was comparable to the eternal treasure. Jian Wushuang, the nearest one, disappeared in the billowing smoke. A cold sweat appeared on Huiqing's forehead, and the next moment he felt a familiar breath, just above the sky. Looking up, it was Jian Wushuang. A dark red armor, covering the whole body. Above the battle armor, there is still a trace of power that has just been destroyed. Click! Jian Wushuang leaked his appearance, stared at the murderer below, and asked, You are in a few catastrophes. It can be resisted. The little murderer was very surprised. After seeing the treasure on Jian Wushuang, his eyes shrank and he was shocked. Beast God Soldier! Do you know each other? This time it was Jian Wushuang's turn to be surprised. The other party knew the Beast God Soldier. I am afraid that he had some reputation in Moroa time and space. Although the frozen demon race did not come back later, it was also a super race. The little murderer gritted his teeth and stared at Jian Wushuang viciously and said, It's hard not to know the seat. At the beginning, someone used the beast god weapon to attack my frozen demon race and kill my people. It's true to look at the other person. And hatred is not small. My ancient temple, I will avenge the race today. With a roar, countless rubbles all around burst open. On the 60th floor, the other two people, Shang and Huiqing, were shocked by this roar. Tribulation! At this time, both Huiqing and Shang, or the other ultimate emperors below, could feel the oppression from the ancient temple. Only Tribulation Realm will have this sense of oppression. 60th floor, how can there be a catastrophe? Everyone felt incredible. Jian Wushuang was eager to try. Unexpectedly, he encountered the Tribulation Realm ahead of time. It seems that there is no need to fight at this level. Otherwise, these 60 floors would not be able to stay. With a move in his heart, he transmitted the true spirit and asked the other party to teleport him to the 65th floor. Are you sure the power of the rules there will suppress you very much? Jinling asked uncertainly. Jian Wushuang was very persistent. Now only he himself knows his own strength. The power of the 65th layer of rules could not suppress him. On the contrary, it will let him go as he pleases. Huh! Huh! Although Jinling was a little puzzled, he still did it. He also did the same, wanting to see how powerful Jian Wushuang was after he joined forces. The 65th floor is desolate. The space here is more solidified, the gravity is 10,000 times higher than the outside world, and the force of rules is even more terrifying. If Jian Wushuang wanted to tear the space here, it might not be easy. When you look down, you can clearly see the people below. What's the matter? The ancient temple was a little puzzled. How could it be moved here suddenly? And he felt that the pressure here was great. There have been some subtle effects on him. Human, is you doing it? The ancient temple asked. Jian Wushuang did not refute, but nodded indifferently. I said, as long as you defeat me, you can know everything. Now you don't need to ask too much, as long as you understand, if you don't defeat me, you will die. Jian Wushuang yelled, and the breath on his body began to boil. The strength that burst out in an instant caused the short ancient temple to resist with his arms. Hum! Jian Wushuang was surrounded by a dark red arc. This is his strongest strength under normal circumstances. If it weren't for the power of the stars, his state at this time would probably be the strongest state. You actually hide your strength! The ancient temple was a little disdainful. Even after feeling Jian Wushuang exploded with strength comparable to him, he still remained unmoved. Chapter 56-43. Very calm. Jian Wushuang was not surprised at this, because he knew the secrets of the frozen demon race's talents. The natural change Dao strong. After becoming a robbery, you can transform your body. The strength of the ancient temple is not weak, it is not an ordinary one tribulation realm, and it may even be a strong one in the two tribulation realm. It can transform itself and burst out stronger strength. Stop talking nonsense, let's do it! Jian Wushuang rushed out directly, and the two came to a stairway among the rocks, facing each other far away. Just a moment, an instant shot. This time, the ancient temple took the first shot, and a pair of sharp claws instantly appeared in front of Jian Wushuang's eyes. It's a pity that Jian Wushuang has already exploded this time, and his strength is not what it used to be. He saw the opponent's moves and directly grabbed the wrist of the ancient temple. Jian Wushuang's hands were like a chain, tightly binding the wrist of the ancient temple. Especially the left arm that blends into the claw of the beast god. A dark red light burst out. 60,000 times the divine body burst out with endless mighty power in an instant. The two were in a stalemate like this. The ancient temple clenched their teeth, the threaded foreheads, there was already a trace of sweat, and the eyes in the eye holes burst out with countless bloodshot eyes. The two of them are competing for supernatural power. The people below can see clearly, because this time there is no quick battle, but a stalemate. Although Jian Wushuang clung to the opponent's wrist, he could feel the strength of the opponent. To outsiders, the ancient temple is now passive. But only Jian Wushuang knew that his current power was not enough. If you don't break out, I'm afraid the opponent will break free. Beast God! Jian Wushuang shouted angrily, and the dark red aura on his body soared instantly. In the next moment, the power of the beasts broke out completely. The realm of the beast god is wide open. The power of Jian Wushuang's divine body turned into the power of beast gods. Click! After Jian Wushuang broke out, he easily smashed the ancient temple's methods, freed his left hand, and hit the opponent's chest with a punch. Cracks appeared directly on the soft armor of the ancient temple. A mouthful of brown blood spurted from the mouth of the ancient temple. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang dodged in time without splashing himself. In the domain, Jian Wushuang was extremely fast. After a punch to the ancient temple, he immediately went around behind the opponent's stretched body, raised his leg and kicked it hard. Under the double explosive force, the ancient temple was slightly injured, and the battle armor was completely cracked. In the meantime, Jian Wushuang did not forget to ridicule. If you want to vomit blood all over me, I have to vomit faster. After speaking, he clenched his hands into a punch and slammed it on the head of the ancient temple. Boom! The ancient temple that was smashed to the ground from a high altitude struggled to get up. This time Jian Wushuang didn't make another move, and it was meaningless to solve the opponent too quickly. He can feel that the strength of the ancient temple is much more than that. At this time, the beast god realm he opened was also considered to be the power of the beast god, capable of increasing his divine body to about 80,000 times. It was already at the level of the robbery realm, and coupled with the power of the beast god, could he beat the opponent with divine power. These powers can be regarded as the top of the one tribulation realm, but not the peak. If this little strength can hold it, then the other party will disappoint him too much. The ancient temple stood up from a miniature stone pit and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Staring at Jian Wushuang's dark red eyes, there was no trace of fear, but full of fighting spirit. You actually have 80,000 divine bodies, which is really good. The ancient temple tore off the rotten soft armor on his body, and leaked out his chest with obvious lines. It's just that the limbs are very slender, and I can't see how strong it is. Jian Wushuang frowned when he saw the soft armor being ripped off at will. Although he recognized his strength very much, he was not arrogant enough to destroy the ultimate eternal treasure. The opponent's strength is so strong, and it is the frozen demon race. Even if there is no universe treasure, how can he have a set of the best eternal treasure? Now he can buy the ultimate eternal treasure at will. What's more, the opponent is in the tribulation realm. How could the treasures on his body be so ordinary? He broke it with a few tricks. Why do you think the treasures on my body are terrible? The ancient temple moved his wrists, the broken bones had long been restored, and then said, Because my divine body exceeds 100,000, so I don't need any defensive treasures. As soon as the voice fell, a force that shook the world suddenly exploded. Jian Wushuang's eyes were hot, and he felt that the other party was not that simple. The divine body of the ancient temple exploded again, and it really reached 100,000 times. The burst of power made his speed surprisingly fast. Jian Wushuang didn't even see the shadow of the opponent, and he was thrown over by the opponent's foot. Just when he was about to get up, the ancient temple used force again and stepped on Jian Wushuang's younger generation to collapse. Had it not been for the beasts, I am afraid that this foot could penetrate his divine body. Boom! This was not over yet. The ancient temple did not give Jian Wushuang any chance, clenched a fist with one hand, and blasted Jian Wushuang's head with a fist. Breaking the ground directly, Jian Wushuang's entire body was embedded in the ground. The ancient super powerhouse is really extraordinary. And he is also a super strong man who takes the line of the body. That power made Jian Wushuang feel desperate. The power of the beast god! Jian Wushuang forcibly endured the cracking of the divine body and forcibly broke out the power of the beast god. This time he unlocked twice the power of the beast god. The divine body has also increased by 100,000 times, which is the same as that of the ancient temple. One turned over and rushed up instantly. The ancient temple raised its brows and said in surprise, "You recovered so quickly!" The other party didn't know that Jian Wushuang possessed strong vitality. Even if Jian Wushuang didn't use twice the power of the beast god, the opponent couldn't kill him. This is the benefit of the source. The background is too strong. Although both of them are now using pure divine power, the origin is also indispensable. Jian Wushuang, who stood up, quickly entered a state of life and death duel. Fighting with the ancient temple is inextricably difficult. With twice the power of the beast god, Jian Wushuang can still bear it now. As for the beast, there is no problem. Although the origin within the beast god soldier has not yet reached the level of the universe, it can maintain Jian Wushuang's 3 times the power of the beast god. With only 3 times the power of the beast god, Jian Wushuang would be a little strenuous. The strongest is twice the power of the beast god, increasing the divine body to 100,000 times. That is to say, on the basis, a full 40,000 times the divine body has been added. The power of the beast is the power that bursts out after the candle dragon, the beast soldier, recovers to full body. Jian Wushuang is called the power of the beast god. When he was not a perfect body, he could only explode the beast god realm and the amplified god body. As for the power of the beast god, it was very weak and did not match his own god body. Jian Wushuang didn't care about it at the beginning. But after becoming a complete body, Jian Wushuang discovered that the power of this beast was much stronger than the bursting power of his own basic body. The power of Jian Wushuang's 100,000 times divine body and transformed beast is capable of exploding beyond its own power. Chapter 56-44. So that Jian Wushuang became stronger in Vietnam, and the divine body showed no signs of decline. Although the power of life and the power of all things can supplement oneself. But the injury of the divine body is difficult to recover. Even if Jian Wushuang is injured, it will cause the divine body to decline. But this time, although he suffered some injuries, the divine body became stronger as he fought. This is the resilience of the power of the beast god. Boom! A punch directly hit the front door of the ancient temple. How is this possible? The ancient temple couldn't believe it. After he was injured, the divine body had begun to decline, but Jian Wushuang's divine body was stronger in Vietnam and was able to suppress him. Jian Wushuang was full of fighting spirit, without any intention to stop, constantly beating the ancient temple. If you really want to kill the opponent, he can use kendo directly, but it's not necessary, just play. Since the opponent's divine body is very strong, he uses it to defeat the opponent. Wow! With a kick, kicking the ancient temple into the rock pile, Jian Wushuang panted heavily and said with disdain, "Are you just this strength?" The ancient temple in the pile of rocks did not answer. Jian Wushuang could clearly feel the breath of the other party, and he didn't think that the ancient temple had just fallen. "I heard that you frozen demon race can transform after reaching the tribulation realm. I don't know if it is true or not." Jian Wushuang stared down and continued, "If you don't use it anymore, I won't give you a chance." After seeing Jian Wushuang blasting against the ancient temple, the people below felt that Jian Wushuang was about to win, but they were all taken aback when they saw Jian Wushuang did not take advantage of the victory. They couldn't hear Jian Wushuang's voice, they could only see Jian Wushuang's lips moving. Jian Wushuang, who came up with the intent to fight, didn't want to just kill the opponent like this. At least have to come up with some strength that surprises him. Otherwise it's too wasteful. He didn't use his origin to fight the opponent anymore. If he didn't show some strength, he would be a little bit sorry for him. Huh! The ancient temple stood up from the pile of rocks, slapped the dust on his body, and walked out faintly. When he looked up at Jian Wushuang, the corners of his eyes trembled. Do you know that I can transform, so I am not afraid that I will kill you after my strength soars? The ancient temple's voice was low. Transformation is the secret method of their clan's talent. There are very few people who know, and the human race in front of him actually knows that his status is not low, and his status in the temple of Qixin is very high. At this time, the thinking of the ancient temple was still in Moro time and space in ancient times. His strength was not considered strong at the beginning. In the robbery realm, he can only be regarded as an ordinary member. Jian Wushuang was able to suppress him, indicating that Jian Wushuang's strength was not very good. In his impression, there are many 5 Tribulations realm powerhouses in the Qixin temple. There are also 3 major gods, and they are superpowers in the 6 Tribulations realm. That's why Jian Wushuang's identity should not be very high. But to be able to know the secrets of their clan's talents, I am afraid it is extraordinary. It should be a kind of arrogant god in the temple of Qixin. Only Tianjiao, who is against the sky, can give him such an arrogant opportunity to transform. Jian Wushuang stared at the ancient temple, shook his head, and said calmly, "You are so confident!" Ha! The ancient temple burst into laughter, his eyes began to condense, and the aura on his body began to change, and continued, "It seems that you don't know much. Do you think my transformation is simple?" The frozen demon race, the reason why God did not rule Moro time and space before the arrival of the ancient times, is that it has a real ability. Do not rely on any foreign objects and secret methods. Simply relying on talent alone can dominate the long river of time and space. The sparsely numbered frozen demon race can be so strong. How can it be mediocre? Mortal, witness! A group of white lights flickered, and the ancient temple laughed frantically. Prepare, are you ready for death? Hum! The white light exploded, and the dazzling light made Jian Wushuang even unable to open his eyes. I could only vaguely see a figure, curled up in a ball, slowly standing up. After the light disappeared, the breath receded. Jian Wushuang saw the appearance of the ancient temple after its transformation. It can be said that the appearance has changed drastically from before. From short and thin, to burly and strong. The face changed very little, and the 2 tentacles on the top of the head remained. For a while, Jian Wushuang couldn't feel the strength of the opponent. How about it? How satisfied with the appearance of this seat after transformation? The ancient temple opened his palm and slowly raised it. When Jian Wushuang was about to nod his head to answer, a powerful force instantly overturned him and retreated thousands of miles. Before he could stabilize his figure, the ancient temple had already arrived in front of him, and a top knee directly pressed Jian Wushuang to the ground. Squeezing Jian Wushuang's neck with one knee and looking down at Jian Wushuang, he said in a cold voice, "My current supernatural power is 180,000. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank when he heard this number. 180,000. What kind of monster is that? Is this the superpower of the divine body stream? He had heard at the beginning that those who are strong in divine body flow will become stronger in the later stage. But I never thought it would be so outrageous. Previously, he felt that after the opponent's transformation, the strongest could reach 120,000, and even 130,000 would be considered good. Unexpectedly, it reached 180,000 directly. This divine power is probably directly comparable to the superpower in the 3 Tribulations realm. No wonder the other party is so confident. You reading www.Bokanshu.com. What a surprise. The current Jian Wushuang, in the hands of the ancient temple, is really like a mortal. There is no room to fight back. Keep getting beaten up. The divine body has split, and it has dropped directly from 100,000 times to 60,000 times. The power of the beast also faded. The ancient temple tied Jian Wushuang's neck with its tail, and when he mentioned midair, he punched Jian Wushuang's chest with a punch. Soon, the basic divine body could not be maintained. Jian Wushuang's divine body was completely shattered. The face was beaten full of blood. 6 holes bleeding. No. Played it! Jian Wuxuang spit out a few words hard, his eyelids trying to close uncontrollably. However, the ancient temple did not stop, and continued to ravage Jian Wuxuang, without forgetting to ridicule. Don't you want to see my real strength? Why can't I hold it? This time, Jian Wuxuang really couldn't hold it anymore. Although his divine body has the blessing of the power of the beast god, it can indeed reach the battle power of the robbery, but it is far worse than the opponent. 100,000 and 180,000, it seems that there is a difference of 80,000, but in fact, it is infinitely different. Even if it was 10,000 more than Jian Wuxuang, they couldn't beat the opponent. Not to mention, a full 80,000 more. Even if it uses 3 times the power of the beast to increase the divine body to 120,000, it is not an opponent. In the divine power competition, Jian Wuxuang lost. But he can't be blamed either. The ancient temple is a strong robbery of the divine body flow. His current basic divine body is only 60,000, and after he joined the Tao, he is not very helpful to the divine body. It is still he himself spent countless treasures to upgrade to 60,000. How can he compare with the other party? Only when the beast soldier is complete, he has such a powerful divine power. If he waited for him to upgrade his body to the Emperor Consummation, he would be able to fight the opponent. Chapter 56-45. Those special beings, the divine body at the peak, the limit can reach 80,000 times. If Jian Wuxuang reached that level and then raised the origin of the beast gods to the cosmic level, he might be able to use 5 times the power of the beast gods. Not afraid of ancient temples. But now, he had just succeeded in the harmony, and he couldn't reach that level after all the treasures were spent. After giving up the divine body, Jian Wuxuang's thought power moved, and the power of life emerged instantly. Although the injury of the divine body did not return to its peak, the injury of Jian Wuxuang's physical body healed instantly. As for the origin, even if the opponent has 180,000 supernatural powers, it will not hurt his origin's starry sky. He lit up half of the universe, as well as the endless starry sky. Even if the Lord of the Universe is allowed to come over, there is no guarantee that Jian Wuxuang's origin can be crushed. What's more, it is an ancient temple that takes the route of the gods. 18,000 divine bodies are indeed very powerful. It was already comparable to the ordinary 3 tribulations realm, and of course it was certainly not a match for the Lord of the Universe. It's not that simple to master the tribulation realm of the universe. And now, the ancient temple is facing a strong man who controls the half-sitting universe. Jian Wuxuang's origin burst out instantly, and an aura that could affect the rules burst out, making the ancient temple's mind trembling. Eternal change! Guchu's eyes were shocked. He didn't expect Jian Wuxuang to have such a powerful origin. I thought he was a strong man in the line of the divine body just like him, but turned out to be an existence who mastered the ultimate way. And when he felt the origin of Jian Wuxuang, the ancient temple immediately let go of its tail in surprise, and threw Jian Wuxuang aside, shuddering. You are only an emperor! Jian Wuxuang slowly stood up. The arc on his body also turned light blue. That was the power of the starry sky. This is the first time he has performed the ancient changes after he joined the road, and reached the peak state. Why, is it surprising? Jian Wuxuang's eyes became unusually tough. Some. When he raised his hand and pulled out the Jiuyan sword from behind, time and space stopped flowing. The ancient temple was even scared back. That power reminded him of the original Lord of the Universe. I've played enough, you should die too. A huge sword shadow appeared between heaven and earth. This made everyone tremble. A sword struck the ancient temple with 180,000 divine bodies. His eyes only felt a little asymmetry, but the next moment the body was transformed into 2 pieces. Jian Wuxuang opened up hundreds of swords in an instant, and the ancient temple was turned into pieces in astonishment. Raising his hand, a group of huge forces of all things condensed force directly burst. Boom! After the power of all things burst, the body of the ancient temple turned into blood and floated in the void. Jian Wuxuang was surprised, but he didn't kill the opponent. The divine body of 180,000 times is really extraordinary. However, the ancient temple turned into flesh and blood was directly swallowed by his swallowing power and entered into the palm of his hand. Under the suppression of the powerful starry sky, the consciousness remaining in the blood was directly destroyed. Only blood containing endless power is left. Call! Jian Wuxuang instilled the blood into the beast god weapon and let out a sigh of relief. Finally solved. Without using the starry sky catalog, he can kill the strong at the pinnacle of the second tribulation realm. Of course, although the combat power of the ancient temple had reached the threshold of the three tribulations, it was a purely divine body route after all, and it was still a little too weak. In addition, after being suppressed for so many years, the 18 divine body did not play a big role, so he solved it. It can only be regarded as the peak and consummation of the second tribulation. If he showed the starry sky catalog, he could match the ordinary three tribulations realm powerhouse. As for the Lord of the Universe, he might not be the opponent. In the three tribulations realm, there is a huge gap between the powerhouses who have mastered the universe's tribulation realm and those who do not. This can't be calculated. If you fight in the universe controlled by the Lord of the Universe, you will fall as many as the three tribulations realm. In his dojo, the Lord of the Universe is almost invincible. This also made Jian Wuxuang very interested in his own thought universe. If the universe of his thoughts can become the real universe, it can be an abnormal dojo. By that time, wouldn't he be invincible directly below the four tribulations realm, and even rival the four tribulations realm powerhouse? Thinking of this, Jian Wuxuang couldn't help but get excited. He is still an emperor now, and the realm of the universe has not yet been truly completed. Once he lights up a whole universe in the original starry sky, I am afraid he will be able to display the real universe. Continue to practice? This is obviously wrong. No matter how generous the real spirit is, it is impossible to give him all the treasures. Still have to go out and do it on your own. 65 floors. Jian Wuxuang easily opened up a cave. It's just that this time there is no desolate beast. He really wanted to kill another head. Now the origin of the beasts and God's soldiers can be as good as entering the origin level of the universe, and they are still a bit weak. It is not as powerful as the half-universe in his body. Forget it, find it by yourself later. Jian Wuxuang shook his head, this time he was satisfied. After opening up the cave, let the second soul stay behind, and the deity went to the 60th floor. When Huiqing and Shang saw him, their eyes were full of colors. At this moment, even the relatively dull Huiqing had a resilience, and wanted to surpass Jian Wuxuang's resilience. In fact, Jian Wuxuang was the same as them before. You reading www.Bakanshu.com. Remember when he was in the court of the Three Kings, he saw Huiqing's success in joining the Tao, wasn't he envious? Seeing Shang's strength and rivaling Fuego's recovery, he is even more yearning. Now that he has succeeded in harmony, not only has he surpassed them, but he has also opened a great distance. The strong road is right. Jian Wuxuang's heart is extremely firm, and he will keep going. In congratulations, the three had a good chat. This was the first time I had chatted with Shang. Jian Wuxuang learned about the secrets of the primitive universe from the other side, and also learned a lot about his personal thoughts. As for the travel to other time and space, he did not say. After all, the true spirit has no quasi-trust. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if the real spirit didn't agree to it after all? Just when the three of them were about to enter Huiqing's cave and recount their old feelings, the true spirit came, and the sword did not move. True spirit transmission, the three went to the top of the mountain together. This made Jian Wuxuang very happy. Explain that it's really moving. Perhaps it was his strength that moved the true spirit, or the true spirit had confidence in them. In fact, from Jian Wuxuang's point of view, Shang had a good temperament, and he was a perfect inheritor. It is also a strong man of righteousness. The unity of knowledge and action is a true gentleman. Hui Qing doesn't need to say more. In terms of personality, he has some stains on the contrary. After repeated betrayals, the true spirit can believe him, so much trust. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang's heart was moved. In order to restore the glory of the Temple of Qi, it is my duty. Regret in the pavilion. When the three of Jian Wushuang arrived, there were already several people waiting here. The backbone Luo, who was originally ranked third, the Emperor Guangying who ranked fourth, and Jian Wushuang's old acquaintance, Zhen Wuyang. Chapter 56-46. 6 people were standing, and only True Spirit was sitting alone. It's just such a thing, you all go back and think about it. This time there are no more than 10 people going to another time and space, and you must never tell anyone. After the real spirit finished speaking, everyone dispersed. But Jian Wushuang was left behind. I knew about this when I went back, and made a decision in my heart. It was very easy. Other people are different. Especially the older generation of powerhouses in the primitive universe. Zhen Wuyang and Shang. The two of them took a great look at the time and space of the outside world, especially the primitive universe. Feeling that the real spirit asked them to go to other long rivers of time and space, this is a naked escape. There is hesitation in my heart. However, the backbone of Luo and Guangying are very relaxed. They just consider the gains and losses and don't care about the outside world. Actually, it's right to think about it. They don't have much feelings for the outside world. After coming to the Temple of Qishan, I just wanted to be stronger, but didn't even think about giving back. Otherwise, the outside world will be like that, and the two will not go out. The business is closed, otherwise he will go out. The deity of Zhen Wuyang has been conquering the outside world. There is also the Tongtian Buddha, who has not even left the avatar, and is now commanding 16 universes from the outside world, fighting head-on with the Temple of Destruction. These talents are the backbone of the future. No wonder the real spirit hesitated. It is also for this reason. In case of raising a white-eyed wolf, it's not good. Only the two of them were left, and Jian Wushuang was not polite, and sat down directly. Zhenling even poured tea on Jian Wushuang himself. Thanks, Tusk, taste it. This is the tea of your time and space. I don't know when I want to drink it in the future. That's also true. After Jinsong Jian Wushuang and the others left, I'm afraid they won't be able to return without tens of thousands of eras. Ordinary Tribulation Realm simply doesn't work. At least the 3 Tribulations Realm, or even the 4 Tribulations Realm can play a certain role. The current candidates are all seedlings of the Tribulation Realm. The opportunity has arrived. It's not difficult to become a catastrophe. But how far you can go depends on your own ability. In fact, in the long run, practitioners like Zhen Yang and Tongtian Buddha can actually go farther. Because of its strong adaptability. This is why Zhenling was particularly optimistic about Shang at first. Too bad is not good, because the road is difficult to follow. Just like Jian Wushuang, Dao Jun can kill Zhu Ding, how defying the sky. But then I think about it, Hui Qing, the backbone Luo and others of the same era, before Jian Wushuang combined with Dao, were already the best. That is, Jian Wushuang won the bet, Hadao succeeded and surpassed everyone. If the harmony fails, I am afraid that the strength is not as good as these people. The risk is too great. There are very few opportunities in the future, but I will definitely do my best to come back as soon as possible, Jian Wushuang said firmly. Whether it's for the homeland universe, or this long river of time and space, or it's because of the power of death. He has to face extinction, and cannot escape. This is fate. Zhenling still had some confidence in Jian Wushuang, and was not afraid that Jian Wushuang would really run away. How much do you know about extinction now? Zhenling asked tentatively. Since the birth of extinction, there is actually very little connection between the two. But in the cave mansion of the Mahayana Lingshan, Jian Wushuang went to the once fragmented Mora time and space and saw a lot. Only then can we understand the extinction. Jian Wushuang didn't conceal anything, and now said the power of death and the power of life. He felt that the reason why this matter was so complicated was not only because of the power of life, but also because of the gods. It's just not easy to say. If the extinction was purely for him, I'm afraid he would have been annihilated long ago. That will wait till now. After hearing this, Jinling nodded slightly and sighed. Have you seen the future of this long river of time and space? As soon as this sentence came out, Jian Wushuang jumped. When subconsciously wanted to shake his head, he was stunned. Jinling waved his hand, and on the case in front of the two, there appeared a time and space origin, and a time and space origin that had been shrouded in darkness. This long river of time and space will eventually perish. This is the prophecy of a strong man. Jian Wushuang was stunned when he heard this sentence. At first he thought that the true spirit could see that he had traveled to the future, but he did not expect that someone had predicted the changes in the future time and space. This long river of time and space will be destroyed. Destroy the temple of Qi together. Seeing the shocked look on Jian Wushuang's face, Jinling smiled slightly and said, Of course, you don't need to believe in the prophecy of that existence. When Jian Wushuang entered the future time and space, he was convinced that in the future world, he failed in harmony and eventually fell. As for the subsequent destruction of time and space, he didn't know. But being able to see the future failure, he felt that there might be some connection. Is this existence the power of the Qixin Temple? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. The Lord of the Universe can do this by predicting the future. The first true king at the time also predicted the future of the three kings' court. Unfortunately, it is impossible to predict and accurately meet some people who are against the sky. This is also the reason why Jian Wushuang is able to join forces successfully. Really want to predict so accurately, Okanshu. Calm, he may have failed. Isn't this, except for me, there is no such superpower in the Qixin Temple, and even the original body is not so powerful. Jinling gave a wry smile and shook his head. If there is such a strong presence in the Temple of Qixin, how could he be so passive? Jian Wushuang frowned slightly and asked, Then this senior, why does he help Qixin Temple predict the future? Since the other party predicted that the Temple of Qixin would be destroyed in the long river of time and space, it must have some connection with the Temple of Qixin. Otherwise, this kind of thing will not be thrown out for no reason. Just like now, suddenly came in existence that he couldn't see through, and told him directly that he would become a powerful person in the Nine Tribulations realm in the future, so he definitely didn't believe it. Speaking of it, it doesn't have much to do with the Temple of Qixin, but I have some personal acquaintances with the master of the Palace Xuani, so I am willing to tell the other party. No need to say more about Jinling now. Jian Wushuang understood a little bit. No wonder the Xuanwu Temple and Qixin Temple are a bit incompatible. It turns out that after listening to the words of an old guy, he was ready to run away in advance, and he didn't even think about returning to the Qixin Temple. Jinling seemed to see Jian Wushuang's thoughts, and quickly corrected. Xuanwu Temple is actually not easy. The family property of these years has almost been wiped out because of the appearance of extinction. Outside the battle, the Shrine of Extinction has holy water to help practitioners perform sacrificial rituals and enhance their combat power. Qixin Temple is a puppet of Xuanwu Temple. Only then can I barely suppress the opponent. If Xuanwu Hall ran away, Qixin Hall would now fall below. I believed in this prophecy before, but after seeing you, I changed my mind, Jinling said, standing up. Previously, he had thought that the one who destroyed this long river of time and space was the inheritor cultivated by his Temple of Qixin. Chapter 56-47. Now he realized that after extinction was born. It is extinction. He is the real murderer behind the scenes. As for the inheritors, they will destroy the long river of time and space because of the extinction. This is the real root problem. So it is necessary to solve the extinction. As for the inheritor, it doesn't matter anymore. The Temple of Destroying the World also has inheritors, maybe they are from the other side. Don't worry about him. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged and didn't ask any more, but fell into silence. Predicting the future, able to be so accurate, who is that existence in the end, has reached that state again. By the way, do you have any suitable candidates to talk about? The construction of the space-time channel is about to begin. No more than 10 people are enough. Jinling turned to look at Jian Wushuang, pulling the topic away. The destruction of time and space is still somewhat depressing. Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked at the true spirit. He really had a few suitable candidates. How about Wu Zhuo? After hearing Wu Zhuo's name, Jinling was stunned. Unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang would mention Wu Zhuo's name. For a while, Jinling took a deep breath. He couldn't think of it. He would come up with the name Wu Zhuo, looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise and said, "Why do you think of him? It just feels that this person is not simple, has mediocre strength, but can become a named disciple of the gods, and has lived from the ancient times to the present. This is the only ancient practitioner who has not fallen apart from extinction." After hearing Jian Wushuang's explanation, Jinling's heart also moved. I haven't really thought about this issue before. Wu Zhuo was able to live to the present, even drifting through the endless starry sky with Qixing Temple, and came to this long river of time and space. None of them fell. This luck is also great. Don't look at it, now Wu Zhuo has bad luck and can't even get along with a palace lord. But across the long river of time and space, at least if it is a strong robbery realm, Wu Zhuo is a superb, able to live to this day. It is a bit abnormal. List him as a candidate. Jian Wushuang nodded, and then continued. Wan Yan and Dong Xing should also be sent over. This time Jian Wushuang changed his mind and didn't want to get all those super inheritors over. It's better to cultivate some loyal ones. Don't get a group of selfish people, he won't be able to direct then. Now Dongxing and Wan Yan are both good at strength. Dongxing has become the absolute powerhouse, catching up with the first batch of emperors who entered the Temple of Qixin. Although they are not as good as Jin Wuyang for the time being, they also have great potential in the follow-up. I will send their deity here, and there will be some tests for them in the follow-up. Jian Wushuang naturally didn't have much opinion on this, and everything was decided by the true spirit. He just gave a suggestion. Plus some people on the Tomb God Mountain, it's almost enough, Jian Wushuang said. Huiqing, Backbone Luo, Guanyin, Zenyang, Tongqian Buddha, Shang, Dongxing, Wanyan, Wu Zhuo. Plus Jian Wushuang, exactly 10 people. After a while, I will put them in a targeted test, and it's up to them whether they can pass. Jinling did not give Jian Wushuang a quasi-trust either. But this has made Jian Wushuang very satisfied. At least it wasn't that he went to a strange time and space alone, with some people accompanying him. By the way, I have one more thing left behind you this time, and I need your help. Jinling looked at Jian Wushuang and said his plan. After Jian Wushuang heard it, he clapped and applauded. The odds of winning, plus 10%. Resuscitate the gods. The second era after Jian Wushuang ascended to the 65th floor of the Tomb Mountain. In the Tomb of the Gods, a stalwart figure appeared, that was a body in the Tribulation realm. Climbed out of the tomb and stood in the chaos of the Tomb of the Gods. Mischief! Jian Wushuang spent a whole epoch, consumed countless life force, and finally revived the body of Qixin. The true spirit also took advantage of the trend to enter the body of the gods. The figure keeps shrinking until it reaches the size of 10,000 battles. Jian Wushuang stood in the chaos, like a grain of sand. Compared with the Qixin's body, no matter its strength or size, it was far worse. With this physical body, I will be able to break the rules of the Qixin Temple and go to the long river of time and space, Qixin said excitedly. The previous true spirit could not leave the Temple of Qixin at all. Now that there is a true spirit behind the body, not only has its strength skyrocketed, it has reached the half-step 7 tribulations realm, and it can also enter and leave the Temple of Forbidding at will. The worry about extinction has also been reduced a lot. At the same time, feel confident that Jian Wushuang and others can travel to other time and space. It's not that he is too careful, but that he knows one thing very well. There is vitality in Jiangshang's body. Perhaps the extinction can reach the perfect body without Jian Wushuang. In this way, death and life are combined to achieve the pinnacle road. Congratulations, sir, I have been born again. Jian Wushuang looked tired, but there was joy in his heart. He couldn't let him carry it all alone. Now that the true spirit has reached the half-step 7 tribulations realm, it is indeed a big hole card for dealing with extinction in the future. In the current extinction, it is not known that the true spirit has revived the body of the god. At that time, you can be caught off guard. Wrap the Kishin's body, and then receive the body. The true spirit looked at Jian Wushuang and smiled. This time thanks to your vitality, otherwise even if you exhaust all the treasures of the Kishin's temple, you will not be able to revive this body. This is true. Jian Wushuang's strong life force would take an epoch. It is conceivable how much life force is needed to restore the Kishin's body. The treasures of the Temple of Qixin are dead. Jian Wushuang is alive, and can continuously generate life force. It's just a matter. Jian Wushuang shook his head. This little help is nothing. In this epoch, he continued to give birth to the power of life, and he was able to take the opportunity to hone his manipulation of the power of life, which was regarded as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. En? Zhenling raised his brows and his complexion changed. A breath came from the Tomb Mountain. Jian Wushuang saw that something was wrong, and at the same time looked in the direction of the Tomb Mountain. A new breath rose to the sky. That is the power of Tribulation Realm. Someone broke. Go take a look. Zhenling's eyes narrowed even more this time with a smile. Who says that good fortune comes, misfortune never comes singly? This time, it was not just double happiness. The 2 of them instantly descended to the top of Tomb God Mountain. In the 60 floors below, a beam of light rose into the sky, and there was a figure in it. Business! After feeling the breath of the other party, Jian Wushuang was not too surprised. Shang's first breakthrough, which is the same as they guessed. There is no surprise. However, in this way, I am afraid that Shang will not be able to enter other time and space with them. This breath immediately shocked many people. One after another came out to watch. Chapter 56-48. At this time, on the 60th floor, besides Shang, there was one more person, Wu Zue. Since Jian Wushuang proposed to take Wu Zue to other time and space, the true spirit tested them and brought Wu Zue to the Tomb Mountain to practice with the inheritors. Unexpectedly, Wu Zue's potential really gave Zhenling a surprise without hitting it, and he actually reached the 60th floor. As for Huiqing, she has now reached the 65th floor. Become a neighbor with Jian Wushuang. The speed of the breakthrough made Jian Wushuang feel a sense of suffocation. No loss as the first inheritor. The light beam covered the entire Tomb Mountain, and after a stick of incense, it slowly disappeared. Shang also walked out from the cave. The strength of the body has changed a lot. In congratulations, Shang followed the true spirit to the top. Jian Wushuang returned to his cave. This time he revived the body of the godhead, and his soul was exhausted, and it was time to rest. The next step is to prepare for going to other time and space, not to be careless. As for Shang's breakthrough, Jian Wushuang didn't feel the pressure, so it's not as great as Huiqing's pressure on him. Even if Shang breakthrough has become a tribulation realm, it feels to him that it is not as powerful as the ancient temple that has not been transformed. The ancient temple that was killed at the beginning was the pinnacle of the first tribulation realm before its transformation. Even the power that rivals the 3 tribulations realm. This is not his opponent, let alone Shang. Now that Shang has broken through, he lacks a spot, and he doesn't have a suitable candidate, so he doesn't even consider recommending it. Leave the headache to Zhenling alone. Lying comfortably on the stone bed in the cave, Jian Wushuang slept for a whole year before returning the power of his soul to its peak. During this year, the true spirit also transmitted to him whatever treasures he needs. Even if he mentions it, he is satisfied with everything that can be satisfied. And the time of departure has been determined. 300 years later, they gathered in the Hulan Mountains in the heavens. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised by this. It wasn't that the true spirit was so generous, but that he wanted to go to the heaven. He thought he would be in the tomb of God. But it's nothing, you can arrive in one day. Phew! Jian Wuxuang casually crushed the sound transmission jade slip, stood up and moved his limbs. At the same time began to calculate the treasures that are missing now. After he joined the Tao, he hadn't practiced well, and the realm that should be improved had not been improved. There are indeed a lot of treasures missing. In the realm, even if there are treasures, it takes time to cultivate. With only 300 years left now, Jian Wuxuang would naturally not cultivate in the universe. Instead, he chose the divine body. The appearance of the ancient temple made him yearning for the powerhouse of the divine body route. In particular, I have seen records in some ancient books that many of the early days of the long river of time and space were flow of gods. What if the long river of time and space where he went is also popular with the flow of gods and bodies? Wouldn't it be exposed to use the source? Therefore, the divine body route cannot be abandoned. Although there are many treasures needed, for the strong, as long as the strength is strong, there will be no shortage of treasures. After taking his attention, Jian Wuxuang took out the identity token in the Tomb God Mountain and told the true spirit all the treasures he needed. When Jinling sitting on the top of the mountain saw the treasure Jian Wuxuang needed, his eyes were round. He was not generous at first, and finally he was generous once, but he still calculated carefully. There are only 300 years left, and if these people ask for it, how much can he use? Unexpectedly, Jian Wuxuang would be so cruel, suddenly demanding 100 million cubic cosmic crystals of the divine body treasure. That is a treasure worth 100 million square meters. It is not easy for a robber realm expert to come up with so many cosmic crystals. These treasures are enough for Jian Wuxuang to cultivate the divine body to 100,000 times. He didn't believe that Jian Wuxuang could cultivate a body to 100,000 times in 300 years. At the same time, the 10 candidates selected this time are all the treasures of the gods. Even Huiqing, who is honest, has chosen the treasure of the gods. They are not stupid, they only have 300 years, and there is no shortcut to improve other strengths except for the promotion of the divine body. Forget it, it's time for you to practice it. Jinling shook his head distressfully. However, he still didn't want to suffer. The deity left for the primitive realm, looking for the lord of the god of wealth, Zhu Yi. In a short while, the current embarrassing situation was resolved. On the Tomb God Mountain, in the super teleportation array, the 9 people came together, causing many people around to watch. So far, the strongest inheritors of the Tomb Mountain have actually appeared together. This is an unprecedented grand occasion. Had it not been for the business breakthrough, I am afraid it would be 10 people together now. Brother Wuxuang, it seems that the hero sees the same thing. Dongxing laughed loudly from the side. Among these 9 people, apart from the backbone Luo and Guanyin, they all have a good relationship with Jian Wuxuang. A few people chatted at random, and people directly opened the teleportation array. The true spirit asked them to go to a secret realm in the primitive world, where there is a natural divine body treasure that can enhance their divine body. This brought everyone together all at once. At the same time, the true spirit also informed them by sound transmission that there is a strong man who went with them to other time and space, is waiting for them there. This made Jian Wuxuang very curious about who would go to other time and space with them. He knows a little bit about some famous inheritors in the Temple of Qixin. I'm afraid there are not many people who can enter the real spiritual eye. But there will be an answer soon. Huh! 9 people descended primitive world. The familiar breath came over. When I entered the Temple of Qixin for the first time, I entered this place. Dian Xian entered the primitive world, and Yan Xian entered the Xuanwu Hall. The Emperor went to the Azure Dragon Palace. Everything seems to be yesterday. As soon as the 9 people arrived, a familiar figure came to greet them. Shu Qi. Many people knew each other, and there was no need to introduce them, so I took them directly to that secret realm. Primitive realm is somewhat similar to the Great Wilderness, and both are relatively desolate. When the group flew a stick of incense, they arrived at the secret realm that Jinling said. It is a secret place in the mountains and forests. When looking from a distance, there is nothing special. But when I felt it up close, they were all shocked. This mountain forest is not as simple as it looks. It's supernatural power! Jian Wushuang was the first to discover the strangeness. The secret realm here actually has supernatural power. It is very similar to the original divine power universe. It is an excellent place to enhance the divine body. Shu Qi stopped his figure and said, "There is a sacred spring in the mountain forest secret realm. You only need to absorb the power from it 10 battles away. If you are too close, you will eat back the sacred body." After speaking, he turned and left. Several people glanced at each other and rushed down without hesitation. The special divine power draws them. Go directly to the core of the mountain forest. The spring is deep in the forest. Chapter 56-49. At this time, there was already a person sitting cross-legged. The 9 quickly found a place to fight, forcibly tore through the space, and instantly entered a damp cave. Seeing that someone had arrived, the practitioner who had been sitting cross-legged also opened his eyes. A pair of phoenix eyes contained red flames. "Who are you?" Except for Wu Zue, everyone else was surprised and asked in unison. Only Wu Zue stared at the other side, with a trace of fear in his eyes. Because he knows the person in front of him. "I thought it would be an inheritor, but I didn't look like the other party. I have never heard of such a powerful female nun on Tomb God Mountain." Hum! A blast of flame power swept in instantly. Except for Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing, they all took a half step back. These people are not vegetarians. The other party dares to do something. Can this be used to her? When he raised his hand to fight back, Wu Zue stopped them, and at the same time revealed the identity of the opponent. "She is Fan Feng." When they heard this name, the 9 people instantly understood. Jian Wushuang frowned when he heard it. Fan Feng, the head of the 18 generals. They had all heard of this name, but they didn't expect that this time Zhenling would arrange for such a character to follow them. Wu Zue did not speak, but just nodded. In addition to the title of the head of the 18 gods, the other party also has another identity, that is, the sister of the great Emperor Juyin. But this, only Wu Zue and Jian Wushuang knew. Fan Feng didn't even look at Wu Zue, but at Jian Wushuang, and then said coldly, "Have you pulled out her sword?" It seemed that the sister of the great Emperor Juyin was at odds with the great Emperor Juyin. There was hostility towards Jian Wushuang in his eyes. It is precisely because of this that Jian Wushuang is a bit unpleasant to the other party, and he is also cursing secretly in his heart. Why Zhenling made such a thing to give them? "He looks like I am not our enemy forever. I don't know if I think the other party is a god." The name is not loud, but the shelf is quite big. The other few people were not very interested in Fan Feng, the head of the 18 gods, and they found a place to sit cross-legged, preparing to upgrade their gods. Wu Zue said through a voice transmission, "Brother Wushuang, or let's join forces and kill this lady first." What a joke! She is the person arranged by Master True Spirit, not to mention killing the other party just because of some small things. I am not a born murderer. Jian Wushuang replied in an angry voice transmission. But for this Fan Feng, he really didn't like it. Only after a faint answer, he ignored the other party. "I hope the other party will not do anything, or the leg will be interrupted by her." What about the head of the 18 gods? His current strength is not weaker than the great Emperor Juyin back then. The great Emperor Juyin back then was able to match the Lord of the Universe, and he could also do it. This Fan Feng's strength is almost meaningless. Moreover, this person must be reported to Jixuan, and his mind is very small. According to Wu Zue, these two are also rivals. Of course, it could also be that Wu Zue was beaten violently by the opponent. The head of the 18 gods, this in the original Moro time and space, at least can be ranked in the top 3 of the Emperor. Where is Wu Zue's opponent? Had it not been for him to stand by, I am afraid Wu Zue would not dare to breathe when he saw the other party. So that, now it is about to cultivate, Wu Zue is close to him. He didn't care about this. This time, traveling to another time and space, he still needs the help of these people. Naturally act as the leader. But among them, some people may not convince him. For example, the two old guys Jin Weiyang and Tong Tian Buddha. Don't look at it as one universe, but these two people's minds are not good. So Hui Qing and Wu Zue can be trusted completely. Dong Sheng and Wan Yan are also good. Had friendships. At that time, he will fully support him. In this way, there are 5 people on his side. The other few people can't get through the waves. Few. Just sitting down cross-legged, Jian Wushuang felt the divine power attack, and his swallowing power instantly enveloped the opponent and sent it into his body. This place is really extraordinary. At a distance of 10 battles, almost one breath would have a rush of divine power for him to absorb. It's just that he thinks this speed is a bit slow. The rest of the people absorbed it for a while, and they were able to feel it clearly. This speed is far from enough. Looking at Fan Feng's side, it was only 5 battles away from Kuan Yin. Brother Wu Zue, what do you think? Jian Wushuang asked tentatively. Wu Zue's divine body is 70,000 times larger, and I am afraid that the supply and demand of divine power is too slow at this distance. It's a bit slow, Wu Zue replied directly. At this moment, the 9 people got up at the same time and walked forward one after another. It seems that Zhu Qi doesn't know much about his strength, so he will say that within 10 battles, he will have a backlash against them. They all believed it at first. Among these 10 people, Fan Feng's divine body is the most powerful. At least 80,000 times. The second is Wu Zue. As for the others, including Hui Qing, they are about 60,000 times the same as Jian Wushuang. It was 6 times that of Jian Wushuang. Among these people, they all belong to the bottom. Dongxing has 60,003. Thinking of the ancient temples back then, Ukanshu. When Calm said 180,000, Jian Wushuang couldn't help taking 2 more steps forward with the invincible breath. Stayed directly at a distance of 5 battles. Hui Qing also followed. Anyone who can be at this distance needs a strong person who can transform very quickly. Although Wu Zue's divine body was powerful, the speed of transformation was a bit slow, and he stopped after only 6 battles. No reluctance. It was the backbone Luo, who refused to admit defeat, and walked the distance of 5 battles. The continuous divine power attack made his complexion turn purple, but after a while, he still endured it. Regarding this, Jian Wushuang smiled from the bottom of his heart and ignored it, but began his own immersion practice. In one day, Jian Wushuang raised his divine body almost 100 times. It really helped a lot. If you are outside, not only will the speed be slow, but you will need more treasures. The divine power here is more pure, and when absorbed, the speed of absorption without impurities is also very fast. 10 years later, now all 9 of them can reach the distance of 5 battles. Fan Feng, the arbitrarily determined general, had reached a distance of 3 battles. The power of the opponent's divine body made them dumbfounded. It has been nearly 90,000 times faster, and the speed of improvement is not 1.5 stars faster than them. Among the 9 of them, the one who has improved the fastest is the Tong Tian Buddha, who has only increased by 5,000 times in 10 years, and his divine body has reached about 70,000 times. As for Jian Wushuang, although the transformation and absorption were fast, his promised divine body required too much divine power, only increased by 3,000 times. But this is just the beginning, so the speed of promotion is a bit slow. The later, the faster his speed will be, until it surpasses everyone. This is the benefit of the promised divine body. Chapter 5650. Phew. But it didn't take long to give Jian Wushuang now, he had to go faster. So I can only go forward and get close to the fountain. Jian Wushuang, who opened his eyes, stared at Kuan Yin for a while. He found that there was no spring water in the spring. Although it was covered by mist, he could still see that it was an empty abyss. After staring for a long time, there will be a feeling of dizziness. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to look more, so he could only transmit his voice to Wu Zue and ask if he knew. Unexpectedly, even Wu Zhi didn't know. This made Jian Wuxuang a little curious. But now he can't get close, so he can only continue to devour it. Wow! As he approached Sanjiang, Jian Wuxuang's divine body began to multiply as he swallowed his divine power with all his strength. At the time of Dao Jun, he was able to reach 50,000 times. The Emperor, with the help of beasts, can explode to 100,000 times, and it is not the limit. In the extreme state, he can burst out 120,000 times the divine body. In other words, both his physical body and divine body can bear it, so that the boundaries of his basic divine body can also be raised to that level. It's just that there are too many treasures needed to upgrade to that level. Zhenling will also feel distressed. A tribulation realm powerhouse of the divine body genre, the treasures needed can support several origin tribulation realms. Moreover, he was about to leave the Temple of Qixin, and he could only look for treasures to enhance the divine body in other time and space in the future, but at that time, he was no match for the Temple of Qixin. Therefore, he has to work hard to improve, as much as he can improve, anyway it is free. The power of the Beast God! Jian Wuxuang shouted angrily, and a dark red aura burst out of his body. Instantly shocked everyone present. The rest of him is okay, knowing that he has beasts. Fan Feng looked at Jian Wuxuang in surprise. She didn't expect Jian Wuxuang to have a candle dragon. But the next moment, her breath also changed abruptly. A familiar breath rushed to his face. Phoenix is one of the 9 beasts. It is also made by a born beast god. But Jian Wuxuang was not surprised, the opponent had beasts and gods. In ancient times he had news about the soldiers of the beast gods. In order to get Shulong together, he didn't read ancient books much. However, the beast weapon created by the phoenix is not a beast weapon that augments the divine body, but a beast weapon that is incarnate with the body. The reason why the opponent's divine body was so powerful in the Emperor's time might also have something to do with that beast weapon. Otherwise, if the Emperor wants to reach 90,000 times the divine body, it is not that simple. After Jian Wuxuang exploded with the power of the beast god, the speed of devouring even accelerated. 300 years, 1/3 has passed, and Jian Wuxuang's divine body has finally reached 70,000 times. At the same time, he also reached the distance of only one battle, becoming the closest one among all the people present. Although the walk is faster, but the improvement of the divine body is not the fastest. It was the backbone Luo, his divine body was a pair of withered bones, from the beginning 65,000 times, in 100 years, it directly rushed to 80,000 times. Everyone was surprised. Jian Wuxuang and Fan Feng have beasts and magic weapons, and they can improve quickly. Jian Wuxuang wanted to smash the opponent's divine body to pieces, to get a good understanding. Of course, just think about it. Finally see it! There is another reason why Jian Wuxuang has been slow to improve, and that is because he is curious about what kind of treasures in this cave can burst out so much divine power. So he was mainly to adapt to the absorption of divine power and continue to move forward, and did not concentrate on absorbing the divine power. After approaching the cave now, he glanced down. With just a glance, Jian Wuxuang felt a violent force, which instantly invaded his eyes. The pain instantly made him lose his mind, and he retreated 100 feet to the back. This scene frightened everyone. Wu Zhi and Hui Qing quickly put down their practice and rushed over. Brother Wuxuang, what is going on? Hui Qing stepped forward and asked in amazement. Is there some kind of creature in it? Jian Wuxuang felt that his head was deep and his eyes were tingling. He couldn't open his eyes at all. He could only close his eyes and shook his head, unable to speak. Wu Zhi put his arm on Jian Wuxuang's shoulder and said, It should be a backlash. After a short rest, it will be fine. Ha ha! Fan Feng sneered disdainfully said, What a fool, just like my stupid sister, don't you know that there are forbidden things to watch? Hearing the other party's ridicule, Wu Zhi's expression was cold, but he did not dare to speak back. But Hui Qing was not afraid, stood up and looked straight away, and said angrily, Just forget it if you don't remind, Why bother to be so mocking? Ha, a bunch of idiots! I really don't know, what's the use of training you natives? Fan Feng closed his eyes after mocking a few words. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. He didn't think it was stupid. When in doubt, check it out. This is the way of the strong. If you are blindly timid, is afraid, how can you become a strong one? So there is no need to bother with each other. After seeing Jian Wushuang okay, Hui Qing and Wu Zue also went to their places to continue practicing. But Jian Wushuang was away from Bai Zhang and began to recover from the injury caused by the backlash. He has the power of life, even if it is a powerful backlash. It only takes the time of a stick of incense to recover. After recovering, he suddenly found that his eyes had changed. Seeing through at a glance, with supernatural power. His eyes actually contained more than 100,000 times the power of the divine body. How is this possible? Jian Wushuang himself couldn't believe it. He just glanced at the cave, and then was bitten back. But after the restoration, it gave him more than 100,000 times the divine body. Although only the divine body of the eyes has reached 100,000 times, it is constantly being distributed. He raised the divine body 1,000 times in just one day. I understand. Jian Wushuang's face leaked joy, and he stepped forward and approached the cave directly. This scene surprised Fan Feng, not because Jian Wushuang approached the cave again, but because she discovered that Jian Wushuang's backlash had disappeared. The backlash faded in just one day, which was too fast. Even if you have a restored treasure, it will take at least 100 years. Originally, she thought Jian Wushuang would waste this opportunity for nothing, but she didn't expect to be able to recover again, and once again reach the edge of the spring. Wu Zue and others looked at each other and smiled, not surprising. But when Jian Wushuang looked into the cave with his head hooked again, his jaw dropped in shock. As you can imagine, Jian Wushuang was shaken back again, but this time Jian Wushuang saw something vague. Unlike last time, I didn't see anything. Chapter 56-51. This shows that his power has become stronger, and if he keeps repeating it, he will be able to see exactly what is hidden in the cave. Although this is not important, it can help him quickly improve his divine body. Wow! This time Jian Wushuang only took a few breaths to repair the backlash of the divine body and return to the peak. The power of the beast god! Jian Wushuang let out a low growl, and the divine body soared to 100,000 times in an instant. The burst of divine power instantly swept the people nearby. Apart from Fan Feng, this force is familiar. This force burst out when Jian Wushuang was fighting against the ancient temple. Fan Feng was not surprised at this. The emperor was able to use the power of the beast within the beast gods, and it was normal. It's just that Jian Wushuang's power of the beast can increase by 20,000 divine bodies, which surprised her a bit. This ability to manipulate has already exceeded the robbery realm. She didn't know that Jian Wushuang had the origin of all things that belonged to Jian Wushuang and the origin of Jian Wushuang when he merged with the beasts. The current beast soldier and Jian Wushuang are like one body. Naturally, it is much stronger when used by others. After Jian Wushuang exploded, he stepped to the cave again. This time, many people have reacted. Every time Jian Wushuang is backlashed, he will quickly upgrade his divine body, which is more than they can sit and absorb for several years. And the recovery is fast. Wu Zue and Hui Qing knew that Jian Wushuang had the power of life, but the others didn't. The backbone Luoqin was itchy, stood up before Jian Wushuang could go first, and reached the edge of the cave first. But before he stretched his head to see the appearance in the cave, he was overthrown by a huge force and retreated beyond 10,000 battles, unable to stand up for a long time. Fan Feng sneered, but no one came forward to check the backbone. Several people who were still eager to try stopped this idea. I think Jian Wushuang must have some ability to quickly get rid of backlash. What a lucky little guy! Tongtian Buddha looked at Jian Wushuang with kind eyebrows and continued to absorb his divine power. Among the 10 of them, they all have double cultivation. The original realm is very high, There is no need to pursue too much of the divine body, of course, it is like this kind of free opportunity, and naturally you have to take it well. Everything depends on one's own good fortune. However, Jian Wushuang had a soft spot for the divine body. At the beginning, the physical body was refined to perfection, and even the origin and the divine body were combined, in order to one day be able to make the divine body first class and reach the peak. The source is strong, that is the matter of the source. The divine body can't direction either. When Jian Wushuang was at Daojun, he had survived several difficulties with his divine body. He will not forget the importance of the divine body. Jian Wushuang, who came to the edge of the cave, looked down at the cave again. This time he saw more clearly, and the vague figure below was a skeleton. A golden skeleton. The terrifying power contained above was filled with Jian Wushuang's body, and the backlash was extremely terrifying. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and stared at him, while the divine body continued to explode, directly using 3 times the power of the beast god. Let his divine body increase to about 140,000 times. The divine body surpassing the limit caused Jian Wushuang's body to tremble. If there is no such shock, he can use the power of the beast 3 times as much, and he can give full play to his strength. But now that it has been severely affected, it can only barely support it. Countless divine powers poured into his body. The original star sky, half of the universe that was lit, had more than 5,000 black holes, and at the same time swallowed that violent divine power. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's body was used to its extreme, and its operation reached its peak. The divine power absorbed was enough for Jian Wushuang to break through 100,000 times the divine body. But he still didn't take a step back, but want to enter the cave. Jian Wushuang looked carefully at the skeleton, and he was familiar with the aura above it. The skeleton lacks an arm, a golden skeleton, where it stands like a sky. A touch of phantom made Jian Wushuang a little dazed. Dong Jun! The owner of this skeleton is Dong Jun. Those human races encountered in the starry sky. In Moroa time and space, the desolate god lord got Dongjun's inheritance, and Dongjun's arm. Jian Wushuang knew Dongjun's aura very well. How could his bones be here? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. The desolate god lord he saw at the beginning only obtained a section of Dongjun's arm and the stone axe. This skeleton appears here. I am afraid it has nothing to do with the desolate god, but is related to the of disagreement. Right now, Jian Wushuang had no intention of devouring those divine powers, but wanted to ask the true spirit, the origin of this skeleton. Dongjun was beheaded by extinction. This skeleton is here. I am afraid there is a certain connection with extinction. Just when he thought about it, a terrifying force instantly rose out of the cave, and Jian Wushuang was also knocked out very far by this breath. The rest of the people were also shaken back hundreds of battles, the divine power that soared quickly withdrawn, and then disappeared. When everyone looked again, they only saw a one-armed skeleton suspended above the cave. Extinction! Jian Wushuang said in horror. The power of death, all the divine power erupted by the golden skeleton into the skeleton. And the phantom on the skeleton is the appearance of extinction. Jia. I knew you were going to run. I've been waiting here for a long time. Mieshin clenched a fist with one hand, and the power of death instantly swept everyone, and then transformed into an unmatched divine power. This is just a clone of extinction. The strength is not very strong, but the opponent can manipulate the golden skeleton. The strength is different. These people, who don't even have the ability to directly see the bones, how to deal with the extinction of manipulating the bones. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate, and when he discovered that it was extinction, he transmitted the sound to the true spirit. It's late! Mieshing manipulated the golden bones and shook his head. A divine power barrier suddenly rose up all around. The power of the enchantment was simply not something Jian Wushuang could destroy. Even if the true spirit came, it would take a lot of effort. At this time, there was a simmering sound from outside of Akanshu. Calm. Jian Wushuang knew that the true spirit had arrived. It's just that the two of them have cut off their voice transmission because of the barrier. I just don't know how long it will take for the real spirit to break the barrier. The current extinction, manipulating the golden skeleton and using that divine power, even if they are added together, they are not opponents. The rest of the people just stabilized their bodies, and when they heard Jian Wushuang's words, they were all taken aback. Destroyed temple! Jin Wuyang took the lead in guessing something. The others also suddenly realized. Fan Feng had just recovered, but he didn't understand the matter of extinction. At this time, he exclaimed, "Small carving skill, you dare to get an axe at the door of the temple of Qixin, aren't you afraid of death? Thanks Tusk, let me see who this is." Mieshing slowly turned his head, looked at Fan Feng, and a purple light burst into his eyes. Chapter 56-52. That beam of power surpassed 150,000 supernatural powers. It directly penetrated Fan Feng's head. Everyone was shocked. The previously injured backbone Luo couldn't help but retreat to the edge of the barrier. The strength gap is too big. The divine power of extinction and manipulation of the golden bones can at least explode beyond 200,000 times the divine power. Much stronger than the ancient temple. Jian Wushuang was seriously injured at this time, and the backlash, like a brand, remained in his body for a long time. Even the strong vitality, constant cleaning, can't be removed. Everyone, Master True Spirit needs a stick of incense time. As long as we resist the other side, we can live. Jian Wu's double-face color is low, and while removing the power of backlash, he comforts everyone. Jin Wuyang clenched his fist and whispered, "Is it time for a stick of incense?" He said he was ready to do it. They are all top inheritors with a face, and it is impossible for them to just admit their fate. We'll definitely make a move. Fan Feng, who had just recovered his head, came to Jin Wuyang's side and said coldly, "Don't rush to do it. His strength is not as simple as you think. We will all die if we don't join hands." After discovering that something was not right, Fan Feng did not stand up, but chose to join hands with everyone. But among the 10 people, Jian Wushuang and the backbone Luo were both injured and couldn't help Mang at all. The strength of Dongxing and Wanyan is too weak. Among the remaining people, only Huiqing, Wu Zhua, and Fan Feng were fairly strong. It wasn't that Jian Wushuang looked down on Jin Wuyang and Tongtian Buddha, the strength of these 2 people was still far behind. At most, it is comparable to the general Tribulation Realm. If you want to fight with the Tribulation Realm powerhouse, your current strength is not enough. If you are scared, you don't have to do it. Jin Wuyang's words were arrogant. This made Jian Wushuang a little anxious. Only he knows the terrible extinction. Don't be careless, she's right. Everyone is going to die if you don't join hands. As long as you stick to the incense stick, Master True Spirit will break the barrier. We just have to withstand it. Jian Wushuang hurriedly spoke. It's just the time for a stick of incense, which he guessed. If you don't give these people some confidence, they can't hold it. Now it seems unnecessary. Jin Wuyang and the others are not without confidence, but because they are too confident. Jian Wushuang drew out a mass of life force and threw it directly at the backbone Luo, shouting, "Next!" A group of green power flew towards the backbone Luo, which made the greed in the eyes of Daixing even more triumphant. The next moment, he shot directly and rushed towards the backbone Luo. The speed is so fast that it surpasses everyone's imagination. The backbone Luo just froze for a moment, and saw the terrifying face of extinction, and the powerful aura spread over it. Just when he felt that what was going to be finished, the extinct body was frozen on the spot. I saw an extra figure behind Mieshing. It was also the only strong one who caught the extinct figure among all the people present. Click! Hui Qing! Hui Ling squeezed Mieshing's ankle, shouted, and directly threw Mieshing out of 10,000 battles. The golden flames that erupted from Hui Qing directly surpassed extinction. "It's you, who robbed my disciple!" Hui Qing's figure rose into the air, looking down at the extinction, with an extremely domineering attitude. Everyone couldn't help taking a breath. Unexpectedly, Hui Qing would be so powerful now. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but exclaim. The divine power just extinct was at least 200,000 times. Hui Qing was able to suppress the opponent. The current extinction has only a little power of death, but it possesses into Dongzhen's bones, and can mobilize the divine power in the bones. However, the clone of extinction has limited strength, and has not been able to mobilize much. This made Jian Wushuang worried. If he hadn't been attacked by extinction, he would be able to deal with it at his peak state, but now he was injured and he was not an opponent at all. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, Hui Qing stood up again. Miexing stood up from the ground with difficulty, staring at Hui Qing in the air. Her eyes changed in shock, and she shot instantly. Boom! This time, the divine power exploded from extinction was more than 250,000 times. Obviously, he is constantly getting acquainted with this body. A flash had already arrived in front of Hui Qing, with only one arm extinct. The hand knife slashed towards Hui Qing, and at the same time a huge purple thunder burst out of his eyes, facing Hui Qing's chest. Jian Wushuang's strength recovered a lot, and he quickly reminded, "Be careful!" At this time, Wu Zue and others also exploded in strength, soaring to the sky, going to help. Dong Xing and Wan Yan were persuaded by Jian Wushuang to come back. He can still see through the strength of these two people. It's just an ordinary pinnacle, and going up is to die. It's better to protect him here. The backbone Luo was astonished, absorbing the life force sent by Jian Wushuang. The backlash on his body disappeared instantly, and at the same time, the backlash was transformed into divine power, and the divine body directly exploded 90,000 times. When I saw the death in the air, his eyes were full of killing intent. Huh! The figure flashed into the air, and he tore off the shattered clothes at random, leaking the bones of his upper body. Ah! The backbone Luo clenched his fists with both hands and shouted angrily. The breath on his body suddenly changed, and his eyes became sharper. Jian Wushuang below looked in his eyes, a little surprised in his heart. It seems that everyone has a chassis. Backbone Luo should have used some kind of peak secret method, and also the peak secret method of the divine body flow, instantly making the divine body 100,000 times. And also broke out along with the origin, directly possessing the power of the tribulation realm. Also joined the battle group. Not only was Jian Wushuang surprised, but even extinction was also shocked. Why is there so much power in the tribulation realm suddenly appeared in the Temple of Qi? Forget Fan Feng, the head of the 18 gods, he already knew the details of the other party in ancient times. But now, even among the inheritors he has never looked at, they have such a heaven-defying peak, and they can actually burst out the power of the tribulation realm. Especially Hui Qing burst out with the power he imagined. It was even more terrifying than the Jiangshan he had taken away. At the beginning, he just thought that Hui Qing with Jiangshan was extraordinary. Now it seems that he was wrong. It is precisely because of Hui Qing's difficulty that Jiangshan has the power to fight against the sky. Boom! Extinction broke out again, directly shaking everyone apart. 250,000 times the divine power already had the combat power of the three tribulations realm. Even if Hui Qing and each of them had the combat power of the first tribulation realm, and even the second tribulation realm, they could not be opponents of extinction. Go and die! A golden light burst out from all over Misheng's body. 250,000 times of supernatural power, all exploded. Speed and power doubled. The figure flashed and came to Wu Zue, with one knee on top, a cloud of purple thunder in his palm, instantly severely wounded Wu Zue and fell from the air. End of this chapter. Chapter 56-53. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang's life force caught Wu Zue in time. Otherwise this time, Wu Zue must fall. Wu Zue, who had recovered from his injury, backed away in an instant, fearing extinction would target him again. The strength of extinction now, once it targets someone, someone will fall. This time it was Jian Wushuang in time, but it won't be easy to say next time. Seeing Wu's were flying around again and again, Miexing had not only greed in his eyes, but also a murderous intent in his eyes. This is going to be true. That trace of killing intent keeps getting bigger. The Buddha Tongtian felt the most real, and the Buddha light on his body broke out again, and a mighty universe came instantly, wrapping everyone together. Tongtian, leave it to me! Zhen Wuyang nodded to Tongtian Buddha. The two seemed to have some kind of cooperation. The extinction who was excluded was about to attack the universe cover, but found that the pale blue universe cover had shrunk in an instant, and only wrapped Zhen Wuyang alone. Thanks, strong body, I'm going to see how powerful your divine power is! Zhen Wuyang roared, heaven and earth eclipsed. The huge real martial arts came, that was the face of Zhen Wuyang himself. At this moment, Zhen Wu was right in front of him. The real Wuyang, who was transformed into a tens of thousands of battles, resisted the punch of extinction alone. This makes the extinction somewhat unexpected. What was unexpected was not how powerful Zhen Wuyang was, but the universe cover, which was able to block his attack. That was a punch with 250,000 times the supernatural power. It was actually blocked. Fan Feng stood by, his eyelids trembling constantly. She was once the top 3 ultimate emperor in Moroa time and space. How could so many people surpass her after recovering in a blink of an eye? Now Zhen Wuyang's strength has surpassed her. There is also Huiqing, and the universe cover displayed by the Tongtian Buddha. Originally thought that resuscitating her was to save the predicament. Unexpectedly, there are so many people who are stronger than her. The long-lost sense of oppression in my heart made her haggard again. She could not forget the period when she was suppressed by the great Jiuyun in ancient times. It's just that the great Emperor Jiuyun at that time was too powerful. Already rivaling the Lord of the Universe, that is the powerhouse of the 3 tribulations realm who has mastered the universe. It was much stronger than the extinction of possessing and entering Dongjun's bones now. This made Fan Feng's heart very uncomfortable. I thought that the strong people in the past have fallen, and how she should be the first person, who would have thought that now even the top 3 can't get in. Although the universe cover is strong, it can't stop the continuous attack of extinction. 200,000 times the supernatural power is not that simple. The next moment, the universe cover began to crack. Zhen Wuyang's breath also began to decline. With just 2 breaths, Zhen Wuyang couldn't bear the attack of extinction. With a punch, even if his true martial art has reached the level of the universe, he still can't stop it. Miexing raised his hand, stretched out the palm of the skeleton, and began to gather divine power. A group of hot purple electric lights appeared in the palm of his hand. From the size of a fist, it instantly expanded to the size of 10,000 battles. The power contained in the upper part caused everyone to take a breath, and the color of fear was leaking out of the face. Everyone must die! Miexing shouted, and directly smashed the purple electric light down everyone. Although he didn't know whether Jian Wushuang's incense stick was true or false, he knew that this was the temple of Qixin, the chassis of the true spirit. It will change later. These people must be dealt with quickly. He could feel that Jian Wushuang's strength was constantly rising. If you don't solve these people, wait for Jian Wushuang to recover, and it will be even more difficult. Jian Wushuang, now after the success of Hadao, is extremely terrifying in strength. No one knows if the strength displayed on the Tomb God Mountain is full. Extinction dare not delay. The purple electric light got out and blasted directly at the crowd. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank, knowing that if he didn't make a move this time, all these people would definitely fall. Others forget it. But now among these people, there are Huiqing, Wuzhua, and Zhen Wuyang. These people must not fail to fall. To travel to another time and space, these people still need to roam together so that they can deal with extinction. Can't just watch it like that. Phew. Although Jian Wushuang's strength has dropped a lot now, he can't make a shot himself, but he still has a Guantian chessboard. With countless pawn-sized chess pieces above, he recovered hundreds of them. All have the perfect combat power. Now it comes in handy. Among them, there are several strengths that are comparable to Tribulation Realm. Go! Jian Wushuang pointed out. The phantom of the Guantian chessboard descended, and more than 100 bodies above began to tremble, and then opened their eyes. Block him! Jian Wushuang issued an order. Without any hesitation, these recovered chess pieces rushed towards the purple lightning. It's like fire fighting the fire, not regretting death. With the obstacles of these chess pieces, Zhen Wuyang and the others began to retreat one after another. But the power of electricity is so simple. All the chess pieces were destroyed, and the remaining power still shook everyone to death. Even Hui Qing was seriously injured. Hui Qing now has the power of the second tribulation realm. Apart from Jian Wushuang, he is the strongest person. But now everyone has done their best, they are not opponents yet, and they have been seriously injured. Although Miexing was surprised by Jian Wushuang's methods, he didn't think much about it. Jian Wushuang caught this point. He thought that Extinction would know about the Guantian chessboard, but he didn't seem to know it. Although the first true king said that no one knew that he was the treasure of time and space, the Extinction was an old monster that crawled out of the heavens. Teacher Xuanyi is in the future. The Extinction is in the past. Since I don't know the existence of Guantian chessboard, I am afraid that the methods are not as clever as Teacher Xuanyi, and the strength is naturally worse. This also made Jian Wushuang a sigh of relief. Although it was a half-step 7 tribulation realm on the surface, Jian Wushuang was not sure that the opponent didn't have any whole cards. You know, Miexing killed Dong Jun. Dong Jun's breath, in Jian Wushuang's view, was probably not weaker than Qi Xin. At least it was the 7 tribulations realm, even stronger. Of course, when Dong Jun was beheaded, the Extinction was still in the heavens, and the Extinction at that time was much stronger than it is now. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate at this time, but stood up. This time, either he will die or these people will live. Or die together. Bukanshu. Come, it's better to be a hero. Jian Wushuang stepped forward. Dong Xing and Wan Yan wanted to stop them. Although their strength was preserved, Jian Wushuang needed Jian Wushuang to help them resist the purple electro-optical aftermath, and it was useless to go up now. Jian Wushuang! Extinction! The two faced each other, and the next moment, Xixing shot directly. The corners of Jian Wushuang's eyes trembled. He didn't say a word yet. Why did he start his hand? This hero is also a little aggrieved. Boom! Hardly resisting Miexing's palm, Jian Wushuang retreated 100 feet. A powerful divine power still gathered on his chest, which remained for a long time. End of this chapter. Chapter 56-54. If it weren't for the beast god soldier to absorb and resist, I'm afraid he would be seriously injured this time. Extinction, I'm very curious. You have calculated me several times and you really want to kill me. Why should you not take my origin? Jian Wushuang was very curious. This Extinction stared at him. He understood that. After all, it can swallow his life force. He is the greatest opportunity for Extinction. But he has been shooting in the temple of Qixin. He is really going to fall, even if the source is swallowed by the extinct law body. How can he retreat? After Miexing heard it, he didn't explain, but continued to take action. No opportunity for Jian Wushuang to delay time at all. As long as I can kill you, I can retreat with my whole body. You don't need to worry about this. In fact, you should be proud to be one with you. Then you and I will become the master of this starry sky together. Have fun! Miexing laughed frantically. After hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but look at Jian Wushuang. Obviously, they don't know these things. Jian Wushuang frowned, and said coldly, Why don't you let me swallow you, and the entire starry sky can be given to you, would you? To swallow the source is to swallow the source. There is no such thing as a unity. Listen to my advice, your strength is too weak, the starry sky is very deep, even if you swallow my death power, you can't hold it. If you don't grasp it, it's not what you said. Jian Wushuang lowered his eyebrows. A violent life force burst out instantly. All the backlash from his body was removed. The strength instantly returned to its peak. Jian Wushuang took a breath, and when he looked at Daixing, A smile leaked from the corner of his mouth. It seems that you are reluctant to say something useful. Jian Wuxuang stared at Daixing, but the aura on his body exploded to the extreme. The ultimate under normal conditions now also has the pinnacle of the one tribulation realm. The power of life, after he became the emperor, especially after helping the true spirit to revive the body of the god, became extremely powerful, not as weak as the extinction imagined. He just wanted to test the details of extinction. Since the other party's mouth is so hard, before he left some fear for the other party. Let Miexing know that when he leaves this time, when he returns again, he will exceed the cognition of Miexing. The next time he returns, he will surely behead the opponent, swallow the power of death, and rise to the top. Ever ancient. Phew! A cold wind suddenly blew in the suppressed space. The blowing extinction is a little uncomfortable. When he was at Daojun, he peeped into the power of the starry sky, but he couldn't recognize the death. But now Jian Wuxuang was able to truly use this terrifying starry sky power. His face was full of shock. Change! Jian Wuxuang looked up to the sky and roared. His figure suddenly changed drastically. The breath on his body has also changed color. Instantly promoted to the peak state, and directly promoted the peak state to the extreme. No one knows how powerful Jian Wuxuang is now. If the ancient temple of the frozen demon race appeared in front of him, he would have the confidence to kill the opponent's soul with a single punch. There was a trace of blue electric arc in the light blue arrogance on his body. Jian Wuxuang's eyes all turned light blue. He turned his head slightly to look towards extinction, and said, "How is it? The strength is not bad." He now has the three tribulations realm, and is even comparable to the master of the universe who masters the universe. Song! The moment the Julian sword was pulled out, absolute killing intent broke out. Jian Wuxuang at this time stood at the top of the killing. When Fan Feng, who was badly injured, saw Jian Wuxuang pull out the Julian sword, he was in a daze as if he saw the shadow of a peerless emperor from the ancient times. Zhen Wuyang and Tong Tian Buddha showed incredible glances. At the beginning of the Tomb Mountain, they only saw Jian Wuxuang fighting against the ancient temple from a distance, and did not feel the killing aura on Jian Wuxuang. When I felt it up close, I couldn't help but trembled. Where did Huiqing stand, looking at Jian Wuxuang excitedly, as if everything had returned to the scenes of the fleeing from the Great Famine. Jian Wuxuang once again saved the world. This is the power of the stars. Miexing couldn't believe his eyes. Jian Wu had no expression on both sides, but nodded coldly. The power of the starry sky on him has been condensed into reality, but compared with the power of life, it is not his original power. After all, he hasn't lit up the starry sky yet. Lighting up the starry sky, what is cultivating is the origin, and he has no time to cultivate these years. However, in the future, he is confident to light up his own starry sky, and will not use the power of the stolen starry sky. Ha! Miexing gritted his teeth and made a low muffled sound deep in his throat. The power of the stars. He has seen it, but has never used it. That is a level of power related to reincarnation, time and space. Jian Wuxuang didn't become that kind of existence, but he mastered this kind of strength, which really surprised him and jealous. Why does this power not belong to him? Even if you have mastered the power of the starry sky, you are still an emperor, an ant that was ravaged by me. Miexing gave a furious rage and shot directly. But now Jian Wuxuang had already pulled out the Jueyan sword. Even if the extinction exploded with 250,000 times the divine power, it would not be his opponent. Starry Sky Catalog! Jian Wuxuang was not accustomed to the opponent's problems, and directly used the strongest sword. At this moment, the barrier began to collapse. It wasn't the true spirit that broke it, but the power erupted from the Starry Sky Catalog, crushing the barrier into a piece of paper, and it was broken with a poke. As for the extinction of possessed golden bones, it was directly shot out of the source of the law body, and the extinction of the golden bones was lost. It was just an ordinary extinction that could block this sword. Exit! Jian Wuxuang slashed with the sword. The source of extinction was instantly turned into powder. As for the golden bones, they have lost a trace of golden light now. This is the first time Jian Wushuang has used the star catalogs since he became the emperor. Even he himself didn't expect to be so powerful. He directly destroyed the source of the dying body, and even the golden skeleton was slashed by his sword, losing a trace of golden power. Jian Wushuang held the sword in one hand, panting. If it is an ordinary move, he can use the starry sky swordsmanship, and can still fight for a while, but the strongest sword in the starry sky catalog, even if he becomes the emperor, it will still be a heavy burden on him when using it. Suddenly drained the power of the stars in his body. Even the eternal changes couldn't be maintained for too long, and they went straight back to normal. At this time, the true spirit also slowly flew over. After feeling that the aura of extinction had disappeared, he sighed in relief, but the killing intent in his eyes did not recede. How can you allow others to sleep soundly on the couch? This is not the first time. Zhenling kept calculating in his heart, and when Jian Wushuang was sent away, he would launch an all-out war against the Temple of Destruction. End of this chapter. Chapter 56-55. Since I don't think about it, don't think about it. Jian Wushuang and the others are his backs. No matter whether they succeed or not, they can give him a thought. As for the others, he can't control so much, he can only fight. It can't be delayed any longer. Otherwise, too much time is given to extinction, and there will be changes in the end. Wow! Zhenling waved his hand and directly recovered all the injuries on everyone. This is the origin that mobilized the Temple of Qixin. Jian Wushuang's breath also recovered, but the power of the starry sky could not be recovered. At least let Jian Wushuang rest for half an hour before he can completely restore the power of the starry sky and use the strongest means. Since the life-killing law body has disappeared, you should continue to practice here. This time I will protect you personally until we go to the heavens together, Zhenling said solemnly. Everyone was flattered, and after thanking them, they returned to practice again. Jian Wushuang knew what the true spirit meant. This was to prevent these people from revealing the matter of extinction, which was to protect him in disguise. For this, Jian Wushuang is naturally grateful. Miexing obviously came for Jian Wushuang. If this matter is known by other inheritors, if you can't hold it that day, let the true spirit surrender Jian Wushuang. Then it will be troublesome. Although the true spirit can suppress it at will, if it loses its majesty, then it's really over. Convincing power is the first. Sitting cross-legged around the golden skeleton, everyone once again upgraded their divine body. Without the shelter of the cave, they were far away this time. Jian Wushuang is the same. Although Jian Wushuang's divine body had reached 80,000 times now, he still couldn't get close. He originally wanted to ask True Spirit about Dongzhen's affairs, but when he thought True Spirit would ask him why he knew Dongzhen's affairs, that would be bad. There are some things, it is better not to say more. Jian Wushuang practiced honestly. After this battle, everyone's views on Jian Wushuang have also changed. Although I know that the extinction is for Jian Wushuang. But when looking at Jian Wushuang, there was no resentment, more jealousy in his eyes. Especially Fan Feng and the backbone Luo. Although on the surface he dared not make times before Jian Wushuang, but at the bottom of his heart was very jealous. Fan Feng, in particular, was so jealous when he confronted Emperor Yun that his sisters did not agree. In fact, it was all because of her careful eye. This kind of person is the most terrifying. 100 years have passed by in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, it's time to start. On this day, everyone stopped practicing. Because the true spirits have already set up a teleportation formation here, ready to move them directly to the tomb of the gods, and then go to the heavens together. After the 10 people stepped onto the teleportation formation, the true spirit was not in a hurry or slow. Under Zhu Qi's eyes, he put Dongzhen's golden bones into his mustard seeds very smoothly. Ahem, that little Zhu Qi, help me tell your house master, it'll take away the mountain and forest secret realm too. Before Zhu Qi could reply, he jumped into the teleportation formation. The next moment, the teleportation array burst out with dazzling light, and instantly took the entire mountain and forest secret realm into the tomb of the gods. No wonder they were asked to go to the tomb of the gods first, and then to the heavens. Feelings are for this secret mountain forest. Jian Wushuang was okay, he was used to it. That's how the original Mind Mountain was obtained. Although other people are surprised, they dare not reveal disrespect in the face of the true spirit. Follow me to the tombstone! Jinling beckoned, and led the crowd from the top of the Tomb God Mountain into a passage. It's black in front of me. When they appeared again, everyone had arrived at a huge dojo. This is the Kishin's dojo and the place where the tombstone is located. It was originally planned to be opened in the near future, but the tombstone has not been dug out, and it has to be delayed for a while. Jinling explained as he walked, leading everyone to the core of the dojo, below the Faxiang of the gods. Jian Wushuang and others raised their heads to look at the gods. Jian Wushuang had known the face of Qixin for a long time. He even touched the body of the body how many times, so he was very calm. There is no surprise. Others are different. When the Tongtian Buddha and Zhenwuyang were faced with the physiognomy of such a powerful person, they bowed their heads for the first time, and then bowed their heads, not daring to look directly. Wan Yen and Dongxing, these two are also similar, and after shock, they are also pious. However, among the younger generation, I can't help but look up and down. The true spirit went to the place where the incense burner was placed and lighted himself a few incense sticks. Fan Feng, the head of the 18 gods, fell to his knees, tears streaming down, but he did not dare to make any noise, for fear of disturbing the cleanliness of this place. 3 great gods. 18 gods. 108 messengers. The Divine Master won't say anything, they are all 6 Calamity Realm powerhouses, and their strength is terrifying. God generals are different, just like messengers, they are all superb. But each of the gods is the ultimate emperor. They are the closest people to Qixin, and Qixin treats them like children. When these gods will see the face of the gods, Ukanshu, calm will naturally reveal sadness. Seeing this scene, I found that Fan Feng was not so annoying. After making a few sticks of incense, I inserted the incense burner at will. Seeing Fan Feng, who was kneeling on the ground, a gentle smile leaked out. Get up, boy! Fan Feng wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and stood up respectfully. Then Jinling turned his head and glanced at all of them, with his hands behind his back, and said, There was once a great existence who predicted the future for the Hall of Uprising. He said that when I got up from the Hall of Uprising, there would be a peerless and powerful person, but this the price of the existence of a bit, but it will be a complete success. In the past, I was very convinced, but after seeing you, I have changed my previous views. I think you all have the opportunity to become that peerless powerhouse. The true spirit said so truthfully, so that everyone's eyes were full of yearning. Who doesn't want to be a peerless powerhouse? As for one's success, it is not oneself who is dead. Here, I wish you all the best, Soaring Realm, returning to the Temple of Qixin as soon as possible, returning to your hometown, and saving the long river of time and space. Jinling waved his hand and directly evoked a jar of wine. And in front of everyone, a bowl also appeared. The drinks fly by themselves. Everyone took the bowl and looked at the true spirit with scorching eyes. It's done! Jinling directly lifted the jar and finished it in one sip. Everyone did not hesitate and drank cleanly. Jian Wushuang grinned, only feeling that the wine was extremely spicy. Not only did it not help the divine body, but it also made him dizzy. Obviously not a good wine. Even the Siof wine, is Jinling unwilling to offer some good ones? Just as Jian Wushuang vomited in his heart, a mirror-like mirror rose in his mind, and then his body returned to normal. In the mirror, the face of the true spirit appeared. Chapter 56-56. After seeing the true face in the mirror, Jian Wushuang was shocked. Hey, Jian Wushuang! Jinling leaked a smirk. Jian Wushuang's heart is a little hairy. Why does he think the wine is poisonous? Is he afraid that people like them will betray the temple of Qixin? But this time, Jian Wushuang had crossed the abdomen of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Master True Spirit, what is this for? Jian Wushuang asked cautiously. The True Spirit peeked out an arm from the mirror and said, This is a treasure prepared for you. Remember that the treasure must be stored in your own origin space, otherwise the cost of transporting into other time and space will be more expensive than yours. Arcana is even more expensive. Yes. Jian Wushuang quickly agreed, and then took the mustard seed. These are some treasures for them before leaving. After all, in another time and space, no one knows where they will appear. It doesn't hurt to prepare more. This time, the True Spirit paid out of his own pocket and took out a part of the treasure from his own collection and distributed it to everyone. Not only was it given to Jian Wushuang, but Hui Qing and others also obtained corresponding treasures. In Hui Qing's Sea of Knowledge, Junling even took out a crystal ball and handed it to Hui Qing. Hui Qing, I value you the most. You know this. Don't let me down. You are a pitiful disciple. I know. Don't worry, I will take care of it myself. Junling said sincerely, but I wish I was in my heart. Shang is finished sooner. After hearing Zhenling's words, Hui Qing's eyes flushed red, but she felt a little bit reluctant. Along the way, Zhenling really took care of him a lot. He never dared to forget. Returning from school will surely repay you. On the other side, Zhenling also said similar things to Wu Zue. Wu Zue, you are the disciple of my deity. Although you are not the strongest, you are the only disciple surviving. Don't lose my face. Don't come back if you don't become a catastrophe. Remember, it's important to save your life. This sentence made Wu Zue instantly think of the original master. Although the number of meetings is very small, he remembers the words of the master instructing them every time, just stay alive. Wu Zue's face trembled, and he said with emotion, Master teaches that disciples never look at each other. If the temple of Qixin enters a crisis again, Wu Zue is willing to be the first to die in battle. He was supposed to be in the time and space of Molo, but now the lingering life makes him forget how beautiful it was once. High-spirited is a teenager. Why don't you look back suddenly? He will definitely live up to the glory of Qixin Temple in the past, let alone shame Master. Outside, everyone's expression is very heavy. Zhenling glanced at everyone, his face sank, and shouted, Go! Huh! The crowd rose into the air, tearing the sky away and leaving the tomb mountain. From the tomb of the gods, all the way without words, went straight to the heaven. Along the way, there is no stay or reluctance. The northern boundary of the heavens, above the mountains. Among the 10 temples of the gods, the most outstanding inheritors have arrived. There are already people waiting for them here. The real spirit wants to control the big formation, so there is no way to send them personally. Only the master of the palace Xuanyi greeted them here. There are more than 1 million messengers around, and there are super messengers with supreme combat power. It is the strong puppet of Xuanyi Hall. Everyone, follow me. The Hall Master Xuanyi didn't talk nonsense, and directly led everyone into the depths of the mountain range. Jian Wushuang looked around and felt a majestic power. Other people also feel it real. Hall Master Xuanyi did not forget to popularize them, and explained, The time and space channel opened this time is the long river of time and space at the core of the starry sky. Relying on divine power as the main force, supplemented by the origin, you may not be used to this just now. Divine power is the main? Jian Wushuang was very surprised. The origin is the right way. How can there be someone who majors in divine power? Hall Master Xuanyi saw Jian Wushuang's doubts and continued. The starry sky is strange and unpredictable. Everything is possible. If there is a major in the source, then there is a major in divine power. Go in. Palace Master Xuanyi stopped, pointed to the dark abyss in front, and said to everyone, This place is just the entrance to the turbulent flow of time and space. In the turbulent flow of time and space, there is a formation that can help. You travel through time and space, remember, and collect all foreign objects into the original space, otherwise don't blame me for not reminding you if you lose it. The true spirit had already informed them about this, and had already included the treasure into the source space. Now Jian Wuxuang has only one set of ordinary clothes on his body. There are no treasures. Everyone stepped into the abyss without hesitation. Jian Wuxuang looked back, and at the last glance, he froze in the dense jungle, and then entered the abyss. After everyone entered the abyss, they were a little uncomfortable at first. Because it is a turbulent flow of time and space, it is dangerous to enter the tribulation realm, not to mention them. Fortunately, the real spirit has cleared all the dangers in the turbulent flow of time and space. They just feel a little uncomfortable physically, but fortunately there is no danger. Before, it should be the passage of time and space. Wu Zui reminded everyone. Jian Wuxuang also followed his gaze. There was a circular passage in the distance, and the aura exuding above was not divine power, but the life force that Jian Wuxuang was familiar with. This surprised him a little. Time and space channels containing the power of life. Unfortunately, his realm is limited, and he has too little understanding of time and space, and he doesn't understand it. Now everyone has come close. When the time came without thinking about it, they entered directly one after another. Before entering, Jian Wuxuang and Hui Qing agreed to enter together one after another. It is best that they can appear together. Time and space channel. I don't know where to send them to that long river of time and space. It is even more troublesome if they cannot be transmitted together. So everyone has long left their own secret codes. After going to another time and space, all the titles used were his own names. If you go in and you can't figure out the direction, you will call your name first, and then find a force on the spot to stabilize it first. When everyone is there, we will explore together. Even if you don't want to explore together, get in touch in advance. You can't fight on your own, and when no one can find it, you will be in trouble. Wuxuang, Huiqing, I will go in first. Tongtian Buddha and Jin Wuyang entered the space-time channel together. Then came the backbone Luo and Emperor Guanyin. Fan Feng didn't say much, and flew in behind the two of them. Brother Dongxing, you must be careful with Brother Wanen! Jian Wuxuang exclaimed. Watch the two enter. Finally, Wu's was started, followed by Huiqing, Jian Wuxuang behind. All have entered the space-time channel one after another. Seeing Du Huiqing also walked in, Jian Wuxuang took the last breath of the long river of time and space, and flew in resolutely. Chapter 56-57. There was only a breath of time when Mingming and Huiqing and the others entered, but no one could be seen in the passage. Jian Wuxuang could not understand the space and time in the space-time channel, and it was not surprising. Flying all the way. It's like entering a black hole. And? Jian Wuxuang flew, suddenly felt that his realm was falling continuously. This surprised him. And the power of life is declining very quickly. What's going on? Jian Wuxuang panicked suddenly. Not only the realm has plummeted, but even the strength is constantly losing. Soon Jian Wuxuang fell out of the Emperor realm. Become a Taoist. Without the power of the stars, all the power of life is lost. Jian Wuxuang's eye shrank, and his strength fell into this way before he walked out of the space-time channel. It was a question of whether he could maintain the immortality after he went out. This is not easy. If he lives in the wilderness and has no combat power, how can he live? But now halfway away, it is impossible to turn around and leave. Jian Wuxuang could only bite the bullet and continue to move forward. The realm keeps falling, and the original space in the body has turned into a pole, completely sealed. Jian Wuxuang is not even Yanxian anymore. Become immortal again. As he walked at this moment, there was a light in front of him, followed by the power of death rushing toward his face. Jian Wuxuang felt bad, thinking that he was destroying life again. But without waiting for him to react, the whole person has fallen into a deep sleep. In the dream, he entered another world. He wandered about with strength, and saw a magnificent river of time and space. 9 days and 10 places, it's so spectacular. Unfortunately, the next moment, this long river of time and space suddenly shattered. Jian Wushuang was in a daze and saw a goddess. She was wearing a red fairy dress, her face was beautiful and suffocating. I saw this goddess stepping barefoot into this long river of time and space. 1 step a day, 9 steps are taken, and a 9-color sky is achieved. 1 step and 1 breath, it was the 10th breath at the time of stay, leaving 10 ancient land and secret realm. While staying, Jian Wushuang stared at his eyebrows and saw the other persons look back. At that glance, he didn't dare to breathe. This is a peerless power that creates a long river of time and space. Jian Wushuang was completely frightened. This celestial lady was just an emperor when she first entered this long river of time and space. But with every step taken, a catastrophe is achieved. After 9 steps, he is already a superpower in the 9 tribulations realm. After 10 breaths, it is invincible. How domineering! But in a blink of an eye, the body of the goddess was also shattered. Only 9 days and 10 places are left. After Jian Wushuang finished reading it, he was also led by an invisible force and entered the Guma continent among the 10 places. The ancient woodland is full of vegetation. When Jian Wushuang's consciousness entered Guma continent, he heard a voice vaguely. "My dojo, you dared to enter!" Jian Wushuang was frightened and clever, and when he looked back, he saw a familiar figure that blocked the person who spoke for him. "Hui Qing!" Jian Wushuang couldn't help but shout out. But Hui Qing didn't pay attention to him, but confronted the goddess. What Jian Wushuang didn't expect was that Hui Qing really stopped him. "What's the situation?" "The other party is a celestial lady who has completed the 9 tribulations in 9 steps, able to create the power of the long river of time and space." Hui Qing actually stopped the opponent. The key is how Hui Qing will appear. He didn't see the consciousness of other people, only Hui Qing. At this time, the others also saw the scene that Jian Wushuang saw just now, and when they were blocked by the goddess, they were all blocked by Hui Qing. For a while, everyone was extremely curious about Hui Qing's identity. But then, that attraction sucked everyone into 9 days or 10 places. Jian Wushuang's consciousness had descended on Guma continent. Yu Kingdom, King Yanzong. Wu family. Ticking. The sound of water droplets in his ears awakened Jian Wushuang, and he was very uncomfortable to wake up. When he just wanted to look up, he felt the severe pain in his chest and the fatigue that came in an instant, making him unable to open his eyes. He is injured. After Jian Wushuang understood, he wanted to mobilize the power of life to recover, but found that he was now not even talking about the power of life, even the origin of the special element was gone. "Master, you are awake!" A sweet voice came, causing Jian Wushuang to shiver. This voice, the eyebrows were almost to the bones, making people tremble all over when they heard it. The key is this young master, is he calling it? Why did he become a master? Obviously coming from other time and space, there should be no acquaintances here. Just when Jian Wushuang was puzzled, a strange memory suddenly struck in his mind. Wu family's child, Wushuang. Great Vietnam. 7-star sect, Qingyan sect. A series of unfamiliar messages were accepted by Jian Wushuang. He also recognized the owner of the voice at this time. "Su Meyer!" Jian Wushuang uttered a voice of disgust in his throat. "That is his personal servant girl. But according to what I knew from that memory, this maid was not a good person." He also knew how the injuries came from. With strong willpower, made Jian Wushuang stand up from the bed, and pulled the maid Su Meyer into his arms, and then restrained her neck like suet jade with one hand, fiercely. Said, "Who sent you here?" Su Meyer was strangled and couldn't pass through, her face was full of horror. The bottom of my heart was even more surprised, why this trash master dared to attack him. He is a doji cultivator, and he still can't break free. Guyu time and space. The realm of cultivation is very different from the time and space where Jian Wushuang is. It is divided into acquired, congenital, doji, Vientian, Yuanshin, Mahayana, immortal, emperor, and tribulation realm. This long river of time and space, with a long time, is stronger than Moro time and space, and the practice of practice is more perfect. There are few realms divided, and immortality alone encompasses the realms of Yanxian, Dianxian, and Daojun. The maid whose neck was strangled by him was a Daoji monk, and his body was just an ordinary congenital monk. The age is even less than 18. Only 17. But now the strength that is not weak to Daoji has burst out. How can this not surprise the maid Su Meyer? Master Wu Shuang, I am Meyer! Su Meyer still wanted to quibble. But Jian Wushuang was very decisive, holding Su Meyer's face with one hand, and said coldly, "If you don't tell the truth again, I will tear your face." Su Meyer's face changed from unbelievable to fear. She could feel that this young master seemed to have changed and was different from before. If she kept concealing it, she might really tear her face. I said, "Young Master Meyer will tell you everything." Jian Wushuang pushed her away and walked off the bed. But the tear in his chest made him almost fainted. Touched his chest, it was all blood. Chapter 56-58. When I look around, my eyes are all flowers. But also vaguely saw this dilapidated room. The Wu family, the Yu country, can be ranked in the top 10 big family. It is famous for its swords, and even has a Wu family sword tomb with the strongest sword of the Yu country above it. Jian Wushuang was born into such a family, but luck was actually good. Unexpectedly, he was framed just after being reborn. In his mind, he learned the memory of this body. As a child of the Wu family, he naturally uses swords, but his natural cartilage is unable to cultivate magical power at all. Although the pill was piled up to become an innate monk, his supernatural power is not as good as the acquired monk. Slowly the family gave up on him. If this is the case, it is actually good. But what he didn't expect was that the stepmother of this body was scorpion-hearted. It was good to him at first, maybe because he was just a trash. But in an accident, the stepmother Chen Qingxian discovered a prototype of a sword bone in his body. Sword bone. That is a born sword embryo. With sword bones, it can be said that those who are nailed to the plate will become immortal. Moreover, he will master the ultimate kendo and become the most defying swordsman. It was precisely because of this sword-ancient fact that Wu Shuangcai couldn't practice supernatural power. Because most of the repaired divine power has entered the sword bone, and has been nurturing the sword bone. The glory of Wu Jiazi gave birth to a man with a sword and bones. Wu Shuang is second. People with sword bones, the supernatural power cultivated in their childhood, will enter the sword bones. This is why Wu Shuang was scolded as waste. Sword bones need a lot of treasures to condense and form. After Qing Qingxian learned about it, he went all out to cultivate Wu Shuang. Although the Wu family was a little puzzled, they all admired Chen Qingxuan's character. She was Wu Shuang's stepmother. There is no need to take care of Wu Shuang in this way. Besides, she also has children. He is a half-brother of Jian Wushuang. But outsiders don't know that Chen Qingxuan's all this is actually for his son. She wanted the sword bone in Wu Shuang's body to be transplanted to her son, Wu Di. Wu Di is only 1 year younger than Jian Wushuang. Just turned 16 this year. When he was a child, Wu Shuang's father, Wu Yong, was very fond of Wu Shuang. After all, he grew up in an orderly manner. But later discovered that Wu Shuang's physique was not suitable for cultivation at all, so he gave up, and became more and more indifferent. On the contrary, Wu Di showed extraordinary potential, which made Wu Yong raise his head in the family. Wu Yong's strength is only the realm of Mahayana, and he has not even reached the immortal. Although he is a direct descendant, he doesn't have much power. It was this son that allowed him to step into the middle of the family and become the elder of the family. Wu Di, who was only 16 years old, was already a monk in Vientiane. It's really amazing. Jian Wushuang was also very impressed. He was still an ignorant boy at 16. But these vicious guys actually dug Wu Shuang's sword bones and gave it to Wu Di. This makes him very upset. Although only borrowing this body. But since he was reborn in this body, he must seek justice for Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang and Wu Shuang. It's really fate. Jian Wuxuang picked up the kettle on the table and took a sip in his mouth. Looking at Su Meyer, who was crawling on the ground, she said coldly, "Get out of here!" Su Meyer knelt on the ground, and Chu Chu stared at Jian Wuxuang pitifully, and said tremblingly, "Thank you, young master, for not killing me. Qin Qin Xian instructed me to do everything. Don't worry, I never kill women." Jian Wuxuang waved his hand. Su Meyer was obedient, and under his threat, she said everything. His memory of 3 days ago is very vague, and he doesn't know much. Consistent with the absorbed memory. After understanding the current form, it also stabilized. There is no worry about life and death for the time being. After Su Meyer heard his words, she leaked a flattering smile, got up in a hurry, and was about to leave. Jian Wuxuang stared at her back and shook his head. Whoosh! One of the chopsticks on the table was ejected by his finger and directly penetrated Su Meyer's chest. Humph! Wu Shuang doesn't kill women. Jian Wuxuang doesn't have this burden in my heart. Now he is Jian Wuxuang, an invincible emperor who has lived for several epochs and has not yet recovered his strength. How can you be soft-hearted? After solving Su Meyer, Jian Wuxuang dragged her corpse into the bed, then sat cross-legged on the bed and began to regain his strength. Now, his realm has fallen too much. Can only barely maintain the strength of Vientiane. This strength is not enough to seek justice for Wu Shuang. Then think again. He can be said to be unaccompanied here. His mother, Wei Qimingwei, died early. His father Wu Yong looked down on him. He hadn't seen each other for several years, and he was neither lukewarm nor lukewarm when he saw him. When he was outside, it was even more as if he hadn't seen him. In a world where Wu is respected, especially in a big family like the Wu family, a trash son almost nailed Wu Yong to a pillar of shame. If it weren't for Wu Dis reasons, I'm afraid Wu Yong would not be able to raise his head for the rest of his life. It is for this reason that he is reluctant to face Wu Shuang. Jian Wuxuang shook his head and sighed. Poor child! Pity! Pitiful! The seedling of the ultimate way was taken away by the vicious stepmother. If he had guessed correctly, it is probably because of Wu Shuang's death that he would enter this body. Reincarnation of the world. Wu Shuang is dead, but his name is still alive. But to add a lost sword in front of Wu Shuang. Jian Wuxuang. Phew! After repairing it for a while, although Jian Wuxuang's realm dropped a lot, according to the experience of his previous life, he quickly used some of the repaired magical power to stop the blood from the chest injury. Now Wu Shuang, who does not have a sword bone, can cultivate a very strong divine power. It can be regarded as lifted the shackles. A mortal body lives the life of a mortal. Soon 3 days passed. Was House Han. In the courtyard where the female relatives are resting, in a gorgeous manner, Chen Qinxian with a beautiful face is guiding his son's cultivation. My son, how is the recovery of the body? Qin Qinxian looked at her proud son in a dozingly. Wu Shuang was not the only one injured in the transplantation of sword bones. At this time, Wu Di was also very weak. However, with the blessing of countless treasures, he soon adapted to the backlash brought by the sword bone. And this sword bone had already achieved consummation in his body. He had a sword eye, but now he has a sword bone. The enemy of Wu in the future, I am afraid, will really become invincible. But he didn't feel too happy. When he looked at his mother, there was confusion and a trace of unwillingness in his sword eyes. He already had sword eyes, and the road to invincibility had been opened. Why go to ask for a sword bone from a weak person? The current Wu Di is still too young to understand or reconciled. Is unwilling to self-esteem. As for Wu Shuang, he didn't take it seriously. Although Qing Qinxian is Wu Di's mother, he still doesn't know what his son thinks in his heart. Chapter 56-59. Mother, I'm fine, Wu Di said indifferently, and only replied softly. Qin Qinxian was very excited, and then said, It's fine if it doesn't matter, you just need to heal your wounds here, there is me outside. The outside world? Wu Di was a little puzzled. What happened to the outside world that his mother said? He didn't have a good impression of Wu Shuang, and he never regarded him as an opponent. Naturally unclear. But Qin Xian knew. Even Wu Shuang doesn't know that he still has an uncle. An immortal uncle. Moreover, he has arrived at Wu's house. It's Yuqi Mingfeng. Qin Xian slowly got up, leaning against Wu Di. Wu Di's expression moved, and he was surprised. Is that Mingjiao Tianjiao, Xiao Ming Wang Wei Qi Mingfeng? Yu Kingdom has two super sections. One is the Orthodox Seven-Star sect of Guma Continent, and the other is Mingjiao. The Seven-Star sect, the Azure Cloud sect, has the same lifespan as the heavens and the earth, and is said to be related to the goddess who opened up the ancient moon time and space, and has been passed down to this day. It is the first sect of Vietnam. Even the royal family respected King Yanzong. But Mingjiao is different. It is a rising star, although not as long as King Yanzong's history, but the overall strength is not weak. King Yanzong. Xiaoming Wang Wei Qi Ming Feng is one of the few talents of Mingjiao today. This is a big man. Even the Wu family must take it seriously. Although Wu Di was young, he yearned for the arrogant, and he also had confidence in his heart. Unexpectedly, this kind of character is actually related to that waste brother, Wu Shuang. Don't be careful, I have sent your uncle back. Yuqi Mingfeng is just an immortal after all, your uncle is an emperor. Qin Xian was very confident. What about Mingjiao Qianjiao? This is Wu's house. The family of the Yu Kingdom, the super family under the Qingjianmen of the Seven-Star Zongmen. In terms of background and strength, they are much higher than Xiaoming Wang. After seeing his son, Qin Xian hurriedly left. Wujia Guest House. The eldest son of the three-bedroom of the contemporary Wu family is the uncle of Wu Di, as well as the uncle of Wu Shuang. Wu Qiong is confronting a handsome young man with abundance. Wu Qiong, my nephew is just a concubine from your third room, why stop me? Since you don't take him seriously, why don't you let me take the lead? Yuqi Mingfeng's tone was cold. He owes a lot to this nephew. When his elder sister fell, he was in retreat. Now the elder sister who has passed away has fallen, and the nephew, who had never met, has also become the laughingstock of the Wu family. He will naturally pick it up. This is his last relative. Even if it is a trash, he has to shelter his whole life. Unexpectedly, Wu Jiaran refused to let him take it away on the grounds of his family's children. This made him never expect. With the Wu family's temperament, it is a slaughter, but it is also a waste of cultivation that can't produce supernatural power. Hopefully, let Wu Shuang go with his uncle. This will also be able to win over a future arrogant. Wu Qiong always smiled, neither sinning nor fulfilling this Xiaoming Wang. Brother Mingfeng, don't worry about my children from the Wu family. Wu Shuang is also doing well in the Wu family. Why are you doing this? It's a beautiful thing to let him spend his life free. Yuqi Mingfeng had doubts in his heart, and paused for a while and said disdainfully, Haha, a lifetime of leisure? If this is the case, he would feel relieved. But a few days ago, there was a burst of heartache, which was a backlash brought about by cause and effect. He felt that something had happened to the nephew, and coupled with the fall of his sister, he hurried out of the customs. Before coming to Wu's house, he inquired about his nephew's experience, and he had already made up his mind to take Wu Shuang away. Isn't that good? A voice interrupted the confrontation between the two. It was Qin Xian who entered the hall. Yuqi Mingfeng didn't turn his head, but a terrifying sense of oppression broke out. Seeing this, Wu Qiong also changed his eyes. Qin Xian was neither humble nor overbearing, walked up to Wu Qiong, gave a polite, then looked at Yuqi Mingfeng, and slowly said, Wu Shuang is not a concubine, but he is also my son in terms of status, so Mingfeng brothers are not worried. Wu Shuang, after all, is Wu. These words are also persuading Wei Qi Mingfeng to retreat. But the other party would give up like this. Wu Qiong also nodded with a smile, and remained silent. The confrontation in the hall continued. After 3 days of correction, Jian Wushuang finally recovered his injuries. Ha! Jian Wushuang let out a foul breath. Except for his soul, he is just a mortal now. The source hasn't been activated yet, and he can't restore the peak at all. Need to find a helper. Jian Wushuang frowned. If he continued to cultivate like this, he would probably have to live again. But looking for a situation now, how can he have time to live a lifetime again, slowly cultivate the talent of this body? I am afraid that it will take at least 10,000 years to reach the immortal, that is, to open the origin of the eternal immortal. Even if he has previous life experience, it will take hundreds of years. And also need a lot of foreign objects. He can't wait. Coming to this time and space is to achieve the tribulation realm. In fact, hundreds or even 10,000 years are not too long. It's just the current situation that makes him afraid to wait. What if the stepmother killed him? If you are undecided, you still have to slip away first. If there is an emperor who is willing to help him, only needs a trace of the source of power to induce the source space in his body, and he can instantly draw out the power of life. With the power of life, he can quickly recover to the peak. It's just that he is unaccompanied now. Where can he go to find the emperor to help him? When Jian Wushuang was embarrassed, he felt a sudden karma coming from the bottom of his heart. It's not far away. And the opponent's strength is very strong. And? Jian Wushuang raised his brows. There are too many people in Wu's family who have blood connections with him. But the feeling he gave him was very indifferent. But the breath that had just arrived was extremely gentle. He is a close relative, and his attitude towards him is different from that of the Wu family. This surprised Jian Wushuang very much. Now he lacks such a relative. As long as he recovers to the peak, the grievances of this body can also be quickly resolved, and then it is time to look for other people. I don't know where Hui Qing and the others have gone. According to the memory of this body, and all the things he had seen before, this long river of time and space is very powerful. It was indeed the same as the Hall Master Xuanyi said. It was even stronger than the original Moroa time and space. It is one of the 9 most dazzling time and space in the starry sky. Its internal structure is also different from other time and space. The main structure is 9 heavens and 10 earth. As for the universe, it is like a star, floating above the long river of time and space. Gumu continent is one of the 10 places. He entered the Gumu continent. Where did Hui Qing and Wu Zui go? At this time, other people also have the same idea. It's just that what happened to other people is better than Jian Wushuang. But it's not much better. They are all working hard to restore the peak. Chapter 5660. But what happened to Hui Qing was different from them. But I don't know whether it is good or bad, and everything is still unclear. The universe is undecided. The 10 people in Qishan Temple all have different situations. But their goals are the same. Be bigger and stronger, and create greater glories. Jian Wushuang didn't think about it either, but got up and left the room. As for the corpse of that maid, nothing was left of it long ago. Walking out of the room and pushing open the door of the small courtyard, there were 2 men standing outside in strong costumes. The strength is like the early days of Vientiane. When Jian Wushuang came out, his eyes condensed. The 2 of them were arranged here by Chen Qinxian. Originally, he wasn't going to stare at Jian Wushuang, but that way Qi Mingfeng suddenly came up. She was also afraid that Jian Wushuang would go out, so she was going to be under house arrest for a period of time. At the same time, people sent treasures, and they were going to repair Jian Wushuang's injuries first. Even if she didn't agree to let Qi Mingfeng take Jian Wushuang away, if the other party wanted to see Jian Wushuang, she wouldn't be able to stop him. At that time, Jian Wushuang's body was found to be injured, and that would be bad. However, what didn't make Chen Qinxian think that the treasures she had bestowed had been swallowed by these 2 Vientiane monks? They all think that Wu Shuang is just a waste. Even if it is given to the treasure, it is not easy to use. It's better to make them both cheaper. In the past, they did the same. Master Wu Shuang, you are not taking good care of your injuries here. Where are you going? A triangulated Vientiane monk stepped forward and blocked Jian Wushuang's path. Although the two of them didn't know why this Wushuang young master wanted to heal here, but since Qingqing Xian had explained, he would not let Wushuang leave here for half a step. Jian Wushuang didn't even glance at the two of them, and said coldly, "What is this young master going to do? Do you still need to ask you for instructions?" The two servants of the Wu family dared to offend him so much. It seems that this body has passed very badly. Despite Qin Qingxuan's hypocritical care, I am afraid that no one is looking at him. Seeing the originally cowardly character and unable to repair the young master waist, suddenly became hardened, making people startled. There was no reaction for a while. But when Jian Wushuang continued to walk outside, the two blocked Jian Wushuang's path at the same time. Thanks. Where the young master is going, naturally the subordinates dare not ask more, but someone said above. Please forgive me for asking me to take care of the young master here. In front of Wushuang, a broad chest leaked out. Jian Wushuang sneered. It was really unexpected that one day, he would be threatened by two mortals. You are looking for death. Jian Wushuang's eyes leaked murderous, and he lifted his leg and kicked directly into the chest of the man with triangle eyes. The power of this foot was very strong, and the other party didn't take it seriously, thinking that Wushuang in front of him was still the old trash master, and he didn't pay attention to it at all. But what he didn't expect was that he kicked him several battles far away with just one kick. And the body was seriously injured. Divine power-based practice system. The physical body is the first level. The mundane is the main body of cultivation. Divine power is like the source. Just like these two Vientiane monks in front of me. Although he was immortal, he possessed a tenfold divine body, an already tyrannical body. However, before Jian Wuduan, it was still not enough. Although his body is weak now, he has the experience of his previous life, coupled with his strong soul, and now he has the highest combat power in Vientiane. Although his body is weak, his divine power is extremely strong. He was quite surprised that he didn't kick the opponent to death just now. The practice system of this time and space is very interesting. You! Another Vientiane monk stared at Jian Wushuang in surprise. Unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang would suddenly do it. This surprised the two of them. The triangular-eyed young man who was kicked so far was full of anger, and stood up directly regardless of his injuries. He shouted at Jian Wushuang angrily. You stinky kid, don't know how to promote it, or you will regret it today. Being beaten by a trash, even if the other party is Wu family children, they are just slaves, but they also have unwillingness and anger in their hearts. Regret? Jian Wushuang clenched his fist slightly. There are many things that make him regret. But each piece is not something that these chores can do. The next moment, his figure flashed, and he instantly reached the opponent's eyes, and a hand knife directly cut off the opponent's head. Hot blood, spewing instantaneously. The triangular-eyed man was completely shocked when his companion was killed instantly. He never expected that the cowardly young master was a waste. He killed the Vientiane monk in an instant. You! How dare you kill someone? The triangular-eyed man kept backing away, pointing to Jian Wushuang's trembling words and could not say complete. But in private, he has already transmitted the voice, calling for help. Qingqing Xian gave the order to die, not to let Jian Wushuang go out for half a step. At the same time, a group of patrolling monks had already approached here. It's just that Qingqing Xian in the guest hall, his eyes flashed, and a faint uneasiness appeared in his heart. This anxiety seemed to not be the Yuqi Mingfeng in front of him, but Wu Shuang. That Wu Shuang who has completely become a waste. The previous care was only for the sword bones. Today's Wu Shuang has been completely reduced to waste. The reason why Wei Qi Mingfeng was prevented from taking it away was because he was afraid that things would be revealed. It only takes a few months to erase everything. Then, the sword bone really belonged to her son Wu Di, and Wu Shuang was completely reduced to waste. No need to bother about it anymore. But now Yuqi Mingfeng appeared, but she had a murderous intent in her heart. Although the sword bone can be stolen, the trace cannot be erased. In case it was discovered, that would be bad. She was not worried that someone would make a name for Wu Shuang, but that she would be infamous for her son. Wu Di is everything to her. Is her proudest son. Don't humiliate her son's reputation because of a trash. Hold him, I have arranged for someone to go. Qin Qingxun's surface was dull, but privately, he had arranged personnel to stop Wu Shuang. At the same time, she was also very surprised why Jian Wushuang would recover so quickly and still be able to kill a Vientiane monk. Although the strength of the 2 Vientiane monks she sent in the past was very weak. But Wu Shuang is nothing but a congenital. Even if the treasure she gave could make him break through and become a Daoji, it would not be so powerful. Naturally, she did not expect that Wu Shuang died 3 days ago. Wu Shuang now is no longer the Wu Shuang he used to be. Although he took away Wu Shuang's sword bones, he also added a sword character to Wu Shuang's name. Let's talk about Jian Wushuang's side. Killing a mundane casually, this was normal for him. It was the triangular-eyed man who yelled and made him very upset. He can now clearly feel that friendly cause and effect, right in the central hall of the Wu family. No time, entangled with these little guys. Chapter 56-61. Even when he tried to solve another Vientiane monk, he was lazy and left. At this moment, there was a white runner who flew in from the sky with dozens of people. Come, Jian Wushuang is familiar with it. Follow the description in memory. The white-robed youth in front of him has an unusual relationship with him. Like him, they are all children of the Wu family. It's just that this young man in white robe is a direct descendant of Sanfang. It was Wu Qiong's second son, Wu Liang. Calculated by age, Jian Wushuang had to call the other cousin. But this cousin didn't make him much embarrassed. He was even humiliated at the beginning. Seeing Jian Wushuang approaching, Wu Liang raised his head, not looking at his cousin with his straight eyes. A waste. No matter where there is no trace of respect. Even blood relatives. Even Jian Wushuang himself felt that the other party was fine. Regarding the treatment of waste, it is generally ignored. But even a waste has to make things difficult. So what is the difference between this person and waste? The key is that the original Wu Shuang is not a waste at all, but the ultimate kendo powerhouse in the future. Killing a servant privately, this is a felony, take him down for me. Wu Liang commanded his men indifferently. In his eyes, this cousin is not as good as a family servant. Of course, there are also instructions from his father. Although he didn't know why Wu Shuang was detained, he was lazy to ask. There are dozens of Vientiane monks, and the leader is still a monk of the Yuanshan stage. Jian Wushuang's current strength is not an opponent at all. What's more, that Wu Liang was born 10,000 years, and he was in the Mahayana period. In this case, we will lose. Jian Wushuang, who didn't have any whole cards, only had the power of the soul. Just as these people gathered around, a powerful thought force suddenly rose. It directly freezes everyone in place. Wu Liang looked surprised, staring at Jian Wushuang, and said in astonishment, "How is it possible? How can you, a trash, have such strength?" Strength? Jian Wushuang was like looking at an ant. Although the Wu family is good in Vietnam, it ranks among the top 10 families. But in his eyes it was too weak. Even when he was a Taoist monarch, he could single-handedly challenge the entire Wu family. The release of the power of the soul instantly attracted the attention of the strong inside the Wu family. In a quiet place, an old man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were shocked. What a strong soul power! At the same time, in the family powerhouse, some family powerhouses who have retired have also left the customs one after another. A mysterious soul power suddenly appeared in the family. This is a big deal. Wu Qiong, the eldest son of the 3 rooms who was originally in the guest hall, also felt it, and his complexion suddenly changed. Compared with Qin Qingxun's matter, this matter is more important. Wei Qi Mingfeng, Wu Shuang's matter, I think it's going to be slowed down. Wu Qiong's expression changed, leaving only a law body. The deity rushed in the direction of Jian Wushuang. Qin Xian is just an immortal, unable to feel the power of the soul at all. Naturally, I don't know anything. Instead, he stared at the handsome young man with a smile, but had other thoughts in his heart. Although Yu Qi Mingfeng is also an immortal, his strength has reached the limit of Dao's sovereign, but he is a Mingjiao Tianjiao, and the emperor is not weak in strength, so he naturally felt the power of the soul. Although the power of the soul is unfamiliar, there is a causal connection. Related to his sister. Is it the nephew who has never met? This surprised him too. I see, there is no need to wait any longer. Yu Qi Mingfeng shot directly. He had already seen that Wu Qiong only left the Dharmakaya. Can't stop him at all. Wu Qiong's complexion changed drastically, and said angrily, Bold! But Yu Qi Mingfeng sneered. Why don't you dare? He is the arrogant of Mingjiao. Although the Wu family is backed by the seven-star sect Qingyan Zong, it is nothing more than a dog. What about the people of the Azure Cloud sect? He is not afraid. And he is not a fool, these people embarrass him so much for their nephew. I'm afraid there is something I don't want him to know. He will naturally not let go. Jian Wushuang's soul power was released, even he himself didn't know that it would cause such a big shock. For a time, I felt several powerful auras rising into the sky. Broken! Jian Wushuang secretly said badly. It suddenly occurred to him that this place is a time and space dominated by divine power. The power of the soul is different from here. Although his soul realm is only at the emperor level, his soul realm has long surpassed the emperor's realm and is stronger than the robbery because of the essence of the source. Has reached the level of the Lord of the Universe. This has attracted the attention of countless people. But now there is no other way. I can only hope that the strong man who is related to his cause and effect will come quickly. He only needs a trace of the source of the opponent's body to be able to restore the peak. Although the strong in this time and space is the source of divine power, it is also the source. It can also restore him to his peak. Without the strength of him, he has no confidence in anything. Soon, several emperors arrived. Wu Liang, what happened here? It was the elder in the family who spoke first. The white-browed old man stared at Jian Wushuang. He could feel the mysterious soul power. Calm comes from the young man in front of him. Seeing the arrival of so many powerful men, Wu Liang was also shocked, but he quickly reacted and quickly told Jian Wushuang about Jian Wushuang. The white-browed elder leaked a strange expression. He didn't know about Jian Wushuang, a collateral child in the family. Although they are also the disciples of their 3 rooms, Wu's 9 rooms have tens of thousands of children in each room, and they know everyone everywhere. What's more, he is a young boy who is only a few decades old. For the strong above the immortal, a retreat is 10,000 years or even millions of years. It is normal if it is not clear. After knowing that it was from their own family, these people were relieved. It's just my family. If you are a strong outsider, you have to be careful. Elder Bai Mei breathed a sigh of relief, smiled and looked at Jian Wushuang, and said, Your Excellency, but the reincarnated body? Just a few decades after his birth, he has such a powerful soul power. It can only make him think of reincarnation. But the guess was good, Jian Wushuang was indeed a reincarnation. Jian Wushuang didn't hide it either, because it didn't make sense. He nodded slightly. So much the better. Everything is clear. If the opponent cooperates, he can recover to the peak faster. It's just that he is a little worried. What if these people take action against him? I don't know the identity of your friend. Elder Bai Mei asked carefully. Jian Wushuang opened his mouth and replied, I am not from the ancient Wood continent. This is not to lie to the other party. He is indeed not a strong man on the ancient Wood continent, and does not even belong to this time and space. Oh, that's it! There was a strange color in the eyes of the old man with white eyebrows. At the same time, it was also transmitted to the real strong in the family. Chapter 5662. A strong man after reincarnation. Come to their Wu family. I don't know if it is good or bad. Needless to say, the benefits, Having the blood of their Wu family is equivalent to having deep cause and effect. In the future, I will return to the top, and I will not forget the Wu family. It's a beautiful thing. There are disadvantages. I just don't know what he was like before reincarnation. What if he is a strong magician and harms the Wu family? And they don't have any details, and they don't know the strengths or weaknesses. This matter is not something he can decide, as an elder of the three chambers. Need to ask the real strong in the family? Wu Qiong, who had rushed over, her expression changed drastically when she heard this. He knows what Chen Qinxian did. I'm afraid I can't hide it now. Moreover, Yuqi Mingfeng, his law body couldn't stop him, he had already rushed towards this side. Wu Qiong, take this seriously? After hearing Wu Qiong's voice transmission, the elder Bai Mei frowned. The sword bone matter has been revealed. Elder Bai Mei exclaimed first, then regretted. I heard that it was transplanted to Wu Di, and I was relieved. At least from the family, there is no cheap to outsiders. But in this way, you are offending the reincarnated person in front of you. But compared with the sword bone, it is not a loss. There was just one thing that puzzled Elder Bai Mei. Why was it transplanted to Wu Di instead of Wu Qiong's eldest son or second son Wu Liang? I'm afraid there are hidden secrets in this. But this is not important. What should be done to Wu Shuang right now? Such a big thing happened. Wu Yong, who was Wu Shuang's biological father, had already been brought over in the city below the mountain. My son, it turned out to be a reincarnated person. Wu Yong was first exclaimed, and then he was overjoyed. Although his strength is average, he also knows about reincarnation. Those who can be reincarnated are all Emperor's great abilities. Maybe they are the absolute powerhouses. In this way, he has another backer. And he is his own son, an emperor and a strong man. The other son, Wu Di, although he has a strong aptitude, he still hasn't grown up yet. Wu Shuangke, who was reincarnated, was different, and could quickly return to his peak. But then it will be a big backer. The eldest son is the reincarnated body, the emperor is powerful. The second son had sword eyes and sword bones that he didn't know, and he was even more gifted by the emperor. Wu Yong's previous life, He Di Ning, will have such two proud sons in this life. Wu Qiong glanced at this unsuspecting younger brother, her expression a little embarrassed. The bottom of my heart is a sneer. The reincarnated body, even Wu Yong's son, probably won't give him too much good face because of previous events. As for the second son, Wu Di, it is even more intriguing. And because of the sword bone matter, I am afraid that I have already harbored a grudge, so it would be nice not to seek revenge from them. Elder Bai Mei knew this too. There must be a decision now. Wu Shuang is a strong reincarnation, and regardless of the future, he will grow into a super strong in the near future. Even the most powerful. And Wu Di, with absolute aptitude, will become an emperor in the future, and even an absolute top. Both of these are the hope of the family. It's better not to give up if you can. If you really want to give up, also give up Wu Shuang. After all, it is a reincarnation body. Wu Di, but the real Wu family. The direct line of the family. The real powerhouse of the clan quickly arrived here. He was dressed in a simple black robe, and his expression was cold, and the breath on his body also carried an absolute sense of oppression. In the Wu family, if the emperor is considered a high-level person, Zhu Dian is the leader of the house. But within the clan, Jiejing is the backbone of the family. It is also their capital for standing in Vietnam. And this black-robed powerhouse is a robbery realm. He was a powerful saboteur who could not survive the third calamity. Even so, the strength of this person is second only to the ancient temple that Jian Wushuang killed. The divine body is definitely more than 100,000. He is the superpower of the real body stream. His arrival instantly suppressed Jian Wushuang's powerful soul power. Jian Wu is a bit embarrassed, and the oppressive feeling on the opponent is very strong. I'm afraid it's against him. I don't know your name? The black-robed old man asked. Jian Wushuang answered indifferently. Jian Wushuang. At this time, Yuqi Meifeng also rushed over. Seeing that so many powerful people gathered here, I also felt something was wrong. But Jian Wushuang was overjoyed at this moment. The strong man who had a cause and effect with him seemed to be the one in front of him. At the moment, he directly transmitted the voice to the other party, showing his identity. And said what happened? He is right to pretend to be reincarnated, but after all, he is the other party's nephew. It's just pretending to have awakened the memories of previous lives. The other party will still read this friendship. After Yuqi Mingfeng heard Jian Wushuang's voice transmission, he was amazed in his heart. Unexpectedly, his nephew was actually a reincarnated body. There is also some loss. The only relative is actually a reincarnated strong man. Although the bloodline is correct, there are always some differences. But since he needs his help, he will not shirk. Right now, the Wu family probably won't let Jian Wushuang leave, and even kill them. For those who are irrelevant, you can retreat. The strong black robe waved his hand. The next thing, it will be detrimental to the family. Naturally, I don't want those little guys to know. You reading www.bokanshu.com. Only Wu Qiong who knew about this, and Wu Yong and the elder Bai Mei stayed. The black-robed old man looked at Yuqi Mingfeng again, and said, "People of Mingjiao, this matter has nothing to do with you, you can also leave." Without any room for discussion, he tore the space with a wave of his hand, and wanted to send Yuqi Mingfeng out. Jian Wushuang stood up right now and stopped the opponent directly. "Senior, according to the seniority in this life, I should call you ancestors. If you have anything, you might as well just say, why bother and move the crowd like this?" Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked at the black-robed old man. He is indeed flowing with the blood of the Wu family. Although only reincarnated for 3 days. But he has the body of Wu Shuang. It's just that the soul is different. Seeing this, the black-robed old man turned his eyes. However, Yuqi Mingfeng condensed a group of divine power origin, walked to Jian Wushuang, patted Jian Wushuang's shoulder, and transferred the divine power origin into Jian Wushuang's body. Wu Shuang is right. If the Wu family feels unbearable, I will take him away, Yuqi Mingfeng said firmly. He has already transmitted his voice to the strong men of Mingjiao nearby. Right now, I'm afraid it's not that simple. The opponent is a strong robbery realm. He is nothing but immortality. Even if it is Tianjiao, it is not enough to be able to match the emperor. Seeing this, the black-robed old man pressed the killing intent in his heart, and said calmly, "In that case, go to the clan hall. He is a strong robbery realm, an immortal, even if he stays behind, it doesn't matter. Kill them together if it's a big deal. What about the Tianjiao of Mingjiao, after all, is just an immortal. Clan hall. The core of the Wu family. The black-robed old man, Wu Changqing, is the great elder of the Wu family clan. He is the number 2 person in the Wu family." Chapter 56-63. Strength is ranked in the top 3. The first strength is naturally the ancestor who founded the Wu family. The ancestor of the Wu family who has been retreating in Jianzhong for many years. It's just such a trivial matter that ancestor will not show up. Only when a new tribulation realm powerhouse appears in the family, the ancestor will show up once. As for the patriarch of the family, he is not in the Wu family now. So this time, Wu Changqing will be allowed to come forward. Jian Wushuang was curious in his heart. How many tribulation realms exist in this Wu family? Originally thought that this Wu family had at most one superb. Unexpectedly, there will be a strong robbery realm, and it seems that there will be more than one. The 10 major families in the Yu country, I am afraid that all have a catastrophe. According to the most profound names in memory. The 7-star sect Qingyan sect, and the Yu kingdom. This time and space was far more powerful than he had imagined. In the clan hall, Qing Xian and Wu Di were both brought. Kneeling in the hall at this time, Jian Wushuang looked like a guest, sitting on the left-hand side of Wu Changqing, the elder of the Wu family. And the 3-room elder Bai Mei sat on the right. As for Wu Qiong and Wu Yong, they didn't even have the qualifications to sit, so they just stood there. Wu Yong didn't understand the situation. At this moment, he was shocked. Even if he was relatively incompetent, he could see that today's things were not simple. Cheng Qin Xian, you know you are guilty! Elder Bai Mei fell down and said. Cheng Qin Xian, who was kneeling on the ground, knew that he couldn't hide it today, so he simply said it all. Elder, everything is done by my concubine, it has nothing to do with my son. Cheng Qin Xian buried his head between his knees. Wu Di turned his head to look at his mother, his eyes complicated. Cheng Qin Xian didn't know that Wu Shuang was a reincarnated body, but now seeing Jian Wushuang sitting next to the clan elder, he also knew that things might not be easy. Today she is probably in a disaster. At this time, Wu Changqing slowly picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and said calmly, In this case, Wu Qiong will take her down and her to the law enforcement hall. A family as big as the Wu family is no less than a kingdom of God, and the family rules are naturally complete. Do whatever you want. Fair enough. Qin Qin Xian was frightened when he heard that he was about to be sent to the law enforcement hall. When she entered the law enforcement hall, she was really over. But for his son, she has no choice. When Wu Yong heard this, he shouted angrily from the side, You poisonous woman, you actually harm my son like this. I dug the sword bone from Wu Shuang's body and transplanted it to Wu Di. This matter is too vicious. Qin Qin Xian glanced at her son one last time, and when she stared at Wu Di, she shook her head. He stood up and bowed back to the elders. When he looked at Jian Wushuang, his eyes still showed disdain and arrogance. Jian Wushuang held the handle of the chair, but an extreme point appeared in his body. This pole is constantly expanding. That is a starry sky. His origin, and his release. In the original space, there are many of his treasures, as well as a complete physical body. Now he can regain his peak at any time. The confidence in my heart also came up. And many more! He stopped Qin Qin Xian, who was about to leave. Seeing Jian Wushuang's exit blocked, Wu Changqing frowned, looked at Jian Wushuang, and said, Jian Wushuang, this matter is the Wu family's business. Her surname is Chen. Jian Wushuang slowly stood up and answered indifferently. In the next moment, his physical body began to change in front of everyone. A white-haired, long and narrow figure appeared in front of everyone. The moment his deity appeared, the ancestor of Wu Jiajian Zhongshan also opened his eyes at the same time. Jian Wushuang, who carried the Jiuyan sword on his back, completely recovered. Since I have been reincarnated, I must fulfill Wu Shuang's obligation and understand his cause and effect. Jian Wushuang said indifferently, but very firm. Even if there is a strong robbery sitting next to him. Wu Changqing and the elder Bai Mei were shocked. They know about reincarnation. But I have never heard that reincarnation can still be reincarnated with a physical body. And the recovery is too fast. Now Jian Wushuang, even Wu Changqing can't see through. Tribulation! Wu Changqing stood up instantly. He did not expect that Jian Wushuang would be a strong robbery realm. From his perspective, he couldn't see through Jian Wushuang, so he naturally felt that Jian Wushuang was a robbery realm. When they heard the word robbery, the elder Bai Mei and Wu Qiong were also stunned. Both of them are emperors, and naturally know the horror of the robbery realm. Now the Wu family is up and down, but there are only 5 tribulation realms. 2 in the Wenkage state, and 2 in the Tunak state. An ancestor of the 3 tribulations realm. As a Tianjiao of Mingjiao, Yuqi Mingfeng naturally knew the power of tribulation realm and was very surprised. What? Qin Qin Xian didn't understand. After all, she was just a mundane, naturally she didn't know the power of the robbery realm. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. A ray of light broke out between his fingers and directly killed Qin Qin Xian. Understand the cause and effect of Wu Shuang. At the same time, he put out a hand in the void and directly caught Wu Di in front of him. Wu Changqing wanted to stop him, but found that he was actually no match for Jian Wushuang in the realm of space. The power of this time and space is dominated by divine power. Even if he became a robbery realm, he was not very good in space, and naturally he couldn't stop Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, don't go too far, what Qin Xian did has nothing to do with this. Wu Changqing persuaded. After all, now Wu Di is on Jian Wu's hands. But Kanshu. It seemed that Jian Wushuang had no friendship with their Wu family anymore. Shot directly, without any euphemisms. The enemy of Wu is still very important to the Wu family. With sword eyes, it is already destined to go to the gods, and it is not difficult to become an absolute top. Coupled with today's sword bones, future achievements will be even more extraordinary. The ultimate emperor, and even the realm of robbery. That's the calamity of the ultimate divine power. Even the ancestors will value it very much. Can't be killed by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang squeezed Wu Di's neck, turned his head to look at Wu Changqing, and said coldly, "It's true that it has nothing to do with him, but the cut bone must be brought back. It doesn't belong to him." After finishing speaking, he took out the stolen sword bone from Wu Di's body directly through his body. After taking it out, Jian Wushuang handed it to Yuqi Mingfeng behind him. "Set up a tomb for Wu Xuan, he is dead." Be regarded as leaving a thought. It is also a relief. With such a talent, it was unlucky to come to Wu's house. Yuqi Mingfeng's eyes reddened, and he took the sword bone, with endless anger in his eyes, looking at the Wu Di who was holding Jian Wu in his hands and the dead Qin Xian. Click! Jian Wushuang threw Wu Di aside, but didn't really kill the opponent. He can feel that the other party has no real hostility towards him. But it's hard to say now. He killed Qin Xian. I'm afraid Wu Di can't wait to kill him directly now in his heart. It's a pity that I don't have that strength. Wu Yong was completely frightened by seeing all this. His wife died in front of him instantly, and his son was also taken back by Jian Wushuang. It was a little unacceptable for a while. Wu Qiong helped Wu Di on the ground for the first time, with distress in her eyes, not because of Qin Xian, but the current Wu Di. Chapter 56-64. After Jian Wushuang saw it, he ignored it. He could see that Wu Qiong's blood was in Wu Di's body. I'm afraid Wu Yong still doesn't know that his eldest brother has turned himself green. I'm afraid it was also because of Wu Qiong that he seized the sword bones. And Qin Xian knew that he would have 80% of the sword bone in his body because of Wu Qiong. Follow this reasoning. I'm afraid Wu Qiong is the real murderer behind the scenes. Qin Xian was tough enough to carry everything down. When Wu Changqing saw this scene, he also understood. At this time, the anger in my heart rose to the extreme. "Get out of here!" Wu Changqing exploded with a strong divine power, directly wrapped Wu Qiong and Wu Di, the father and son, and sent them out of the clan hall. "He can't go!" Jian Wushuang still used the same trick, breaking the space and stopping Wu Qiong. Since Wu Qiong is the real murderer, she can't let it go. Wu Changqing was completely angry, and there was a murderous look in his eyes. Although Jian Wushuang's strength is rather weird and he is more adept at mastering space, he is not as good as his divine power. So there is confidence. "Jian Wushuang, don't go too far, this is the Wu family." Jian Wushuang shook his head, and said, "Wu Qiong must die." But this time, whether it was for the sake of face, or for the Wu family's children, Wu Changqing shot directly. The divine body that was more than 100,000 times exploded in an instant. Jian Wushuang frowned when he felt this power. "With this strength, I can't stop me." The power of the beast on Jian Wushuang suddenly exploded, which also exceeded 100,000 times. He can now double the power of the beast god, and he can increase the divine body to 100,000 times. Naturally not weaker each other. Now he is the identity of this long river of time and space, so naturally he has to use divine power. If it is not a last resort, it is still impossible to use the original strength. Not weak will attract suspicion. When he entered this time and space, the voice of the goddess was still fresh in his memory. This is the opponent's dojo. 9 heavens and 10 places, a complete and powerful space-time, is actually the opponent's dojo. So how strong is the opponent? He can't imagine. This character is much stronger than the gods. While using divine power to protect Yuchi Mingfeng, he confronted Wu Changqing. Changqing, you are not his opponent! A simple voice came. Jian Wushuang and Wu Changqing looked at the door of the clan hall at the same time. Where was an old man with a childlike face standing, holding a sword upside down in his hand, like a sword, suppressing a party. This is the strongest person in the Wu family. Ancestor! Wu Changqing put away his momentum and saluted respectfully. The ancestor of the Wu family walked slowly, without any murderous aura. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang also put away his breath. Wu family, Wu Li! Gu Yu, Jian Wushuang! Both of them reported their names at the same time. The word Guyu represents the time and space of Guyu. Anyone who is strong in Guyu time and space can utter the word Guyu. In Wu Li's eyes, this was also the reason why Jian Wushuang didn't want to reveal his identity. Jian Wushuang sneered in his heart. The name of the ancestor of the Wu family was very similar to that of the Wu family, very rude. Friends, why don't you talk? Wu Li asked. Jian Wushuang nodded and replied, Let's talk. He could see that the other party was sincere. Ancestor! Wu Changqing was puzzled. But Wu Li yelled in a low voice. It's nothing to do with you here. Get out! Although there were complaints, Wu Changqing was very respectful to the ancestors and could only leave. At this point, there were only 3 people left in the hall. There was also Yuchi Mingfeng, who was suppressed on the side. Jian Wushuang was very polite to this kind of cause and effect. Wu Li also spoke to Yuchi Mingfeng very politely. Little friends of Mingjiao, just sit down, my Wu family is rude. This made Yuchi Mingfeng a little puzzled. It's fine if you are polite to Jian Wushuang, how can you be so polite to him? Although he is the arrogant of Mingjiao, he is nothing more than an immortal. That would make the other party so polite. Is it because of Jian Wushuang? Thinking of this, I also understand. Strength is respected. Let the ancestors of the Wu family say that Wu Changqing is inferior to Jian Wushuang. I am afraid that the strength of his cheap nephew is on the same level as the Wu family ancestor, or even stronger. After being polite, Jian Wushuang and Wu Li sat on either side of the main seat. There is no seat position, which also represents equal treatment. Jian Wushuang was also very curious whether the other party was too polite. What is this going to do? Taoist, there is nothing wrong with it. He had just entered this time and space, and many things were not clear. Naturally, I don't want to say anything more, and I still listen to the other party. Don't be found out that he doesn't understand anything when the time comes, and arouse suspicion. Wu Li smiled and said, Wu Shuang Taoist, since it is a happy person, then the old man will just say it. Friends, do you know what this is? Wu Li took out a jade sword. There is a strange pattern on the top, the whole body is turquoise. Jian Wushuang glanced carefully. Although the workmanship was exquisite, there was nothing special about it. It can only be said to be a good object, even the most precious thing. This is? Jian Wushuang looked at Wu Li in confusion. Wu Li smiled awkwardly and said, Friends of Taoism, since they are all honest with each other, don't have to be so restrained. He obviously didn't believe that Jian Wushuang didn't know this thing. But Jian Wushuang really didn't know. This jade sword does not seem to have anything to do with him. The only thing that can be contacted is that his surname is Jian. Please also ask fellow Taoists to solve your doubts. Jian Wu was sincere. He could see that the other party didn't seem to be joking. This jade sword might be of special use and it was related to him. But he did not use the sword here. It can be seen that the jade sword is related to him, probably because of something on his body. Such as Jiuyan's sword. Wu Li was also taken aback, and found that Jian Wushuang seemed to really know nothing. Friend Taoist really doesn't know this thing. He still couldn't believe it, and at the same time glanced at the Jiuyan sword behind Jian Wushuang. He was very familiar with the breath above. Jian Wushuang still shook his head. Seeing this, Wu Li was sure that Jian Wushuang really didn't know. He simply told Yujian's affairs directly. Jian Wushuang felt more incredible the more he listened. It's not that the thing about Jade Sword is incredible, but that this thing is indeed related to Julian's sword, and it has been circulating for a long time. Ancient Wood Continent. The reason why it is named Gumu is because there is an eternal willow in the core of the mainland. That is the core of Gumu continent. It is also the core place of the ancient wood school of the 8-star Zonmin. The main structure of this time and space is 9 heavens and 10 earths. The division of forces has a long history, and is related to the 9 heavens and 10 earth. In every place, there is an 8-star sect that has the same lifespan as the heaven and the earth. Then there is the 7-star sect, such as the Qingyun sect in Vietnam. However, the 7-star sects were all established later. The 8-star sect is the true overlord who inherited the Guyu time and space, and the only 9-star sect ancient moon god sect. Chapter 56-65. 9-star sect, only the ancient moon cult, is the real overlord of this time and space. According to some common sense in Wu Li's words, Jian Wushuang knew the judgment of these sections. The 7-star sect is more like a subsidiary force of the 8-star sect. And the 8-star sect is an affiliate of the ancient moon god sect. Divide layer by layer. The forces in the entire Guyu time-space are actually one. The 9-star sect is the only one, and only the ancient moon god sect. There are 19 8-star sections. They represent 9 heavens and 10 earth respectively. Then there is the 7-star sect. If you want to open a 7-star sect, you must first be a 7 tribulation realm powerhouse. This made Jian Wushuang very shocked. In the original Moro time and space, there was only a 7 tribulations realm powerhouse Qishan. But in the time and space of Guyu, is the 7 tribulations realm so worthless? A Yu country has a 7-star sect. But when he understood Guyu time and space a little bit, he would understand. It's not how powerful Guyu time-space is. It's that the time for this time and space to appear is too long. If the original Moro space-time has experienced 5 eras, then Guyu's space-time has at least experienced hundreds of millions of eras. No wonder there are so many strong men born. But after so many years, there are very few 7 tribulations that are really still alive. Most of them are still the powerhouses in the scattered robbery realm after failing to cross the robbery. The powerhouse of the robbery realm is quite special. Jian Wushuang has known this for a long time. Once the robbery fails, those who are weak will die and die. They are up to the well-known, directly cut off their own catastrophe. Stay in a certain catastrophe forever. Those who have confidence in themselves will be able to overcome the calamity. If they fail, they will either fall or become powerful, and they can be transformed into a loose robbery. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang thought of the Qishan. With the strength of the Qishan in the 8 tribulations realm, even if he failed to cross the tribulation at the beginning, he should have become a dispersing tribulation powerhouse. Why did he fall? But now in Guyu time and space, he didn't think about Moro time and space anymore. Now he is more interested in what Wu Li said. According to what the other party said, the Julian sword on his body is in a master-servant relationship with the Jade Sword. When his deity appeared, the Jade Sword changed and led him to come. Jian Wushuang drew out the Julian sword and handed it to Wu Li. Wu Li also handed the Jade Sword to Jian Wushuang. 2 people observe at the same time. Jian Wushuang, who was holding the Jade Sword, truly felt that there was a complete source of divine power in the Jade Sword. It is also mixed with the power of life. Is this refined by Shinmu? Jian Wushuang is the material of the Jade Sword. If it weren't for the origin, he wouldn't be able to see it at all. Wu Li admired Juyin Jian. He smiled knowingly when Jian Wushuang discovered the special Jade Sword, and said, "The Taoist friends are like torches, and they are really extraordinary. It took years to find the Jade Sword and the tree. Related." For this kind of bragging, Jian Wushuang didn't care. What he is even more curious now is why the two are connected. The origin of this Jade Sword is very similar to the Jueyun sword. In other words, it was very similar to the Jueyun sword he had nurtured. All have the power of life. The connection between the two has the reason of vitality. But he clearly came from time and space, a tributary of the distant starry sky. This Guyu time and space is probably the 9-core time and space in the starry sky. How can there be a connection so far apart? Although curious, Jian Wushuang did not expose the life force in his body. He does not intend to be exposed in the future. Because of this ability, I am afraid it has something to do with the Guma school. That is the 8-star sect. Possess the superpower of the 8 Tribulations realm powerhouse. More powerful than the Temple of Qi. Although there are no strong people in the 8 Tribulations realm in the contemporary era. But there is a strong man who has failed to cross the tribulation in the 8 Tribulations realm. That is also stronger than the gods. Not to mention Jian Wushuang now. So it cannot be exposed. Otherwise, it will be a disaster. After playing with Jade Sword for a while, Jian Wushuang returned it to Wu Li, but the other person stroked Jueyun's sword with a look of reluctance, which made him feel a little funny. Seeing him returning the Jade Sword, Wu Li was too embarrassed to go to observe, so he handed the Jueyun sword to Jian Wushuang. After Jian Wushuang received it, he was not in the scabbard behind the income this time, but in the mustard seeds. After all, the current Jueyun sword contained a secret, and he didn't want to be so swagger. And even Wu Li could feel the speciality of Jueyun's sword. The opponent is just a powerful person in the 3 Tribulations realm. Although he has mastered the universe, he is a master of the universe. But this kind of strength is okay in Vietnam. Looking at Guma continent, it is still not enough. After all, the top sect of the ancient Wood continent, but has the power of the 8 Tribulations realm. There are probably many 7 Tribulation realms. A master of the universe in the 3 Tribulations realm, what counts? When you encounter a more powerful Tribulation realm powerhouse, I am afraid that you can see the extraordinary of Jueyun's sword at a glance. He had to refine the life force in the Jueyun sword. Can't be ostentatious. Friends of Taoism, you can find the similarities between the two? Wu Li asked. Jian Wushuang nodded. There is nothing to hide. The power of life is indeed the same. Both are the same as the vitality of vegetation. In that case, I'll just say it. Wu Li went straight to the subject this time. Jian Wushuang also looked forward to. Although the life force is special, is not worthy of Wu Li's treatment. I'm afraid this jade sword has a usefulness he doesn't know. Before Wu Li spoke, the barrier had already been laid out. Yuchi Meifeng couldn't hear the conversation between the two of them. You can only see where the two have been sitting, and time seems to freeze. Wu Li's voice was very low, and his face was shaken. Friends, you know that the 1,000 willows in the center of Guma continent are actually Wan willows, the most precious treasure left by the goddess who opened up time and space. Jian Wushuang shuffled to his feet and frowned, unable to believe his ears. Wan Lu. This reminded him of the forest of 10,000 treasury. At the same time, I also understood why the life force in Jueyun's sword was so similar to that in Jade's sword. His life force is realized from the origin of all things. And in the origin of all things, there is also the origin of the forest of all treasures. No wonder the two are connected. Now he finally understands. Both are vegetation life. That is the willow sacred tree left by the goddess, which is much stronger than the forest of the 10,000 treasures. If he can get it, let alone breaking through the tribulation realm, reaching the 7 Tribulation realm is not a problem. With a move in his heart, he asked a little excitedly, could it be that this has something to do with Wan Lu Xinmu? This made him couldn't believe it. If it really matters, this matter will not be that simple. It's about Wan Lu Xinmu. If it is spread out, even if the two of them have 10 lives, they are not enough to die. Wu Li was also very frightened by this sentence, and at the same time the barrier was thickened. Friends of Taoism, don't say it like this. Wu Li shook his head, and then said, I don't know if it has anything to do with Xinmu, but the Guma faction keeps looking for people to find this thing, and there are big secrets hidden in it. Chapter 5666. According to Wu Li, although the Wanlu Shinmu is in the Gumis sect, the other party cannot open the Shinmu. This jade sword is probably the key to unlock the sacred tree. Wu Li said vaguely, but Jian Wushuang was not stupid. He can think of it. It's just such an important thing, why would you tell him, an outsider? Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang had already begun to ponder the other party's intentions. Wu Li also saw his doubts, and quickly explained. The Taoist is not from the ancient Wood continent. I don't know. Although the Wanlu Shinmu is in the ancient Wood sect, it does not necessarily need to be a disciple of the ancient Wood sect if you want to open it. As soon as this remark came out, Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. In the Hengmu era of the ancient Wood continent, a lord of Hengmu appeared. He also used the sword to have the power of the Tribulation realm. He was a powerful man in the Sixth Tribulation realm. He used the 3-foot wooden sword to unlock the sacred wood, took away a chance from it, and became a powerhouse in the 7 Tribulations realm. In the later stage, he soared to the sky and became a powerhouse in the 8 Tribulations realm in half a step. He was originally a powerhouse in the 6 Tribulations realm, and it didn't sound like he had broken through much. However, in how many 6 Tribulations realm, only one can become a 7 Tribulations realm powerhouse, and besides, he can reach the half-step 8 Tribulations realm. Even if it fails to cross the robbery, it can also be converted into a casual repair. It's a pity that the opponent, like the gods, has a mortal heart. Turn on the sacred tree. Jian Wushuang took a breath, very excited. If this can be opened, his chance of a robbery will come. Not only can he break through, maybe he can quickly become a superpower in the Tribulation realm. After seeing Jian Wushuang's longing look, Wu Li struck the iron while it was hot, and then said, Friends, do you know, where does the Lord of Hengmu come from? I don't know. Jian Wushuang naturally didn't know. Wu Li replied, The Lord of Hengmu is a native of you, and the sword tomb is now the place where he sits and transforms. When the Lord of Eternal Wood failed to cross the tribulation, and only a breath remained, he returned to his home country and sat on a bitter mountain. After hearing this, Jian Wushuang was also shocked. Doesn't this mean that Wu Li has been inherited from the Lord of Hengmu? A half-step inheritance of the 8 Tribulations realm. That's the power comparable to the gods. Wu Li saw Jian Wushuang's thoughts, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, the Lord of Hengmu left only this jade sword, and disappeared without leaving any bones. It's right to think about it. If Wu Li could get the other party's inheritance, it would still be just a 3 Tribulations realm like it is now. Even a pig can become a powerhouse in the 5 Tribulations realm. After hearing so much, Jian Wushuang probably understood the other party's intentions. This is the meaning of pulling him to work together. Open Wanlu Shinmu. Not to mention becoming a super strong like Lord of Hengmu. At least it would be no problem for Wu Li to go further. Jian Wushuang could see that the other party was not a powerhouse in the scattered tribulation realm, and should have been suppressing his own strength. Not sure about crossing the robbery. The old man has said so much, I think fellow Taoists should understand my intentions. There are the core inheritance and secrets of the ancient Wood continent in the Wanlu Shinmu. You and I will join hands. If you really enter it, you won't say that you will become the Lord of Hengmu. It's not difficult for a person like that in the world to enter the 5 tribulations in his life. The Lord of Hengmu, as a half-step 8 tribulation realm, is indeed a figure in the world. The entire ancient Wood continent is also an 8 tribulation realm powerhouse, and also a Sand tribulation powerhouse, the ancestor of the ancient Wood school. I don't know how many years I have lived, and I won't be born at all. The original Lord of Hengmu was almost an invincible figure in Gumu continent. If he can successfully overcome the tribulation, I am afraid he will be the only real powerhouse of the 8 tribulation realm in ancient Wood continent. Although Guyu Shikong is one of the 9 cores, there are still very few true 8 tribulations realm. This temptation is too big. The other party obviously took out the matter of Lord Hengmu to lure him. But he really eats this set now. There is only one way to improve your strength quickly. He entered the ancient moon time and space, in order to become the superpower in the robbery realm, return to the Temple of the Gods to solve the true monarch of the primitive universe, and extinction. Extinction is the number one mortal enemy. The two can only survive one. He had a hunch that even if he had been hiding in Guyu time and space, Niexing would eventually come and look for him. The other party had laid out from Moro's time and space. How could he give up like this? If you want to break the game, you can only improve your strength quickly. Before the Temple of Qixin is destroyed, the extinction will be solved. Niexing is a half-step 7 Tribulations realm powerhouse. He needs at least the 6 Tribulations realm combat power to be able to return. But even if it came to Guyu time and space, it would be extremely difficult to become the 6 Tribulations realm. No one dared to say that any emperor, even a powerful person in the 5 Tribulations realm, would definitely be able to become a 6 Tribulations realm. Even if Jian Wushuang had the confidence, he didn't have enough time to slow down. Right now is a great opportunity. The opportunity to allow him to break through quickly. Although I don't know what secret realm is in the Wanlu Shinmu, what chance you can get from reading www.bakanshu.com. But as long as he can improve quickly, he wants to give it a try. This time, he was lucky. He didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing just when he came here. If it weren't for Wu Li's greed, I'm afraid he wouldn't tell him at all, and would even kill people for treasure. Fortunately, his strength is enough to shock the opponent. Otherwise, a hard fight is inevitable. Wu Li is the Lord of the universe. If he returns to his dojo, Jian Wushuang has nothing to do with him. On the contrary, Wu Li left his dojo and couldn't do anything with Jian Wushuang. So the two can be honest with each other. Only in this way can we achieve win-win cooperation. Cooperation! Jian Wushuang groaned. My heart moved to my heart, but I couldn't believe the other party's words. Wu Li also understood that it was a matter of great importance, and had already had a countermeasure in his heart. All the plans he laid out were spoken out. Although the status of the old man in the Azure Cloud School is not top, but it is also a high level. And I have a concubine in the Ancient Wood School. Her strength is not as good as mine, but the background is not weak. Your Excellency enters the Azure Cloud sect and becomes the core, and then you can go to the Guma sect to participate in the highest sacred meeting of the Guma continent, and you will have the opportunity to meet the Wanlu Shinmu in the world. The meaning is very simple, that is, he first entered the Qingyanzong, and then with the help of the background of the Qingyanzong, he planned to participate in the holy meeting in the future. Then when the sacred meeting was held, the gods unconsciously entered the sacred tree. It sounds simple. It's really hard to do it. The key is that he is just the emperor now. The other party mistakenly regarded him as a robbery. Seeing the sincerity of the other party, Jian Wushuang also told the truth, telling him that he was only an emperor. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.